Chapter 834. You, go and call your father out. Yi Xian said. Yes. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe nodded. Although it was unkind to ask him to call his father out, the world was like that. It was already good enough that Yi Xian didn't kill his way into the desolate mighty tribe. The strong were respected. This was a phrase that all women and children knew. Soon, the young master appeared with the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. Father, let me introduce them to you. I met them when I was training outside. They want to join the desolate mighty tribe. The young master smiled at Yi Xian and the young master. At this time, Yu Sini was already hiding. Oh, there's a human in the wild leopard clan? The leader of the desolate mighty tribe's eyes lit up. The Foxcharm dynasty didn't treat humans as harshly as the Wild Leopard dynasty. After all, the Foxcharm dynasty controlled the Heavenly Bow dynasty and often searched for human seedlings with potential in the Heavenly Bow dynasty. Good, you did well. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe was very happy. I'll go back to the tribe immediately to welcome the two of you. Okay. Yi Xian and the Wild Leopard ancestor nodded and approached the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. When Yi Xian came closer, he immediately gave the Wild Leopard ancestor, the young master, and Zhong Wei an order. In an instant, the wind blew. The 4 second stage supreme beings attacked the leader of the desolate mighty tribe at the same time. The young master of the desolate mighty tribe knew that the leader of the desolate mighty tribe was very strong. In a few years, he might be able to pass the 3rd stage supreme tribulation. The leader of the desolate mighty tribe was shocked. He didn't expect the 4 of them to suddenly attack him. After all, one of them was his son. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 attacks landed on the leader of the desolate mighty tribe. Even if the leader of the desolate mighty tribe had a strong supreme golden body, he couldn't withstand the 4 attacks. Most importantly, Yi Xian had broken through to the 2nd stage supreme being. Boy, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the desolate hero tribe's patriarch suddenly shouted and charged towards Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised, because the sovereign golden body of the desolate mighty tribe's chief was indeed powerful. His all-out attack had only caused minor injuries to his opponent. However, Yi Xian was not afraid at all. After all, he had just heard another notification sound. His 10% sword intent had transformed to 15%. His sword intent was comprehended by sword god Ba Huang when he was an empty god realm emperor. If an ordinary person were to obtain it, they would not be able to refine it. Even if they could, they would not be able to refine it completely. Yi Xian had tried to refine it before, but to no avail. Fortunately, his devouring crystal was special enough to be devoured. The special devouring was equivalent to complete refinement. To put it simply, Yi Xian's comprehension of sword intent was extremely high. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Exploding Heaven Fist. A slash and a fist shadow collided, creating a huge shockwave that almost broke all the trees on the mountain. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was not very talented, but his fist intent had transformed to 10%. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's sword intent was only at 15%. Boom. The fist intent was instantly dispersed, and Yi Xian, who contained 15% of the sword intent, directly landed on the body of the desolate hero tribe's patriarch. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was also spurting with blood. 15% sword intent. This is impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was shocked. Even he had only comprehended 10% of the fist intent, but Yi Xian had achieved 15%. Eye of illusion. Eye of control. While the desolate mighty tribe's chief was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly used his Eye of Heaven. You want to control me? Impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief began to resist, but he was already severely injured. The intense pain made his mind a little dazed. Resist. Yi Xian continued to attack. Another sword emperor with 15% sword intent landed on the desolate mighty tribe's chief. At this moment, he was already severely injured and on the verge of death. One more strike and he would probably die. You want to control me? Impossible. The desolate mighty tribe's chief shouted and continued to resist. Yi Xian had used the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Revelation 3 times in a row. He had used up too much of his power. If the next round failed, there was no other way. Eye of Illusion, Eye of Control. However, the desolate mighty tribe's chief was too strong, so Yi Xian had to give up. Since you can't control it, then die. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly became cold, and he directly attacked. No. The desolate mighty tribe's chief was unwilling to accept this, because he had died in front of his son. More importantly, his son had been controlled by the enemy. Boom. When the sword fell on the desolate mighty tribe's chief, it pierced through his chest and killed him instantly. When his body fell from the sky, the young chief's eyes didn't change at all, as if the dead man had nothing to do with him. From now on, you're the chief of the desolate mighty tribe, Yi Xian said to the young chief. Yes, master. The young chief nodded. Then Yi Xian quickly went over and put away the interspatial ring and the corpse of the desolate mighty tribe's chief. Not again. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He really wanted to get a heaven's treasure to open the third eye, no matter what it was. The Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control were both related to the enemy's willpower, or mind power. However, the third eye had the Burning Eye, which could weaken the enemy's willpower. If Yi Xian had learned the Burning Eye, he would have succeeded just now. However, it was already a good thing to get so many heaven's treasures. Yu Xini, you're free now. Go back to the Lianyun tribe immediately and bring everyone here to merge with the desolate mighty tribe. The merged tribe will still be called the Lianyun tribe, Yi Xian ordered. Yes. Yu Xini nodded immediately. Now that Yi Xian had freed her, she was no longer under Yi Xian's control. However, Yi Xian had killed a second Supreme Master. How could she dare to disobey him? Wild Leopard Ancestor, Zhong Wei, you're free too. Yi Xian suddenly freed them again. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of others at all, so it was better to save some space. At this moment, the only person under his control was the young chief of the desolate mighty tribe. Then, they all went to the desolate mighty tribe as guests. Go and find out the information immediately. Yi Xian ordered immediately. Yes. Zhong Yarrow, the young chief of the desolate mighty tribe, nodded and then left the house with a few pieces of paper. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was looking at a map in the chief's residence of the desolate mighty tribe. He found that the Bloodstone continent was really terrifyingly large. In the thousands of years that the eastern continent and the main continent were separated, the main continent's territory suddenly expanded dozens of times, which puzzled him. Chapter 835. Fortunately, there was a beautiful fox lady beside him. She was the wife of the young patriarch, Zhong Yarrow, so Yi Xian asked on the spot. My lord, this map of yours has a history of at least 5,000 years. Now, there are many experts in the main continent who searched for islands and gathered them to the Bloodcliff continent. The fox lady explained. Move the islands and gather them to the Bloodcliff continent. Yi Xian was shocked. Even with his current strength, he might not be able to move an island. Do you know what's the realm above the Supreme Being realm? Yi Xian asked again. The realm above the Supreme Being realm is called the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm. The first is the physical body, the second is the true qi, and the third is the spirit. Every time you pass one of these disasters, your strength will multiply, the fox lady said. 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Being realm? Could it be that the yin-yang ancestor is in this realm? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was only in the middle stage of the second Supreme Being realm and had only passed 2 Supreme Being tribulations. At this time, the young patriarch, Zhong Yarrow, who had left earlier, returned. My lord, there's news. Zhong Yarrow rushed in. Yi Xian hurriedly stood up and asked, what news? He had asked Zhong Yarrow to find out 2 things. The first was the yin-yang ancestor and the second was the item that could open the sky eye. At this time, Yi Xian hoped that Zhong Yarrow had news about the yin-yang ancestor. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. It's news about the crimson flame root, Zhong Yarrow hurriedly said. Sigh. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh and ask, where can I find the crimson flame root? In Silverwing City. The Silverwing City's mayor recently held a martial arts competition. The crimson flame root is the reward for the second place of the martial arts competition, Zhong Yarrow replied. The reward for the second place? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The crimson flame root was a must to open the burning eye. As long as the burning eye was opened, the success rate of the Eye of Illusion and Eye of Control would greatly increase. Then, what's the reward for the first place? Yi Xian asked again. Zhong Yarrow immediately replied, he wants to become the son-in-law of Silverwing City's city lord. Silverwing City's city lord's daughter is 14 this year, and she is already eligible for marriage. Hence, Silverwing City's city lord wishes to find a husband for his daughter. The wedding will be held 3 days from now. Oh. Yi Xian nodded silently. He was not interested in this 14-year-old lowly from the Fox Charm clan. What he wanted was the scarlet flame root. You did well this time. Take good care of the Lianyun tribe, Yi Xian said and left. The desolate mighty tribe was quite a distance away from the Silverwing City, and with his speed, it would take him more than 2 days to reach the Silverwing City. As for that Silverwing City's city lord, he was extremely powerful. It was said that he had long reached the pinnacle of the third tribulation supreme being realm. If one could become his son-in-law, it could be said that one would reach the heavens in a single bound. Song Suijing and adjudicator Song were arrested on their wedding day. This was a huge blow to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking about how to become stronger. Only with strength could one protect their loved ones. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Silverwing City one day before the martial competition for marriage. Tomorrow is the day of the Silverwing City's city lord's martial competition for marriage. That person is very strong, and I'm afraid many people will come to participate. I wonder if my second stage supremacy realm cultivation is enough, Yi Xian thought inwardly. He could defeat a second stage supremacy realm expert, and he should be able to exhaust an early third supremacy realm expert to death. However, if a third stage supremacy realm expert appeared, his 15% sword intent would not be able to cause any harm to his opponent, unless he could increase his sword intent to 20%. I haven't fought many life and death battles recently, so the improvement of my sword intent is slow. This time, I must train properly. It would be best if I can increase my sword intent again, Yi Xian planned. Generally speaking, sword intent and one's realm could be linked. A first tribulation supremacy realm expert who comprehended 10% of sword intent was considered qualified, and a second tribulation supremacy realm expert who comprehended 20% of sword intent was considered qualified. He was currently a second stage supremacy realm expert, and he had comprehended 15% of sword intent, which was considered passable. If Sword God Ba Huang knew that Yi Xian had only comprehended 15% of sword intent, he would probably beat Yi Xian to death. After all, Sword God Ba Huang had comprehended sword intent when he was just a Void God Realm Emperor. The quality of his sword intent was very high, far surpassing the sword intent comprehended by half-step Supremacy Realm and Supremacy Realm experts. Soon, the next day arrived. At noon, Yi Xian followed the crowd and arrived at the arena where the martial competition for marriage would be held. The martial competition for marriage was divided into several rounds. In the first round, everyone had to defeat 3 opponents of the same level or a higher level to pass. In the second round, everyone had to defeat a higher level opponent. If there was no opponent of a higher level, the person with the highest level would automatically win. After these 2 rounds, the rules of the competition would be set by the Silverwing City Lord. I'm now a second Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert. If I want to pass the selection, I have to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. However, this isn't the main point. The main point is that I'm a human. Will the other party allow me to participate? Yi Xian thought about it. He was a human, and in the eyes of the Fox Charm clan, he was an alien race. Therefore, he had another plan in mind, and that was to reap the benefits of the competition. If someone obtained the second place, he would snatch the Scarlet Flame Root from the other party. Soon, Yi Xian followed the crowd and arrived at the arena in the center of Silverwing City. This arena was built by the Silverwing City Lord, and it was indestructible. There was also a formation around it, so no one would be injured if they fought inside. Yi Xian glanced around and saw that there were thousands of Supremacy Realm experts here to watch or participate in the competition. A mid-grade holy dynasty was indeed a mid-grade holy dynasty. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Sunflame holy dynasty. The number of Supremacy Realm experts in a single city was 100 times more than the Sunflame holy dynasty. Of course, most of the Supremacy Realm experts here were from the Foxcharm clan. This was a gathering of experts from countless tribes around Silverwing City. There are only a few hundred Second Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Due to the large number of people, he couldn't see how many Third Tribulation supremacies were hidden among them. However, he did see a lot of clans. There were humans, Foxcharm clan, Snakecharm clan, Tiger tribe, Giant Elephant tribe, and so on. How terrifying. The Giant Elephant tribe is 3 to 4 meters tall. Can the daughter of the Silverwing City Lord withstand it? Yi Xian thought evilly. At this moment, he's here. The City Lord is here. The City Lord has broken through to the peak of the Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm several years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to the Fourth Tribulation Supremacy Realm. What a powerful aura. Perhaps he has already broken through. Look, that's the City Lord's daughter. She looks so beautiful. Our Foxcharm clan isn't ugly, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful one. If she can. TSK. A group of people began to talk, and Yi Xian's gaze was drawn over. Eye of Revelation. Chapter 836. Yi Xian glanced at the City Lord and realized that he couldn't see through him. However, it was also because his cultivation base was too low. That was why he couldn't tell if the City Lord was a peak Third Tribulation sovereign or a Fourth Tribulation sovereign. However, the City Lord's daughter's cultivation base also surprised Yi Xian. She was only 14 years old, but she was already an early Third Tribulation sovereign. She was even stronger than Yi Xian. Amazing. She has already passed the Third Tribulation sovereign at the age of 14. It's amazing to have a strong background. Yi Xian licked his lips. Those with strong backgrounds were indeed powerful. Jiang Tianjin had tortured him to death. However, if Jiang Tianjin was compared to anyone from the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, he was nothing. If it wasn't for the devouring system, Yi Xian would probably still be in the Heavenly Water Continent. At most, he would be at the Divine Core Realm. After the Divine Core Realm, there were still the Spirit Realm, Void God Realm, and other realms. The daughter of the Silverwing City Master had a lovely appearance. She had fair skin, big eyes, a delicate nose, and long black hair that hung down like a waterfall. 2 white fox ears poked out from her hair, and that fluffy snow-white tail of hers swayed from time to time. She looked very lovable and adorable. Right at this moment, she suddenly glanced at Yi Xian, who was standing in the crowd. Hihi, the young girl from the Fox clan suddenly smiled. Her big eyes curved into a crescent shape. Her smile gave off an innocent feeling. Oh my heavens, the young City Lord is smiling at me. Nonsense. He's obviously smiling at me. Get lost. Who do you think you are? The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. However, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Just now, when he was observing the young girl with the Eye of Revelation, she had discovered him. He didn't expect her to have such a powerful perception. The Silverwing City Governor and the young lady landed on the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. Then, the Silverwing City Governor announced loudly, "Thank you, everyone, for participating in my daughter's marriage by martial arts competition. I will first make a few points. Firstly, there is no requirement for race. Secondly, there is no requirement for age. Thirdly, even if you get first place, you might not be able to become my son-in-law. In the end, it all depends on Luoluo's choice." After the Silverwing City Master's words left his mouth, everyone burst into an uproar. First of all, it was not 100% certain that he would be able to marry the young lady. From the looks of it, many people had a chance. However, they also understood that under normal circumstances, the first place still had the advantage. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Everyone should already know the rules. Who will go up the stage first? After saying those words, Silverwing City Lord led the girl away from the stage. Me first. Suddenly, a foxman jumped up. Second stage Supreme Being. No one is allowed to go up the stage, the Silverwing City Lord said. I'll do it. An early stage second Supreme Martial Artist from the Fox Clan jumped up. A middle stage second Martial Saint and an early stage second Martial Saint. This was considered a challenge that surpassed one's level. If the middle stage second Martial Saint won, it wouldn't be counted. If an early stage second Supreme Martial Artist won, it would be considered as a success in the challenge, and he would pass the qualifier. In the arena battle, you can kill or admit defeat. Flying out of the array formation is also considered a loss, the Silverwing City Lord explained. This round of the qualifier wasn't that easy to pass. The spectators didn't expect a challenge that surpassed one's level right from the start. All of them craned their necks. Humph, a mere early stage second Supreme Martial Saint dares to challenge me? You're courting death. The man shouted and attacked directly. An attack that contained 10% of the sword intent was launched at the young man. I know it too. The young man from the Fox Clan shouted and also slashed out with his sword. This slash also contained 10% of the sword intent. When the two Junchi attacks collided, the man's attack was slightly stronger. Die. The man rushed in front of the young man and slashed down with his sword. Sila. The young man's head flew up and he died instantly. Challenging someone that surpassed one's level wasn't an easy thing to do. The young man originally wanted to defeat the man so that he could pass the qualifier directly. However, he misjudged and his opponent was much stronger than him. TSK, he dares to go up the stage with such weak strength. He's really courting death. I thought that he had comprehended 15% of the sword intent. It's good that he died. This guy has profited. Although it doesn't count as a victory, it's good that he got a universe ring for free. The onlookers started to discuss among themselves. As he was fighting against someone with a lower level, the young man from the Fox Clan still had 0 victories. Next, another 3 intermediate stage second Supreme Martial Saints went up the stage. However, they were all defeated by the young man from the Fox Clan. However, when the young man from the Fox Clan fought the last round, he had already suffered serious injuries. Good, you passed the qualifier. When the Silverwing City Lord saw that the young man had won 3 rounds in a row, he threw a token to him. Thank you, City Lord. The young man from the Fox Clan quickly caught the token and rushed to a nearby place to treat his injuries. Then, the second person jumped up the stage. It was another intermediate stage second Supreme Martial Saint. City Lord, I would like to challenge those of a higher level. The young man from the Fox Clan cupped his fists and said. The Silverwing City Lord's eyes lit up. You have guts. Good, a second peak Supreme Martial Saint. I'll do it. Seeing that someone was going to die, someone immediately jumped up the stage. This old man from the Fox Clan was a second peak Supreme Martial Saint, 1 realm higher than the young man. Although he still had 0 victories after killing the young man, he was giving away his universe ring for free. Let's begin. When the Silverwing City Lord's voice faded away, the 2 people on the stage began to move. This round was another challenge of a higher level. However, what surprised everyone was that the old man from the Fox Clan was unable to fight back at all. 15% sword intent. That young man actually comprehended 15% sword intent. I remember now. He is the young clan leader of the Bloodflame tribe. So, he is from the Bloodflame tribe. He is going to win. The eyes of the surrounding crowd lit up. Rip. Along with a crisp sound, the young man from the Fox Clan directly chopped off the old man's head. Challenge of a higher level, success. The young man kept the spoils of war and smiled at the Silverwing City Lord and the young woman. Not bad, not bad. The Silverwing City Lord admired the young man very much. A young man who comprehended 15% sword intent at the intermediate stage of the second peak Supreme Martial Saint was an existence that was extremely rare even in the entire Silverwing City. The young man from the Fox Clan originally thought that he would be praised by the young woman. Unexpectedly, the young woman did not even look at him. Soon, it was time for the 3rd round. Yi Xian mixed in with the crowd and was currently calculating. If he wanted to pass the qualifier, he would have to consecutively defeat 3 people of the same level or a higher level. However, he did not want to pass this round. Therefore, he was looking for an opportunity to maximize the benefits. For example, if he went up and defeated a second peak Supreme Martial Saint who had already won 2 rounds consecutively, he would be able to obtain a lot of spoils of war. As the battles on the stage continued, Yi Xian was also constantly sizing up the people below. He was trying to see which one of them looked rich. Right at this moment, the outcome of the battle on the stage was decided. A middle-aged man from the Fox clan had won 2 rounds consecutively. Moreover, he was a second peak Supreme Martial Saint. This was a good opportunity for him to get on the stage. Very good. You have won 2 rounds consecutively. If you win another round, you will be able to pass. Chapter 837. This middle-aged man from the Fox clan was probably older than the Silver Wing City Lord. However, he had already comprehended 15% of his sword intent and defeated 2 opponents of the same level. Yi Xian immediately jumped onto the stage. However, at the same time, another peak second supreme being from the ferocious Tiger clan also jumped onto the stage. Kid, how dare a mere second supreme being come up here? Are you courting death? The supreme being from the ferocious Tiger clan coldly snorted. Since you're courting death, why don't you let me go first? Yi Xian looked at him. Alright, since you're courting death, I'll let you go first. The supreme being from the ferocious Tiger clan coldly snorted. Since Yi Xian was only a second supreme being, he expected Yi Xian to be killed by the middle-aged man on the stage. At that time, wouldn't he be able to obtain another interspatial ring by killing the middle-aged man on the stage? Oh, a human actually came. How rare. The Silver Wing City Lord's eyes lit up again because he could see that this young human wasn't charmed. There were many humans in the Fox clan Holy Dynasty, but almost all of them were charmed by the Fox clan and then cultivated. However, Yi Xian wasn't charmed. This meant that his superior might be dead, or Yi Xian might be from another holy dynasty. Not only that, but the young girl, Luo Luo, also had her attention on Yi Xian. When Yi Xian was looking at her just now, she felt like she was being seen. That was why she glanced at him. Another one who doesn't care about his life and came to offer benefits. The middle-aged man from the Fox clan on the stage sneered. Hee hee. Yi Xian only smiled faintly. It was hard to say who was the one offering benefits. At this time, the middle-aged man had already killed 2 people of the same level as him. It was a kill, not a defeat. He also had 2 interspatial rings in his hand, which was quite attractive to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had other plans this time, and that was to temper himself. The quality of his sword intent was extremely high, but his sword intent had only evolved to a 15% sword intent when he was already at the second Supreme Martial Artist intermediate stage. This was a little low. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could transform his sword intent to 20%. Begin. All of a sudden, the Silver Wing City Master shouted. Swish. Swish. Before he could finish speaking, the middle-aged fox and Yi Xian had already made their move. Both of them had 15% sword intent. Although the middle-aged fox was at a higher realm than Yi Xian had the sword god bloodline and was not afraid of him at all. Boom. 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 Their sword chis collided, and chi waves surged, but they were all blocked by the array at the edge of the arena. Good lad, so you were hiding something. But don't forget, I'm from the Fox Charm clan. The Fox tribesman didn't want to waste too much of his stamina and true energy, so he directly used his charm on Yi Xian. His eyes turned pink, and an invisible force drilled into Yi Xian's mind. The Fox Charm clan was born with the ability to charm, but it didn't have much effect on people of the same race. After all, they were born with the ability to resist charms. However, Yi Xian was just a human. Under the suppression of his realm, although he might not be able to successfully charm him in one go, he could still cause his opponent to be slow. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Xian was immune to this charm. With the devouring system, do you think you can charm me? Yi Xian snorted and directly slashed with his sword. What? The fox tribesman was shocked. His charm had no effect. How was this possible? This unforeseen event caused his reaction to be slower, and he was directly hit by Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The sword sovereign slash, which contained 15% sword intent, slashed the fox tribesman's body and cut open a wound on his chest, causing blood to spurt out wildly. Good lad, you actually broke through my sovereign golden body. You are quite capable. The fox tribesman spat out a mouthful of blood and thought, although I don't know why my charm didn't work, you are one realm lower than me. It won't be that easy to defeat me. In fact, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could directly kill the fox tribesman, but what he wanted was the fox tribesman's wealth. Come on. Yi Xian attacked again. Not only did he want the fox tribesman's interspatial ring, but he also wanted to use the fox tribesman to improve his sword intent. He just didn't know if it would work. Smoke and dust filled the arena. This battle was unexpectedly wonderful. The people below cheered one after another. They didn't expect a human to have such high aptitude. Many people were interested in him. Of course, it wasn't that kind of interest. They wanted to charm Yi Xian and use him for their own purposes. There was still a lot of commotion in the arena. From the beginning until now, Yi Xian had already exchanged more than 100 blows with his opponent. Ding! The host's 15% sword intent has transformed into 20% sword intent. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. His sword intent had finally broken through. The sword deity of Ba Huang's aptitude was too heaven-defying. He had comprehended sword intent when he was only an empty god realm great emperor. Such a high-quality sword intent had almost been buried by Yi Xian. Now, you can die. Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he slashed with his sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor slash. Swish. This sword light easily broke through the fox tribesman's attack and landed directly on his body. Yi Xian's attack just now was enough to injure him. Now that his sword intent had transformed and improved, he could at least severely injure his opponent. Boom! The attack that contained 20% sword intent landed on the fox tribesman's body and instantly tore his heart apart. Plop! The fox tribesman was sent to the edge of the arena by this attack, but he was already dead. Yi Xian had succeeded in challenging someone of a higher rank. Swish! There was an uproar in the crowd. A young human had challenged an expert of the fox tribesman of a higher rank and had even succeeded. This is unbelievable. He actually won. TSK. That person must have fought 2 rounds consecutively and was not strong enough. That's why he was killed. Are you blind? Didn't you see the 20% sword intent in that attack just now? What? 20% sword intent? Didn't he only have 15%? He must have broken through on the spot. His aptitude is not bad. I'm afraid many people have their eyes on him. A human genius without a master. TSK. The group of fox tribesmen were discussing softly. Among them, many Third Tribulation Supremes had their eyes on Yi Xian. Once they had the chance, they would go over and charm Yi Xian. However, with the Silver Wing City Governor around, they did not dare to make a move. After killing the fox tribesman, Yi Xian quickly kept his belongings and corpse. The 3 universe rings were all Second Tribulation Supremes. He had gained a lot this time. After Yi Xian kept his belongings, the Silver Wing City Governor threw a token to Yi Xian and said, "Human kid, you did well. You passed." Thank you, City Governor. Chapter 838. The first place has nothing to do with me. What I want is the second place reward, the Scarlet Flame Root, Yi Xian thought in his heart and immediately left. Now, he had passed the first round of the selection. In the second round, he would have to fight against a higher level opponent. However, with his second stage supremacy realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the third round. Yi Xian roughly looked at the remaining battles. There were battles between those of the same level and those of a higher level. In the battles between those of a higher level, there were successes and failures. Soon, those Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts couldn't help but go up the stage. In order to pass the selection, an early stage Supremacy Realm expert had to defeat 3 opponents of the same level. Of course, if one could defeat a middle stage Supremacy Realm expert, he would pass the selection. However, The middle stage Supremacy Realm experts present were all related to the Silverwing City Master. They wouldn't go up the stage. Right at this moment, a young man suddenly walked up the stage. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was another human. Third Tribulation Supremacy. The eyes of the Tiger Tribe Supremacy who had defeated an opponent of the same level flashed. In the Foxcharm dynasty, there weren't many Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm experts. However, those middle-stage Supremacy Realm experts could tell at a glance that this young man was being controlled. They just didn't know who his master was. Begin. The Silverwing City Master also knew that he was being controlled, so he didn't waste any time and directly said. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. To everyone's surprise, this young man was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he chopped off his opponent's head. Before the Tiger Tribe Supremacy Realm expert could react, his golden body was broken and his head flew up. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong is he to kill an opponent of the same level in an instant? 30% sword intent. He has comprehended 30% sword intent. A Third Tribulation Supremacy Realm expert felt it and immediately shouted. As soon as the words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. 30% sword intent. How is this possible? Among the people present, only the Silverwing City Master had comprehended 30% sword intent. No wonder he could kill an opponent of the same level in an instant. It turned out that he was so strong. Now, everyone was interested in the master behind this young man. What kind of person could cultivate such a human? How terrifying. A Third Tribulation Supreme has comprehended 30% of the sword intent. This already exceeds the standard. His future is limitless. As Yi Xian thought to himself, his gaze suddenly landed on the Silverwing City Master. The corners of the Silverwing City Lord's lips curled up slightly. It was as if he had known about this all along. From the looks of it, this bewitched young man might be related to the Silverwing City Master. Or perhaps, the Silverwing City Master was the person behind the bewitched young man. Only the Silverwing City Master would have such capabilities. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who thought of this. However, no one else said anything and pretended not to know. Now, the young man had already killed an opponent of the same level. If he defeated two more, he would be able to advance. However, who dared to go on stage? There was a total of 5 seconds of silence before an old man descended from the sky. TMPH, this old man doesn't believe it. It's just a mere 30% sword intent. An expert from the Giant Elephant clan landed on the arena. He was one of the middle-stage third-grade Supreme Being experts who was interested in the daughter of the Silverwing City Lord. A middle-stage third-grade Supreme Being against an early-stage third-grade Supreme Being. However, that young man had comprehended 30% sword intent, while this expert from the Giant Elephant clan had only comprehended 25% sword intent. Thus, it was uncertain who would win. Let's begin. The Silverwing City Lord didn't show any worry on his face as he casually called out. Just as his voice rang out, the two people in the arena started attacking. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged more than 10 attacks. The commotion they created was unprecedented. My Giant Elephant clan possesses boundless strength. Why would we be afraid of you? The Giant Elephant clan Supreme Being snorted coldly in his mind. He wasn't afraid of the other party at all. Boom, boom, boom. The two people attacked crazily, and the entire Silverwing City seemed to be shaking. Although the Giant Elephant clan Supreme Being understood that there might be an expert behind the young man, he wasn't afraid. On the path of martial arts, if one was afraid of death, how could one become strong? Die. At this moment, the Giant Elephant clan Supreme Being's palm-sized nose suddenly straightened. A black shadow shot out from his nose and headed straight for the young man. The young man snorted coldly. The people from the Giant Elephant clan often hid hidden weapons in their noses. He had long been on guard. Swish. That poisonous arrow brushed past the young man's ear. At the same time, the young man stared at his opponent and slashed out with his sword. Annihilation slash. This slash was his strongest attack. After fusing with 30% sword intent, It wasn't something an ordinary person could block. The giant elephant clan supreme being widened his eyes. He slashed down with his sword, but he didn't manage to destroy the slash. Rip! The white slash directly cut the giant elephant clan supreme being's 3.5-meter tall body into two halves. The giant elephant clan supreme being's golden body was as weak as tofu in front of this slash. Plop! The giant elephant clan supreme being's body fell down on the arena. Although he didn't die, he was slashed by the young man again. The entire crowd was shocked. The strength of the giant elephant clan supreme being should be considered above average among the third stage supreme beings. However, he was still killed by the young man. This young man's backer was really not simple. Just as everyone was in shock, a person below the ring slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. Ding! Annihilation slash has been copied successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to copy down the powerful martial art that the young man had just executed. The Imperial Heaven Sword technique of the Imperial Heaven technique was considered powerful. However, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty was just a low-grade Holy Dynasty. The strongest person was only an early second stage supreme being. Therefore, the martial art that they used was inferior in comparison. This young man might be the number one. No wonder the Silverwing city governor said that the number one might not necessarily be able to marry his daughter. So this is the reason. Yi Xian was now certain that the person who controlled this young man should be the Silverwing city governor. However, it didn't matter. He was going to fight for the second place anyway. Then again, the young man had succeeded in his challenge. Therefore, he had also passed this round. Then, the battle continued. Yi Xian, who was below the arena, looked on and used his Eye of Revelation to scan to see if there were any good martial arts. Ding! Exquisite Steps has been copied successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yi Xian found another good martial art. This Exquisite Steps had no shadow and no trace. When one walked, there was very little movement. It was considered good among the lower-grade supreme being martial arts. Soon, this round of the qualifiers came to an end. Yi Xian calculated that there were about 100 people who had entered the second round. Chapter 839. In the second round, the challenger had to challenge someone who was one level higher than him. Yi Xian was a mid-stage second-level supreme being, so he had to challenge someone who was at the peak of the second level. The Fox tribe male who passed the first round was slightly injured and knew that it would be difficult for him to challenge someone who was at a higher level. Hence, he directly shouted, "I forfeit." The second young man who passed the second round didn't forfeit. Instead, he chose an injured peak second-level supreme being. Previously, he had defeated a peak second-level supreme being, so he still won this round. However, the peak second-level supreme being who was named forfeited. The people present weren't fools, so many of them chose to forfeit. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Most people would choose to challenge someone who was injured, but Yi Xian was different. He had already exposed half of his strength. If he chose to challenge someone who was injured, his opponent would definitely forfeit. Hence, he chose a stronger opponent. "I choose you." Yi Xian pointed at a peak supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe. "How dare you challenge me?" The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe coldly snorted. His strength was obvious to all. He had defeated 3 supreme beings of the same level and only suffered light injuries. However, Yi Xian actually dared to challenge him. He was courting death. "All right, both of you enter the arena." The Silver Wing City Lord nodded and shouted. He was looking forward to this battle. Would the ferocious tiger tribe's expert or Yi Xian win? Yi Xian and the ferocious tiger tribe's expert landed on the arena. The two of them were 1,000 meters apart. After hearing the city lord's command, the two of them attacked at the same time. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Sword Slash. Dragon Tiger shatters the mountain. The sword ray and the opponent's fist shadow collided. 2 different types of chi instantly exploded. The ferocious tiger tribe's expert's fist intent had increased to 20%, which was exactly the same as Yi Xian's. Hence, the two of them were evenly matched. For this battle, Yi Xian had the same plan as before. It had been a long time since he fought to his heart's content. Perhaps, this battle would allow his sword intent to reach 25%. Rumble. The intense battle in the arena made the spectators very excited. Even the Silverwing City Lord was confused. Yi Xian was one realm lower than his opponent, his sword intent was the same as his opponent's, and his martial arts seemed to be inferior to his opponent's. Yet, he was still able to fight his opponent to a draw. This did not make sense. "Father, who do you think will win?" At this moment, the young girl suddenly asked in a low voice. "Luo, who do you think will win?" The Silverwing City Master asked in reply. He found it slightly strange because this was the first time Luo had spoken since they had appeared. "I think that human will win," Luo replied. "Why? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to him?" The Silverwing City Master was somewhat surprised. "That's not it. My daughter's standards are high. I just feel that human seems to be very confident." Luo smiled lightly. "That's right. That young man most likely has yet to reveal his trump card. He should be able to win this battle," Silverwing City Lord said, nodding. At this moment, the battle between Yi Xian and the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe had entered a white-hot stage. If either of them made the slightest mistake, they would most likely be struck by the other party, which would then lead to the outcome of this battle. "Kid, go to hell," the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe suddenly shouted. A huge fist shadow suddenly descended from the sky, as though it was going to smash Yi Xian into minced meat. Yi Xian snorted coldly. This fist was extremely powerful. If he was hit by it, he would at least be severely injured. Therefore, he quickly dodged and stared. Eyes of illusion. Boom. The supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe was not like the charming fox tribe. Their mental strength was much weaker than the charming fox tribe's. Therefore, Yi Xian was able to hit him with one strike. The huge fist shadow descended and smashed beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian, however, slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heaven Sword Art, Imperial Sword Slash. Swish. A cold light pierced through the air. The supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe stood in place in astonishment. He did not dodge or dodge. Swish. This slash directly cut open the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe's throat, instantly chopping off his head. Blood spurted out from his throat and splattered several meters high. If the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe did not use his ultimate move, he might have been able to survive for a while. Unfortunately, he was courting death. When the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe's head fell to the ground, everyone was stunned. They did not understand why the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe did not dodge and allowed Yi Xian to directly chop off his head. Even the Silverwing City Lord could not see through this scene. Was he hit by an illusion? When did that kid set up the illusion array? The Silverwing City Lord frowned. Even with his strength, he could not see when Yi Xian had set up the illusion array. Only an illusion array could make the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe stand there motionless like a statue, allowing Yi Xian to chop off his head with his sword. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived beside the supreme being of the ferocious tiger tribe and collected his corpse and belongings. A second peak supreme being was enough to establish a large tribe. The desolate mighty tribe's patriarch was also a second peak supreme being. Therefore, Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. Almost there. I'll be able to make a breakthrough soon. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already defeated his opponent and passed the second round. However, the rules of the third round were set by the Silverwing City Lord on the spot. Therefore, even he did not know what the rules were. "Little brother, you've won. Stand aside for now." The Silverwing City Lord looked at Yi Xian with an appreciative gaze and said. Yi Xian nodded silently and walked to the side. Next, it was time for the others to start their challenges. Yi Xian continued to watch. As his eye power could not recover quickly, he only skipped the battles of higher realms to watch. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. All of a sudden, a figure flew towards him. He sensed for a moment and discovered that it was the daughter of the Silverwing City Master, Luo. Heavens, The young city lord is flying toward that human. What's going on? Could it be that the young city lord has taken a fancy to that human? How can this be? How can the young city lord be together with a human? Those with sharp eyes noticed this situation. Even the Silverwing city lord did not expect that his daughter would do this. Didn't this mean that she had a good impression of Yi Xian? What's your name? Luo Luo flew to Yi Xian's side and asked in a low voice. Yi Xian was also shocked. His mind trembled and he replied in a low voice, Yi Xian, my name is Luo Luo. Luo Luo introduced herself. Then, she asked, how did you make him unable to move? Was it an illusion? I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Yi Xian replied directly. However, this was within Luo Luo's expectations. She paused for a moment and said in a low voice, you used your eyes to cast an illusion on him, right? Chapter 840. This question made Yi Xian tremble. This young lady from the Fox clan, Luo Luo, had a strange ability. She was actually able to discover his secret. However, Yi Xian did not answer her question. Seeing that Yi Xian did not answer, Luo Luo asked softly, do you want to marry me? This question put Yi Xian in a difficult position. How was he supposed to answer this question? No, Yi Xian replied in the end. Luo Luo blinked her big eyes. Suddenly, she patted Yi Xian's shoulder and asked, then, are you looking for other rewards? That's right. Yi Xian's answer was simple. He suddenly had a feeling that Luo Luo was even more dangerous than the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe. All right, I hope you can get a good ranking. After Luo Luo finished speaking, she left and returned to the Silverwing City Lord's side. This lass's perception is not inferior to mine. Her perception is too strong. She actually discovered that I cast an illusion with my eyes. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as he obtained the Scarlet Flame Root, he would leave immediately. This was because he knew that many people had their eyes on him. Perhaps, this included the Silverwing City Lord. The last battle of the second round was against the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. However, he did not have an opponent. Therefore, he directly advanced to the next round. After this round, there were only slightly more than 10 people left. Among them, there were a few Third Tribulation Supreme Beings. These people wanted to fight for the top 3 positions. The competition was extremely intense. Very good. The 18 of you will fight in pairs. There are only 9 people left. Suddenly, the Silverwing City Lord grinned and said, I wonder if anyone is going to forfeit. The 18 people, including Yi Xian, fell silent. However, no one withdrew. Upon seeing this, the Silverwing City Lord threw out 18 numbers. Yi Xian's number was the 12th. Then, the Silverwing City Lord drew 9 numbers. Yi Xian's opponent was a second peak supreme being. Alright, let's fight according to this order. The Silverwing City Lord said directly. Unfortunately, number 1 was the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. As for his opponent, it was a peak second rank utmost exalted. Thus, that peak second rank utmost exalted directly forfeited. What a joke! This human youth had killed a third stage supreme being from the giant elephant clan. His cultivation was even lower than the human youth's, so how could he possibly win? In the second round, it was a battle between a second-level supreme being and a second-level supreme being. The third match was between a third Tribulation Supreme Venerable and a second Tribulation Supreme Venerable. As expected, his opponent chose to forfeit. Battle after battle, it was soon Yi Xian's turn. Brat, I won't give up. Kill me if you can. Yi Xian's opponent was still from the ferocious tiger tribe, a second-stage supreme martial artist. As you wish. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he landed on the arena. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe that he had just killed was courting death, which was why he had killed him. He hoped that this time, the supreme being would be able to hold on for a while. It would be best if it could allow his sword intent to transform. Under the command of the Silverwing City Lord, the battle began. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was currently using a large blade. His attack power was extremely ferocious, and it was even stronger than the previous opponent. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation was also higher than before, so he wasn't at a disadvantage. The supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe had fought a few battles and was injured. He had also consumed a lot of his true qi. Therefore, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Revelation to observe the true qi in his opponent's body. Now, this supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was his sparring partner. As long as the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe ran out of true qi, he would kill him without hesitation. Rumble. The sound on the stage was deafening, and everyone was shocked to the core. The Silver Wing City Lord crossed his legs and asked in a low voice, "Luo Luo, who do you think will win?" "That human," Luo Luo replied without thinking. "Then do you think he can make it into the top 3? There are 3 Third Tribulation Supreme Venerables here," the Silver Wing City Lord asked again. "Then, Father, can't you just do something?" Luo Luo suddenly turned to look at the Silver Wing City Lord. Do something. The Silver Wing City Lord naturally understood what Luo Luo meant. If Yi Xian could make it through the first round, he would arrange Yi Xian's opponent so that he wouldn't have to face the other 3 Third Tribulation Supreme Venerables. However, Luo Luo's answer gave the Silver Wing City Lord another plan. This kid doesn't seem to be here for Luo Luo. If he's here for the reward, then I'll capture him and make him Luo Luo's servant. The marriage contest was actually just a pretense. The Silver Wing City Lord wanted to see if there would be anyone who was qualified to participate. This way, he could charm the other party and make them work for him. Of course, if he could find a good husband for his daughter, he would be very happy. At this time, wow! The surrounding audience suddenly burst into an uproar. When the Silver Wing City Lord took a closer look, his face turned pale with fright. He exclaimed, 25% sword intent. Yi Xian, who was in the arena, suddenly comprehended 25% of the sword intent and instantly killed his opponent with a single sword strike. This scene happened so quickly that even the Silver Wing City Lord couldn't react in time. Rip! The head of the supreme being from the ferocious tiger tribe was thrown into the air. Soon after, the corpse was put away by Yi Xian, who walked forward quickly. TSK, the sword intent of Sword God Ba Huang is really powerful. It transformed twice in a day. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. The standard for a second Tribulation Supreme was 20% sword intent. Since he had comprehended 25% sword intent, he could definitely squeeze into the ranks of the geniuses. Not only that, after obtaining these spoils, he could break through to the second Tribulation Supreme realm. However, he didn't break through immediately. Since he had already taken the spoils, he might as well keep them in the devouring space as a trump card. The people below the arena were so shocked that they were speechless. The difficulty of transforming sword intent wasn't any lower than breaking through. However, Yi Xian could transform twice in a day. This was enough to prove his qualifications. At this time, the Silver Wing City Lord's eyes were shining. It would be great if he could make such a human genius work for him. Good, continue. The Silver Wing City Lord shouted. Yi Xian was in the 7th round, so there were still 2 more rounds to be fought. Soon, the 2 rounds were over. Only 9 people were left. Among them, 3 were at the Third Tribulation Supreme Realm. Among the remaining 6, except for Yi Xian, who was at the Second Tribulation Supreme Realm, the rest were at the Third Tribulation Supreme Realm. Then, the Silver Wing City Lord announced the order of the next round of battles. This time, it was very brutal. The 9 people would be divided into 3 groups. Each group would have 3 people. These 3 people would have to fight until the last one to be considered the winner. Of course, they could also forfeit. The Silver Wing City Lord immediately divided the groups. He used a method that others couldn't see through to secretly tamper with the groups. Chapter 841. Did the Silverwing City Master deliberately assign a Third Tribulation Supreme Being to that human genius's group? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the Eye of Revelation, he saw through the Silverwing City Master's trick. Father, he saw through your trick, Luo Luo suddenly said in a low voice. Only she and the Silverwing City Master could hear her voice. What? The Silverwing City Master was startled. Soon after, he adjusted his state of mind and said, the 3 groups are out. He flashed the numbers in the air for everyone to see. After seeing the situation, the people in the square burst into an uproar again. That third tribulation supreme being is in trouble. He actually encountered that human genius. Won't he be killed instantly? His opponent will definitely admit defeat. That white-clothed human is too lucky. He actually only encountered 2 second tribulation supreme being opponents. It seems that he will be able to qualify for this round. At the very least, he will be ranked third. The reward for the third place is also pretty good. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian's 5 senses were extremely sharp. Without exception, the conversations of these people fell into his ears. However, he did not expose the Silverwing City Master's trick. Instead, he just watched quietly. However, his complexion was not very good. This was because the Silverwing City Master deliberately let him win. He probably had some kind of plan. This plan might be to charm him or to make him the son-in-law of the city master. If it was the latter, Yi Xian could still deal with it. If it was the former, it would be troublesome. If the charm did not work, the Silverwing City Master would very likely kill him directly. Humph, I will first take the Scarlet Flame route and then leave with the crowd. The Silverwing City Master will not dare to make a move in public. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first round was between the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent and the other 2 people. One of them was a third tribulation supreme being, while the other was a peak second tribulation supreme being. However, the 2 of them tactfully chose to forfeit. The second round was between a third tribulation supreme being from the demonic snake clan and 2 peak second tribulation supreme beings from the fox clan. A third tribulation supreme being had passed one more supreme being tribulation than a second tribulation supreme being. Their golden body was extremely powerful. If they did not comprehend 20% of the sword intent, they would not be able to injure their opponent. Therefore, the 2 of them chose to forfeit. 2. The third match was Yi Xian. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, Yi Xian muttered in his heart. What a joke, if he gave up, then he would lose out. Fortunately, the other 2 had reached a consensus. They wanted to kick Yi Xian out of the ring first. Yi Xian had actually predicted this, but he was not afraid of the other party at all. After all, the other party was only a second tribulation supreme. The 3 of them landed on the arena and stood at 3 corners. Let the third round begin. The Silverwing City Master shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 second stage supreme martial artists simultaneously launched their attacks at Yi Xian. A speck of light dares to compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian's eyes flickered a few times as he quickly slashed twice with his sword. Hiss, hiss. Amidst 2 crisp sounds, the heads of the 2 overconfident supremes were chopped off by Yi Xian one by one. He really didn't know why they had the guts to enter the arena. However, Yi Xian benefited from this. After keeping the few interspatial rings, Yi Xian looked at the Silverwing City Master. Very good. The top 3 are out. The Silverwing City Master smiled faintly and said, since that is the case, I will announce the rankings directly. After saying that, he looked at the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent and said, you are the first. You are the second. You are the third. When he said the third, the Silverwing City Master looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. In the end, the Silverwing City Master actually decided the rankings himself. What the hell was he doing? At this time, the Silverwing City Master asked again, if the 3 of you are not satisfied with your rankings, you can challenge me. Initially, the surrounding people also felt that it was a little unfair. However, when they heard this, they calmed down. The young man who was in the first place would definitely not have any objections to his ranking. In that case, it would depend on the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan and Yi Xian. I have no objections. The third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan shook his head. He believed that he would not be able to defeat the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. However, Yi Xian had an objection. The purpose of his trip was the Scarlet Blaze route. The second place reward was the Scarlet Blaze route. Therefore, he had to challenge the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan. I have an objection. I want to challenge him. Yi Xian suddenly shouted and pointed at the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Yi Xian was at the second tribulation supremacy realm while the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snakes clan was at the second tribulation supremacy realm. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Moreover, there was a gap of 1 supremacy realm between them. If it was the second tribulation supremacy realm between the second tribulation supremacy realm and the second tribulation supremacy realm, there would be a gap of 2 realms between them. However, there was a gap of 1 supremacy realm between the 2 realms. The people below felt that there was something wrong with Yi Xian's head. That third tribulation supremacy realm expert had also comprehended 25% of the sword intent. Moreover, he was 2 realms higher than the third tribulation supremacy realm expert. What ability did Yi Xian have to challenge him? Yi Xian's words made the Silver Wing City Lord tremble. The Silver Wing City Lord originally wanted to give Yi Xian a way out. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian would not appreciate his kindness. The Silver Wing City Lord paused for a moment and glanced at Luo Luo who was beside him. Luo Luo still had a smile on her face. She said softly, "Father, didn't you notice that his aura has changed?" The Silver Wing City Lord frowned. Due to the distance between them, he did not sense any changes in Yi Xian. "Luo Luo, are you saying that he has made a breakthrough?" The Silver Wing City Lord asked with a frown. "Yes." Luo Luo nodded. The Silver Wing City Lord knew his daughter's ability. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he said to Yi Xian, "If you can defeat him, you will be ranked second." Good. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Earlier, he had already devoured the natural treasures and broken through to the second tribulation supremacy realm. Although his opponent was 1 realm higher than him and had to undergo 1 more supremacy realm tribulation, he was still a supremacy realm tribulation supremacy realm expert. However, he was still not afraid. Since the second ranked was challenged by the third ranked, that supremacy realm snake demon clan expert could not refuse. Refusing was equivalent to forfeiting. "Brat, I really don't know where you get your guts from. Since you dare to covet my second rank, I advise you to give up. If you die in my hands, you won't even be able to get the reward for the third rank." Supremacy realm snake demon clan expert said coldly. "I can give up if you want. However, you have to give me the reward." Yi Xian suddenly cracked a joke. "You are courting death." The third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snake clan landed on the arena and shouted. "What a joke! Give Yi Xian the reward. How was that possible?" Chapter 842. The spectators felt that Yi Xian should have just accepted the reward for the third place. However, he insisted on challenging the second place. He was simply courting death. It would be fine if he admitted defeat in the middle of the battle. However, they were afraid that Yi Xian wouldn't even have the time to admit defeat. "I hope this brat doesn't die in the hands of his opponent," the Silver Wing City Lord thought to himself. He wanted to recruit Yi Xian. Even if he failed, he could still charm him forcefully. However, it would be a pity if Yi Xian was killed by the third tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan. "Let's begin," the Silver Wing City Lord shouted. He was already prepared to attack. As for the reason, it was very simple. After all, Yi Xian was the third place. How could he recruit him if he died? "Brat, you have no way out now. Hand over the interspatial ring obediently," the supreme being of the demonic snakes clan sneered. "You talk too much." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his opponent. He directly swept his sword. He was at the second peak of the supreme being stage and had comprehended 25% of the sword intent. In general, Yi Xian was only 1 level lower than his opponent and had only undergone 1 supreme tribulation. This small difference could definitely be made up for with his bloodline. Swish! The slash pierced through the air. At this moment, the third tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan finally understood why Yi Xian had the guts to challenge him. It turned out that he had broken through. "You're still a second tribulation supreme being even after breaking through. How can your golden body be compared to mine? The third tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan also attacked. He had also comprehended 25% of the sword intent. His attack power wasn't any weaker than Yi Xian's. Let's end this quickly. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian glared at the third tribulation supreme being of the demonic snakes clan and immediately fell for it. The demonic snakes clan was different from the demonic foxes clan. The demonic foxes clan's willpower was naturally stronger than other clans. Therefore, the demonic snakes clan's supreme being paused for a second. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Yi Xian quickly swung his sword at the supreme being of the demonic snake clan. With a loud bang, the supreme being of the demonic snake clan was sent flying. However, a third tribulation supremacy had undergone one more supremacy tribulation. Those who could withstand the third supremacy tribulation were not ordinary people. Furthermore, after undergoing the baptism of the third supremacy tribulation, the supremacy of the demonic snake clan's supremacy golden body was exceptionally powerful. This sword strike only caused a light injury to the other party. However, Yi Xian's original intention was not to kill him. Eye of Control. The snake demon supremacy, who was still in the illusion, suddenly fell into the trap again. However, the success rate of the Eye of Control in this situation was not high. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Yi Xian quickly slashed out 5 times, each strike landing on the body of the demonic snake clan supremacy, greatly weakening his willpower. Ding. Control successful. The system prompted. So what if the other party was a third tribulation supremacy? This only showed that the supreme being golden body was more powerful. Willpower still depended on the person's state of mind. This time, he was able to control the other party easily because the other party was not of the demonic fox clan. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to succeed. I admit defeat. The demonic snake clan supremacy, who was controlled by Yi Xian, climbed up from the arena. His chest was badly mutilated by Yi Xian's attack. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound, and it was a glaring scarlet color. The entire audience was shocked. Although Yi Xian was powerful, why was this sovereign of the Snake Demon clan stunned for a second like the sovereign of the Ferocious Tiger clan? At this moment, the Silver Wing City governor was also confused. He knew that Yi Xian had used the illusion again, but he did not know how Yi Xian had done it. At the same time, even he did not see that the demonic snake clan supremacy had been controlled. Alright, the second and third place will be swapped, the Silver Wing City governor said loudly. This was Yi Xian's plan. If the demonic snake clan supremacy died, there would be no one for the third place. Wouldn't the reward be returned to the Silver Wing City governor? That was why Yi Xian controlled the demonic snake clan supremacy. This way, the second and third place rewards would be his. Under Yi Xian's control, the injured demonic snake clan supremacy immediately began to heal his wounds. After his injuries were stabilized, the Silver Wing City governor said, "Daughter, who do you fancy? Of course, you don't have to choose from the top 3. You just have to be present." His voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone in the surroundings could hear it. The entire arena was in an uproar again. Even if they were not on the arena, they were still qualified. Now, there were already 3 people standing on the arena. The first was the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. The second was Yi Xian, and the third was the demonic snake clan supremacy that Yi Xian had just defeated. When the young lady from the Fox clan heard this, she deliberately swept her beautiful eyes around. Everywhere her beautiful eyes passed, there would be an uproar. However, her gaze still shifted to the arena in the end. It's him. Luo pointed at a human with her slender finger. This human wasn't the genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. It was Yi Xian. Wow. The entire arena was in an uproar again. One was a supremacy who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent, while the other was a second peak supremacy who had comprehended 25% of the sword intent. One was the first and the other was the second. In the end, it was actually the second place, Yi Xian. This was beyond the expectations of many people. F***CK. Seeing Luo pointing at him, Yi Xian's face sank. This was troublesome. He had to obtain the scarlet flame root. However, since Luo Luo had taken a fancy to him, wouldn't it be a slap to the Silver Wing City Governor's face if he were to reject her? Moreover, it would also incite public anger. After all, who didn't want to become the Silver Wing City Governor's son-in-law? Young man, Luo Luo has taken a fancy to you. What do you think? The Silver Wing City Governor narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. Yi Xian paused for a moment before he said, I already have 2 wives at home. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, the Silver Wing City Governor said with a smile. But I am a human, Yi Xian said again. It doesn't matter. Although you and I are not of the same race, I don't discriminate. It doesn't matter whether my offspring is a human or a fox, the Silver Wing City Governor continued. Now, Yi Xian was having a headache. He hadn't found Song Suijing yet. He wasn't even in the mood to consummate his marriage. How could he marry another one? Moreover, if a human married a fox, unless the human's bloodline was extremely powerful and overpowered the fox's, the human's bloodline would be biased toward the beasts. He didn't want to give birth to a fox. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had activated his Eye of Revelation, scanned the surroundings and found that the few supremacies who were hiding in the surroundings had already moved closer to him. If he didn't agree, he would probably be forcefully captured. On the surface, the Silverwing City Lord seemed to be smiling, but if he were to forcefully seize Yi Xian in public, the people present probably wouldn't dare to say anything. Should I agree for the time being, wait for a while, and then sneak away? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he was afraid that the Silver Wing City Governor would use his charm on him. If he didn't succeed, he would be in trouble. I am willing to take Miss Luo Luo as my wife, Yi Xian shouted in a voice that everyone could hear. Chapter 843. All right. The Silverwing City Governor smiled and said, the 3 of you, return to the mansion now. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian followed the Silverwing City Governor and flew into the distance. He must have been extremely lucky to be able to become the son-in-law of the Silverwing City Governor. Have you changed your mind? Along the way, the young lady from the Fox clan could not help but lean over and ask in a low voice. Yes. Yi Xian looked at her and nodded his head. Really? Luo Luo asked in disbelief. Really? Yi Xian replied immediately. This young lady had extraordinary senses. If he hesitated, he might give himself away. Luo Luo was still in disbelief when she heard Yi Xian's reply. However, now that Yi Xian had followed them back to the mansion, with the Silverwing City Governor around, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. Soon, Yi Xian followed behind the Silverwing City Governor and arrived at the Silverwing City Governor's mansion. I forgot to give you your rewards. At this moment, the Silverwing City Lord suddenly threw out 3 universe rings that landed in the hands of Yi Xian and the other 2. Yi Xian checked the interspatial rings and saw that there were many treasures in them. He had obtained them when he came in 2nd place. Among the treasures, there was an item that was very important to him. The Crimson Flame Root. I finally got it. Activate the Burning Eye. Yi Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. Ding. The Burning Eye has been successfully activated. The system notified. Currently, Yi Xian had already activated 4 Heaven's Eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, the Eye of Control, and the Burning Eye. Among them, the Burning Eye would be very effective when used together with the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control. Although the Burning Eye could not cause substantial damage to the opponent, it could cause mental damage. It could weaken the opponent's willpower, which would increase the success rate of the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Control. Then, the Silverwing City Governor called 2 people to arrange accommodation for the young man and the supreme being of the demonic snake clan. As for the Silverwing City Governor, he personally led Yi Xian in. Young man, what is your name? Where are you from? Silverwing City Lord asked as he walked. My name is Yi Xian, Yi Xian said casually. I am from the Tianbo Holy Dynasty, but I have been training in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Oh, you should know the rules of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, right? It's quite strange for a human talent like you to not be charmed. Silverwing City Lord suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian shivered. The people of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty were born with the ability to charm people, so it wasn't difficult for them to discover that he wasn't affected by the charm. Could it be that the city lord wants to bewitch me? Yi Xian suddenly mustered up his courage and asked. He. The Silver Wing City Master smiled and said, I only have one daughter, Luo Luo. I do not have any sons. If you marry Luo Luo, you will be the Silver Wing City Master in the future. What difference does it make if you seduce her or not? Hearing this, the large stone in Yi Xian's heart fell. It seemed that he still had a chance to escape. At this time, the Silver Wing City Lord smiled and said, All right, talk to Luo Luo. I will ask someone to arrange the wedding. You two can get married tomorrow. What? His words shocked Yi Xian. Getting married tomorrow? Did the Silver Wing City Lord want to have a grandchild so badly? City Lord, isn't this too soon? Yi Xian said anxiously. Too soon? If it were others, they would want to get married today. You actually think it's too soon? It seems like Luo Luo has good taste, the Silver Wing City Lord said with a smile. Yi Xian was speechless. Then, the Silver Wing City Lord left quickly. Yi Xian looked at the City Lord's back and was slightly dazed. Even he couldn't see through the Silver Wing City Lord's strength. Moreover, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the City Lord mansion. Yi Xian scanned the mansion with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were many level 3 Supreme Being experts. Among them, there was no lack of level 3 Supreme Being experts. It seems like I have to leave tonight, Yi Xian thought inwardly. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back. When he turned his head, he discovered that the Fox Clan's young lady, Luo Luo, was scratching him with her fluffy tail. What are you thinking about? Luo Luo blinked her big eyes and asked. Nothing. Miss Luo Luo, do you know where those two people are staying? I want to get to know them, Yi Xian asked. Okay, I will bring you there. Luo Luo didn't suspect anything and led the way to the guest room. Soon, Yi Xian saw the demonic snake supremacy that he had injured. The demonic snake clan's third tribulation supremacy was already under Yi Xian's control. Hence, he directly handed over his belongings and the reward he had just received to Yi Xian. The Fox Clan's young lady, Luo Luo, was right outside the door. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian used a slip of paper to communicate with the demonic snake clan's third tribulation supremacy. He told the demonic snake supremacy that if he wasn't bewitched, he should go to the desolate Xiong tribe. After that, Yi Xian left a bottle of blood behind and left. Hey, aren't you going to meet the person in first place? Luo Luo looked at Yi Xian and asked. No, I feel that he is rather cold. Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head and continued, I have to return to the inn to get something. Is that so? Then you can go. Luo Luo surprisingly didn't choose to follow him. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly left the City Lord mansion. The Silver Wing City's City Lord was preparing for the wedding, so Luo Luo didn't follow him. This was perfect. Yi Xian could take this opportunity to slip away. With the second and third place rewards and the things I obtained, I'm about to reach the shackles of the second tribulation supremacy. If I get a few more things, I'll be able to pass the third tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian thought as he left the City Lord mansion. Then, he quickly blended into the crowd. However, to his surprise, there were indeed people following him. They were 3 third tribulation supremacies. Sure enough, there are people following me. Humph, it's just 3 third tribulation supremacies. I can still deal with them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly chose to leave the city. Sure enough, he didn't run far before the 3 people immediately caught up with him. Little brother, you're going to marry the young city lord tomorrow. Please don't run too far. A middle-aged Fox Clan man said to Yi Xian. I know. Yi Xian turned around and looked around. This place was quite a distance away from Silver Wing City. If he fought quickly, he shouldn't attract any attention. At this moment, burning eye. Suddenly, the middle-aged Fox Clan man, who was the leader, felt a pain in his heart. He painfully grabbed his heart. What happened to you? The other 2 people were shocked. The burning eye directly burned one's mind. This middle-aged Fox Clan man was suffering a huge mental torture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on him. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Chapter 844. The burning eye was very effective, but it consumed more eye power than the Eye of Illusion, second only to the Eye of Control. After being controlled by Yi Xian, the pain of the middle-aged fox suddenly disappeared, followed by the second person. The person behind the middle-aged fox suddenly cried out in pain. In the next moment, he was also controlled. The last person felt very strange and quickly turned to Yi Xian, asking, "What did you do to them?" "Senior, I didn't even move. Why are you suspecting me? Besides, aren't they fine now?" Yi Xian grinned. In the next moment, he used the burning eye on the last person. Then, he used the Eye of Control. Although the three of them were Third Tribulation Supreme Beings, the burning eye could directly destroy the enemy's willpower through the sovereign golden body. Unless they were Third Tribulation Supreme Beings, they would definitely lose their combat strength from the pain. This burning eye is too terrifying. Third Tribulation Supreme Beings would be in so much pain after being hit by my burning eye. It's easy for me to kill them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had already controlled 3 people. The 5 slots for the Eye of Control were just right. "The 3 of you, give me your interspatial rings," Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. Yes. The 3 of them did not dare to have any objections and directly threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. "Good. These things are enough for me to reach the peak of Second Tribulation Supreme Being." Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the things inside. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 90%. "Do you want to start the tribulation?" the system prompted. No. Yi Xian immediately rejected. This time, his success rate was only 90% because his Imperial Celestial Tyrant body had not refined the draconic luck for a long time. Moreover, his clone was not here, so the success rate could not be increased. Fortunately, the 3 of them were consecrators of the City Lord Mansion. There were some tokens that stored draconic luck in their interspatial rings. If I refine these draconic luck and use it to improve my Imperial Celestial Tyrant body, I should be able to increase my success rate to 100%. Yi Xian thought to himself. There were still some elixirs in their interspatial rings that could speed up the refinement of the dragon luck. However, even with these elixirs, they could not increase the success rate of the heavenly tribulation to 100% within a day. So, Yi Xian chose to hide for now. "The 3 of you will follow me for now. We will return to the city tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will release you from my control," Yi Xian said. Yes. The 3 of them nodded respectfully and left with Yi Xian. These 3 people were under his control. Although they didn't have much oil on them, if anything were to happen, he could still use the 3 of them to protect him. Yi Xian led the 3 away. This time, Yi Xian did not have a specific goal in mind. He only wanted to leave Silverwing City and find a place to refine his dragon fate before undergoing his tribulation. However, what he did not expect was that at dusk, suddenly, a figure quickly approached him. So fast. Yi Xian was shocked. This speed was not slower than his. He immediately stopped and watched as the figure rapidly approached him. It's him. Yi Xian was surprised because the person who came was actually the human genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. How did he catch up with us? Yi Xian could not understand. There should be no problem with him. Then, the problem should lie with the 3 people who were under his control. He did not expect that he was the one who dug his own grave. "The city lord wants you to go back." After the young man in white approached, he directly said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at him and pondered. The young man in white was also a Third Tribulation Supreme. At the same time, he had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. He could be considered a genius. The person behind him should be the City Lord of Silverwing City. Therefore, Yi Xian could not guarantee that his Eye of Control would be effective on a person who was charmed. If it was not effective, then both sides would have to fight. "I am about to undergo my tribulation. I am looking for a quiet place to undergo my tribulation," Yi Xian replied. "The City Lord Mansion is a good place to undergo your tribulation," the young man replied. I am sorry. I have already come out. I will go back tomorrow, Yi Xian said. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to bring you back. The young man immediately took out a weapon. Let's fight. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Xian also took out his weapon. In the next moment, he directly used the young man's burning eyes on the young man. The young man's body trembled violently. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his heart. He knew that this must be Yi Xian's method. You are courting death. The young man endured the pain and attacked. Yi Xian also directly slashed with his sword. Annihilation slash. He copied this move from the young man. Previously, he could not use it because he was in the city. Now, he could use it to increase his proficiency. At the same time, Yi Xian also directly used the Eye of Control on the young man after slashing with his sword. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. As expected, it was not that easy to control a person who was charmed. After all, the young man was backed by the Silverwing City Governor. The Silverwing City Governor was at least a third Tribulation Supreme being. There were even rumors that he had broken through to the fourth Tribulation Supreme being level. If Yi Xian wanted to control a person who was charmed by the Silverwing City Governor, he would need to increase his cultivation base to the third Tribulation Supreme being level. Boom! When the two sword chi collided, the young man's attack was slightly stronger. However, Yi Xian had expected this and dodged it. Ding! Annihilation slash proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 20%. Ding! Annihilation slash proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 30%. Ding! Annihilation slash proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 40%. The system notification kept ringing in Yi Xian's mind. After a few rounds, his proficiency had increased to 70%. Not only that, but his exquisite steps had also increased to 60%. All of you, attack him together. Yi Xian ordered the three of them in his mind. Immediately, the other three launched their attacks at the young man. Although the young man had killed a third Tribulation Supreme being expert in an instant, his soul was constantly being burned by Yi Xian's burning eyes. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His combat strength had decreased by at least 20%. The other three were also third Tribulation Supreme beings. Therefore, their attacks were still able to threaten the young man. Not only that, but Yi Xian's strength was still increasing. Although the young man was charmed, he could still think. However, there were a few things that he did not understand. First, these three were the consecrators of the city governor's mansion. Why would they help Yi Xian? Yi Xian was just a human. He was not from the Fox Charm clan. Second, why did Yi Xian know his annihilation slash? You better retreat quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Xian shouted coldly. Don't even think about it. Chapter 845. It was undeniable that this young man had a strong willpower. The other three had been struck by the burning eye and were in so much pain that they couldn't even fight back. However, this young man could withstand the attacks of the other four and retaliate. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian had shown mercy. Since that's the case, don't blame me for this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he slashed out with his sword. The annihilation slash, which had been raised to 80%, pierced through the air. At the same time, Yi Xian used his sky eye again. The Eye of Illusion. After being burned by the burning eye 3 times, the young man's willpower was already very weak. The Eye of Illusion immediately caused him to fall into an illusion. Boom! Before the illusion could be broken, the young man was struck by the annihilation slash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What a strong sovereign golden body. I'm afraid it's comparable to a third stage sovereign. Yi Xian couldn't help but be impressed. However, the burning eye was impossible to guard against. The young man couldn't resist at all. Although he could close his eyes, how could he fight with his eyes closed? At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the young lady from the Fox clan, Luo Luo. She could actually see through the illusion that Yi Xian had cast with his eyes. It was really too strange. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to use the Eye of Control to control Luo Luo. However, He couldn't guarantee that he would succeed in one try. If he failed and Luo Luo cried out in alarm, he wouldn't be able to leave the City Lord's mansion alive. After the young man was sent flying by the Annihilation Slash, he decided to turn around and retreat. After all, Yi Xian could control the other three to attack him, but he didn't dare to kill Yi Xian and the other three. Hence, he could only retreat. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Yi Xian used the Eye of Illusion again the moment the young man turned around. The young man fell into an illusion. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off the young man's interspatial ring. However, to Yi Xian's regret, the young man's interspatial ring only contained healing pills and nothing else. Forget it. I'll give the Silverwing City Master some face and spare your life. Yi Xian snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The other three stayed behind and waited for him to leave before releasing the restraints on them. Yi Xian was very disappointed that the young man could not be controlled, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the one who charmed the young man could be a fourth tribulation supreme, and he had not even passed the third tribulation. The young man woke up. After being hit by the burning eye 4 times in a row, his willpower was very weak. It took him a few seconds to break through the Eye of Illusion. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already disappeared without a trace. This time, Yi Xian had let him go, which was a small breakthrough for him. However, he had already taken the Silverwing City Lord's possession. If he were to kill him, it would be heartless of him. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill everyone. Although the young man did not chase after him, Yi Xian still traveled for half an hour before he stopped and landed in a mountain range to rest. Those 3 people must have a tracking mark on them. That's why the young man could catch up with me so quickly. Now that I'm alone, he won't be able to find me. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, the sky was already dark. Even if the Silverwing City Lord were to make a move personally, he would not be able to find him. He was going to marry Luo Luo tomorrow. If he did not leave today, he would not have another chance. He reckoned that the Silverwing City Lord should be furious now. His daughter was getting married, but the man ran away from the wedding. This was a huge slap to his face. Forget it. Let's start refining the dragon luck. Yi Xian did not care too much. He swallowed an elixir and started refining the dragon luck. The devouring system was indeed good, but he still had to refine the dragon luck himself. Fortunately, he had an elixir that could speed up the refining process. Otherwise, it would take him more than a month to refine the dragon luck. This time, Yi Xian spent a full day refining the dragon luck he obtained from the interspatial rings of the 3 city lords. A day has passed. The Silverwing City Lord should be looking for me. Fortunately, I did not report the desolate mighty tribe. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Yi Xian thought to himself. He had already released the 3 guardians of the City Lord Mansion and returned their freedom. However, the third tribulation supremacy of the demonic snake clan was still in the City Lord Mansion. With the Eye of Control, he could give orders to the Supreme of the demonic snake clan. However, the Supreme of the demonic snake clan could not talk to him. This was a small disadvantage. It would be better if they could communicate directly. Forget it. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and found that the success rate of the tribulation transcendence had reached 100%. He immediately started the tribulation transcendence. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth began to condense rapidly. Yi Xian sat quietly on the ground. The third tribulation supreme had a total of 3 lightning bolts. The power was much stronger than the second tribulation supreme. However, Yi Xian had a 100% chance of breaking through, so he was not afraid at all. Boom! The first lightning bolt condensed in the sky and struck Yi Xian on the forehead. Although it was painful, Yi Xian could feel that his body was changing. It was a good feeling. The second lightning bolt was still condensing. However, at this moment, hiss! Suddenly, Yi Xian heard the rustling of grass in the wind. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly sensed it. He found that a figure had stepped into his sensing range and was running toward him at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, there's someone. His expression changed and he hurriedly got up from the ground. Fortunately, his success rate was 100%. Even if he fought during the tribulation transcendence, it would not be a problem. At this moment, he found that the figure was a little petite and had a long tail. It was a member of the demonic fox clan. Luo. Yi Xian reacted. As expected, when the second lightning bolt was about to strike, a petite figure walked out of the forest. The bright moonlight shone on her face. It was undoubtedly Luo. You can't escape. Luo looked at Yi Xian with a relaxed expression. Boom. At this moment, the sovereign tribulation lightning struck. Yi Xian frowned. The sovereign tribulation lightning was not a threat to him at all. However, he did not understand how Luo could find him. How did you find me? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Because I left a mark on your body. Luo answered without thinking. Mark? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and began to recall. He remembered that Luo had patted his shoulder once. He immediately flipped open his clothes and found that there was a cute claw mark on his shoulder. The devouring system did not notify me. Yi Xian was shocked. This Luo was really not simple. You should go through the tribulation transcendence first. If you get distracted during the tribulation transcendence, be careful not to die. Luo suddenly giggled. Yi Xian looked at her with a fearful expression. Boom. The third sovereign tribulation lightning struck Yi Xian's head. Chapter 846. Ding. Ascension successful. Beginning reconstruction of the sovereign golden body, the system prompted. However, at this moment, Yi Xian saw Luo's eyes turn pink. Charm. Good girl, you actually chose to charm me when I'm reconstructing the sovereign golden body. You've got a good plan, Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Unfortunately, the bewitching failed. Failed? How is this possible? Luo exclaimed. She didn't believe it and tried to charm Yi Xian again. It failed again. It's useless. I'm immune to charm. Yi Xian shook his head. He didn't dare to make a move in the Castellan manner. However, now that they were in the middle of nowhere, why wouldn't he make a move? However, just as he was about to control Luo suddenly closed her eyes and said in a low voice, charm failed. Try this, master and servant blood contract. In the next moment, a scarlet array appeared under Luo's feet. At the same time, the small claw mark on Yi Xian's shoulder started to glow. Master and servant blood contract. Yi Xian was shocked. He had used this thing before to subdue Wei Zhentian. However, this time, it was being used by someone else. However, even charm didn't work on him. How could this master and servant blood contract work? Yi Xian felt a sudden surge of energy in his mind. It wanted to control his brain but was blocked by the devouring system. Ding. Master and servant blood contract signing failed. The other party has suffered a backlash. Do you want to reverse the signing? After hearing the system prompt, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Just as he had expected, the signing of the master-servant contract failed. However, what did reverse the signing mean? Did it mean that he was the master and Luo was the servant? Yes. Yi Xian tried to answer. Then, he saw Luo's expression change. She exclaimed, no. However, this wasn't up to her. Ding. Master and servant blood contract signing successful. The system prompt said. Then, Yi Xian saw Luo's name in the object of desire column. What the F***CK, how did it become a sex object? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that this master-servant contract had the same effect as the Eye of Control, but he didn't expect it to be an item. The young ladies of the Fox Charm clan had become sex objects. Woo, why is there a backlash? This is impossible. Luo immediately began to cry. Large and small pearls fell to the ground. She was extremely sad. Originally, she had wanted to become Yi Xian's master, but unexpectedly, the master-servant blood contract had backfired and she had become the servant instead. Little girl, you're playing with fire now. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this master-servant blood contract did not take up the control quota of the Eye of Control. As long as he wanted to, he could break the contract and return Luo to freedom. However, in the next moment, he completely dispelled this thought. No, He completely obliterated this thought. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement paths have been upgraded. This time, the system notification caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. The beast god bloodline had mutated. What was going on? He quickly glanced at it and realized that all the advancement paths of the beast god bloodline had been upgraded. Originally, when the dexterity advancement path was upgraded to 5, it could increase movement speed by 50%, but now it was upgraded to 6. Her strength had also increased to 2, her growth speed had also increased to 2, and all her attributes had also increased to 2. The beast god bloodline had a total of 8 advancement paths, but now, all of them had been upgraded. This made Yi Xian very confused. This little girl probably has some kind of powerful bloodline in her body. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian came to this conclusion. The little girl in front of him was still crying. Yi Xian looked at her and said, "Come here." Although she didn't want to obey, the contract mark in her mind made it impossible for Luo Luo to resist. She could only walk and cry. She was very sad. Woo woo, Luo Luo's 2 ears, which were originally perked up, were covered by her beautiful hair because of her sadness. Her fluffy tail also naturally drooped, and she looked listless. As she cried, she walked in front of Yi Xian. "Woo woo, don't be rash, don't cry, I didn't do anything to you," Yi Xian said with a headache. Such a cute little girl crying in front of him, his heart softened. "What do you want to do?" Luo Luo raised her small face and looked at Yi Xian. "Ask a few questions." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "How did you find out that my eyes can cast illusions?" "Feeling." Luo Luo answered directly. Now that Yi Xian was Luo Luo's master, the latter couldn't lie, so Yi Xian believed her. "Your master-servant blood contract is no ordinary master-servant contract. Where did it come from?" Yi Xian asked again. He remembered that when he had subdued Wei Zhentian, he had only used an ordinary master-servant contract. This time, Luo Luo used a master-servant blood contract. "I don't know, I was born with it." Luo Luo shook her head. "Born with it? Is it the same as charm?" Yi Xian frowned. Luo Luo still shook her head and said, "No, as long as you're from the Fox Charm clan, you can charm. But only I know how to form a master-servant blood contract. I learned it after I passed the 3rd Supreme Tribulation." "You learned it after passing the tribulation, could it be?" Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened and said, "Could it be inherited memory?" "Yes." Luo Luo nodded obediently. This shocked Yi Xian. The ancestors of those who had inherited memory were not ordinary experts. Such experts would imprint their knowledge in their bloodline, then their descendants would also know it and it wouldn't be lost. Of course, not all descendants would have inherited memory. "You actually have inherited memory, does your father know?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes." Luo Luo nodded. "I remember that the Fox Charm clan is divided into many different clans. Which one are you?" Yi Xian asked. Apart from the general clans of the Beast Charm clan, there were also different clans, such as the Ice Fox, the Flaming Sun Fox, the Heart-Seducing Fox, and so on. "I don't know either." Luo Luo wiped her tears and shook her head. "All right." Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions, but he understood that the person who inherited the memory in Luo Luo's body must be very strong, perhaps even stronger than a supreme. At this time, Luo Luo raised her tear-stained face and said pitifully, "Can you let me go?" "How can I do that? If you didn't suffer a backlash this time, would you let me go?" Yi Xian asked. "Oh, if my father finds out, you'll die a horrible death." Luo Luo actually started to threaten Yi Xian. How would he know? Yi Xian suddenly smiled wretchedly. With a thought, Luo Luo disappeared into thin air in front of him. "Ah, what did you do? Where is this?" Chapter 847. "Ah, what did you do? Where is this?" Needless to say, Yi Xian had recalled Luo Luo back to the physical space and then released her. Now that Luo Luo was his physical space, it was much more convenient than the Eye of Control. "What did you do?" Luo Luo's eyes widened. She wondered if she had been hit by an illusion and ran into a foreign space. "Nothing." "Now that you are my servant, how should you address me?" Yi Xian asked wretchedly. Luo was about to speak when the mark in her head suddenly stirred. She could only obediently call out, Mars. Master. A normal master and servant contract could make a servant obedient, let alone a master and servant blood contract. Very good, but don't call me master. Call me young master, Yi Xian said with a smile. Young master. Luo cried, then said, Young master, can you let me go? Speaking of which, we were going to get married today. Aren't you my servant? Yi Xian said, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. Or are you saying that you want to seduce me on our wedding night? Luo hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. As expected. Yi Xian snorted. Just now, he had accidentally signed a master and servant blood contract, which caused his beast god bloodline to mutate. However, if Luo was still free, Yi Xian didn't know if his beast god bloodline would degenerate. It's impossible for me to let you go. Just accept your fate. Yi Xian sized Luo up and said, acknowledging me as your master is not without benefits. Your current strength should have increased by 20%, right? When she heard the first sentence, Luo was prepared to cry again, but when she heard the second sentence, she was surprised. Strength increased by 20%. Why? She carefully felt her sovereign golden body's strength and felt that it had increased by a lot. She clawed forward, and a claw shadow tore through space. Its power had inexplicably increased by 20%. How can this be? Luo stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes. Not only did your strength increase by 20%, your cultivation speed will also increase by 20%. There are many benefits to acknowledging me as your master, Yi Xian said again. Luo's change was naturally due to the beast god bloodline. Due to the mutation of the beast god bloodline, all advancement paths increase. To say, the growth speed and all attributes of the beast god bloodline increase, which was 20% to say, a 20% increase. You, young master, how did you do it? Luo was astonished. She had never heard of anyone being able to increase their strength after signing a contract. Luo to say, Luo. He would definitely not let Luo go. Although it was a little heartless, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he wasn't strong enough and didn't have the devouring system, he would have been controlled by Luo, just like the human youth who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. To say, sure. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. He was now Luo's master. With a thought, he could trigger the blood contract between them and kill her. Hence, Luo's father dared not attack him. However, before returning to Silverwing City, Yi Xian had one more thing to do. Oh! Young master, what are you looking at? Luo suddenly took a step back, hostility filling her eyes. Don't think too much. I am your master now. Your things are mine. Give me the universe ring, Yi Xian commanded. Luo breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yi Xian only wanted the universe ring. She was afraid that Yi Xian would suddenly become greedy and do something dirty to a 14-year-old girl like her. Here. Luo removed the universe ring from her finger and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the universe ring and gave it a look. Although there were many items inside, they were not enough for him to break through to middle stage third stage supremacy. Young master, if you take everything away, what am I supposed to use? Luo said with some dissatisfaction. Hey, your things are mine. Don't be so calculative. These blood potions are for you. Their healing effects are much better than your recovery medicine. Yi Xian stuffed a lot of blood potions into the universe ring. Black-hearted, stingy, Luo muttered in her heart. What did you say? Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. You can actually hear me? Luo was startled. Nonsense. If you dare to curse me behind my back again, you won't have any cultivation resources left, Yi Xian said coldly. Then why are you keeping me? Let me go. I'll ask Daddy to exchange for some heavenly treasures. Luo blinked her pitiful eyes and said. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Are you willing to part with the 20% increase in strength? Oh. Luo fell silent again and asked, how did you do it? You don't need to know. In any case, Your strength will permanently increase by 20%. If you really want to leave, that's fine. I'll let you go after I'm done using you. Yi Xian said indifferently. What do you mean you'll let me go after you're done using me? So annoying. Luo was very dissatisfied with the word used. She pouted playfully and walked out. I'm going back to Silverwing City to inform my father. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and followed Luo's footsteps. The two of them returned to Silverwing City together. Yi Xian had already broken through to the third Tribulation Supreme Realm. After the increase in agility, his speed could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. However, Luo's speed wasn't any slower than his. Luo had inherited her memories. She couldn't pass on the knowledge in her memories to others. It could be said that she was born with it. Moreover, every time she broke through, she would be proficient in the things she learned. For example, when she learned a martial art, she would reach a proficiency level of 100%. It should be the martial art that her ancestors learned. Therefore, Yi Xian was guessing what kind of bloodline Luo had in her body. It was actually so terrifying. The two of them rushed back at full speed. In less than 2 hours, they returned to Silverwing City. When the general guarding the city saw Yi Xian return, he hurriedly shouted, "Men, capture him." Yi Xian's escape from the marriage was known by the whole city. He was wanted long ago. Stop! Luo hurriedly shouted. Young City Lord, the third Tribulation Supreme Realm General looked at Luo. He has been charmed by me. You guys can go do your own thing. Luo hurriedly explained. The master-servant blood contract was different from the Eye of Control. Previously, Yi Xian could only control the people he controlled. He couldn't talk to the other people he controlled. But now, he could talk to Luo in her mind. It was very convenient. Yes. Chapter 848. However, in the next moment, the general discovered something. He felt that Yi Xian was not bewitched. Instead, he was in his normal state. All right, I said that he was bewitched. You don't have to worry too much about it, Luo hurriedly explained when she noticed this. This time, the general could only nod and allow Yi Xian and Luo to leave. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, Yi Xian could not help but ask in his mind, I am currently lacking in heavenly and earthly treasures. Are you going to ask your father for some later? Why are you like this? You have already captured me. Are you still trying to trick my father? Luo said in dissatisfaction. How can you say that? If my strength increases, I will be able to protect you better, Yi Xian said shamelessly. No. Luo's attitude was firm. Yi Xian did not say anything else. This time, returning together with Luo was extremely risky. After all, the other party was a super expert. From Luo, he learned that the Silverwing City Lord had already passed the fourth Tribulation Supremacy. Therefore, the Silverwing City Lord was a fourth Tribulation Supremacy and was extremely powerful. If they were not careful, they might be captured and beaten up. Of course, if the other party was concerned about Luo's safety, he would not act rashly. I'll explain later. Young master, don't say anything. When they were about to arrive at the city lord's mansion, Luo hurriedly said. Got it. Yi Xian nodded. He felt helpless. Since entering the city, he felt like he had become a servant. Under Luo's lead, Yi Xian followed her into the city lord's mansion. With Luo leading the way, the Silverwing City Lord would have no choice but to compromise. However, to their surprise, the Silverwing City Lord was currently receiving an important guest and they were stopped by someone. Who is father seeing? Luo could not help but ask. The person who stopped them was the human genius who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent that Yi Xian had defeated. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, an expert from the Imperial family. Imperial family? We're in a remote area, so the people of the royal family usually don't move around here. Luo was a little surprised, but she didn't rush in. Instead, she waited quietly. The room where they were talking had a soundproof array formation. Even Yi Xian, who had the eye of perception, could not hear the voices inside. He could only sense two powerful auras. The aura of that expert from the Fox Charm Imperial family isn't any weaker than your father's. I'm afraid he's also a fourth tribulation supreme, said Yi Xian in his mind. I feel like she's here to borrow someone. Luoluo replied. Your hunches have always been accurate. Yi Xian continued to ask. Of course. Luoluo suddenly raised her head and puffed out her chest, looking very proud of herself. The young man at the side couldn't understand. The two clearly didn't talk, so why did they have such strange expressions? Could it be that they were using their eyes to communicate? Yi Xian and Luoluo waited outside for a while. Then, the door opened and a woman from the Fox tribe walked out. What a powerful aura! Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The woman from the Fox tribe was in her 30s. After she came out, she glanced at Yi Xian and Luoluo before she left. Then, the Silver Wing City Governor walked out of the room. When the Silver Wing City Governor saw Yi Xian, he immediately flew into a rage. He wanted to rush over and slap Yi Xian to death. Luoluo, you're back. You bastard, how dare you come back? This time, he had lost a lot of face. Father, wait. Luoluo hastily went over and grabbed the Silver Wing City Governor's arm. Then, she whispered a few words to him. Why are you speaking up for him? The Silver Wing City Governor was puzzled. Luoluo paused for a moment and secretly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't want to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and said, Senior, Luoluo is under my control now. What? When the Silver Wing City Governor heard this, he almost rushed over and killed Yi Xian. However, he suddenly remembered that there were many ways to control someone. For example, the Fox tribe's charm could only control someone. However, there were other methods that could kill the person being controlled. City Governor, you're a smart person. Luoluo tried to control me with the master and servant blood contract. However, she was unexpectedly counterattacked. Now, I can kill her with just a thought, Yi Xian threatened. You, the Silver Wing City Governor gritted his teeth in anger. He quickly asked in a low voice. However, to his surprise, Luoluo nodded. This meant that Yi Xian had really controlled Luoluo. You were supposed to marry Luoluo. Why did you run away from the marriage? The Silver Wing City Governor asked angrily. I never had the intention of marrying Luoluo. I only agreed to it to buy time, Yi Xian replied. Fine. Let go of Luoluo and I'll let you go. After the Silver Wing City Governor finished speaking, he added, I can give you whatever you want. No need. I only want her. Yi Xian shook his head and refused. You're courting death. The Silver Wing City Governor's hatred for Yi Xian soared once again. However, he did not dare to make a move. If he were to make a move, Yi Xian might not be able to withstand a single move from him. However, Yi Xian was completely capable of controlling Luoluo's life before he died. Father, listen to me, Luoluo hurriedly interrupted. These two people, one was her father, and the other was her master. It wouldn't be good for them to fight to the death. After hearing Luoluo's explanation, the Silver Wing City Governor was slightly moved. He muttered, Your strength increased by 20%. Moreover, your cultivation speed increased by 20%. This is true. Luoluo nodded. Although the increase in strength by 20% was pretty good, the Silver Wing City Governor could not accept the fact that his daughter was controlled by a human. City Governor, I will not release her. I only returned to Silver Wing City today so that Luoluo could say goodbye to you. Otherwise, I would have left with her, Yi Xian said. If you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely list you as a wanted criminal, the Silver Wing City Governor said through gritted teeth. In his eyes, Yi Xian was a human. Moreover, he did not know where this human came from. If he allowed Luoluo to follow Yi Xian might use Luoluo as a shield if he were to encounter any danger in the future. Don't worry. Even if I die, nothing will happen to her, Yi Xian replied solemnly. On the way back, he had tried to get Luoluo to enter the dimensional space and let his doppelganger summon her. In the end, it was a success. This meant that Luoluo could cross space and return to the Eastern continent. However, the Eastern continent had been completely sealed off by old immortal Tianju. With the strength of Yi Xian's doppelganger, it was more than enough to guard the eastern continent. "Father, this is true," Luo replied softly. "You are now under his control. I can't believe everything you say." The Silver Wing City Governor glanced at Yi Xian. "City Governor, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, I will not release her," Yi Xian said indifferently. The Silver Wing City Governor was fuming with anger. If he could attack, he would definitely strangle Yi Xian to death with his tail. "Luo, come in with me." The Silver Wing City Governor suddenly pulled Luo through the door. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed. Chapter 849. Seeing that Yi Xian had followed him in, the Silverwing City Master was just about to fly into a rage. However, he recalled that Luo was already under Yi Xian's control. Luo would tell Yi Xian everything that he said. After entering the house, the Silverwing City Master ignored Yi Xian and took out a tuft of golden fur from his cosmos ring. "Father, what is this?" Luo asked in astonishment. "This is something that your mother gave birth to you when she gave birth to you," the Silverwing City Master explained. "Mother? But we are all white foxes. Why would we have golden fur?" Luo blinked her large eyes with a confused expression. "I am not very sure either. However, this is the truth. This tuft of golden fur contains an enormous amount of energy. Hide it in your tail. You must not lose it." The Silverwing City Master buried the golden fur in Luo's tail. Luo's tail was furry and could be hidden. However, Yi Xian, who was at the side, was shocked. This tuft of golden fur, Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to lock onto the tuft of golden fur. Just as the Silverwing City Master said, this tuft of golden fur contained an enormous amount of energy. It was so powerful that even Yi Xian's heart trembled with fear. At that time, if he did not use his Eye of Revelation, he would not have such a feeling. This must be related to Luo's mysterious bloodline, Yi Xian guessed in his heart. After hiding the golden fur, the Silverwing City Master looked at Yi Xian again and said, "You and Luo will stay in the City Lord's mansion. I will be in charge of your cultivation resources. You do not need to go out to train." Yi Xian was slightly helpless. What a joke. The Silverwing City Master's cultivation resources might be sufficient for ordinary people. However, to him, it was akin to a drop of water in the ocean. "Luo can stay in the City Lord's mansion for now. However, you will not be able to restrict my freedom," Yi Xian said indifferently. "Up to you." The Silverwing City Master snorted coldly. He was only concerned about Luo. It was best that Yi Xian left on his own. As long as Yi Xian accidentally died, Luo would be free. At this moment, Luo suddenly asked, "Father, was that person from the imperial family? What are they doing here?" Now that Yi Xian was no longer a taboo topic, Silverwing City's City Lord said, "I'm here to borrow some manpower." Just now, that person discovered a secret land within Silverwing City's territory. Since the journey to the imperial capital is quite far, he came to Silverwing City to borrow some manpower. Secret realm? Isn't that person just now a fourth tribulation supreme being? Why does he still need manpower? Luo was very puzzled. She isn't the only one who discovered this secret land. There are experts from other races, such as the demonic snake clan, the tiger clan, the mammoth clan, and humans. Moreover, the entrance to this secret land has yet to stabilize. "So, we can't enter it for the time being," Silverwing City Lord explained. "If that's the case, I'll go too." Luo suddenly jumped up in excitement. "Are you the one who wants to go, or is he?" The Silverwing City Lord suddenly shot a glance at Yi Xian. I want to." Luo paused for a moment before replying. "No." The Silverwing City Lord rejected her directly. "He can go, but you can't." "Why?" Luo asked in dissatisfaction. "In any case, you can't go." The Silverwing City Lord's attitude was firm. At this time, Yi Xian also spoke. "Then, you can stay in the City Lord mansion. I'll go alone." Although having Luo with him would increase his chances of survival, the secret land might be dangerous. It would be more convenient for Yi Xian to go alone. The Silverwing City Lord agreed to lend him manpower. There were a total of 10 people, and almost all of them were middle-stage Third Tribulation venerables. The human youth who comprehended 30% of the sword intent was also among them. There was even a peak Third Tribulation venerable expert. However, Yi Xian wasn't among the 10 people because he wanted to go alone. The departure time was the next day. Soon, the next day arrived. The Fourth Tribulation venerable from the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's imperial family was already waiting outside the City Lord mansion. Then, the Silverwing City Lord came out with 10 experts from the City Lord mansion. At the same time, Yi Xian was also with him. "Why are there only 11 people?" the Fox Clan woman asked in surprise. "He doesn't count. He wants to go alone." The Silverwing City Lord pointed at Yi Xian and said, "Oh." The Fox Clan woman didn't think too much about it and left with the group. Yi Xian hastily followed after them. He was worried about not having a place to gain experience. The Secret Land was a good place. Firstly, there would be fortuitous encounters in the Secret Land. Secondly, there would be experts from other races. Looking at the Fox Clan woman leaving with the group, Luo Luo, who was standing beside the Silverwing City Lord, shouted in dissatisfaction, "Father, let me go." "No, you will follow me today. You will follow me wherever I go." The Silverwing City Lord naturally wouldn't agree. After all, he didn't know Yi Xian. What if Yi Xian used Luo Luo as a shield when he encountered danger? "Oh, okay then," Luo Luo said listlessly. When the Silverwing City Lord saw that Yi Xian didn't force Luo Luo to leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. His mission today was to keep an eye on Luo Luo. Previously, when Luo Luo escaped from the City Lord mansion and went to look for Yi Xian ended up breaking the contract. This time, he couldn't lower his guard. However, half a day after the Fox Clan woman left with the group, in the Silverwing City Lord mansion, the Silverwing City Lord looked at his daughter who hadn't uttered a word for a long time and asked, "Luo Luo, are you still angry with me?" However, Luo Luo, who was sitting beside him, was still silent. "Don't blame me. I only have one daughter. Furthermore, your mother passed away early." The Silverwing City Lord sighed. As usual, every time he mentioned Luo Luo's mother, Luo Luo would be moved. However, this time, Luo Luo was indifferent. "Luo Luo?" The Silverwing City Lord frowned and called out. He leaned over and in the next moment, his expression changed greatly. Bang! Luo Luo, who was sitting there seriously, suddenly exploded. It turned out that it was a fake body. D*MN. He actually has a new method. That bastard, the Silverwing City Lord hurriedly chased after her. He believed that Yi Xian must have abducted Luo Luo. At this moment, in a place that was half a day's journey away from Silverwing City. Although Yi Xian didn't leave with the Fox Clan woman, he followed behind her. After all, he didn't know where the Mystic Realm was. However, at this moment, "Young master, wait for me." Suddenly, a silvery voice rang in his mind. Yi Xian's body trembled. This voice belonged to Luo Luo. There was a magical relationship between the owner and the object. As long as the owner was within a certain range, the owner could directly store the object into the storage space. At this moment, Luo Luo happened to step into this range. Immediately, Yi Xian stored her into the storage space and released her. "Why are you here? Did your father agree?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "No, I sneaked out." Luo Luo shook her head. "If your father finds out that I sneaked out, won't he beat me to death?" Chapter 850. My father is too strict. I'm already a Third Tribulation supremacy, and my strength isn't any weaker than Hu Wen's. Why can't I go? Luo Luo pouted, looking very dissatisfied. The Hu Wen she was talking about was the young man who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. He was also in the group in front of them. Forget it. Since you're already here, you can go in and hide. Yi Xian directly let Luo Luo enter the storage space. Hu Wen and the fox woman hadn't noticed it yet. "Young master, if there's a battle, remember to let me out." Luo Luo's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Got it," Yi Xian replied. Right at this moment, the group in front of them suddenly stopped, and so did Yi Xian. He could feel another powerful group approaching. Hu Jie, is this your group? It's a little weak. A deep voice resounded. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and saw that the speaker was a 4-meter-tall supremacy from the giant elephant clan. There were 6 or 7 people behind him, and they weren't weak. The weakest among them was a mid-stage 3rd Tribulation supremacy, and the strongest was a peak 3rd Tribulation supremacy. Elephant Yuan, my Fox Charm Holy Dynasty and your Giant Elephant Holy Dynasty have never interfered with each other. What are you trying to do? The fox woman shouted coldly. Nothing. Although this secret realm is in your Fox Charm Holy Dynasty's territory, we discovered it together. Naturally, I have the qualifications to enter. I came here this time to talk to you. The supremacy from the Giant Elephant clan said. If you're here to talk about cooperation, then forget it. Hu Jie directly replied. Alright, since that's the case, then forget it. Fortuitous encounters in the secret realm will depend on one's own ability. The supremacy from the Giant Elephant clan didn't waste any time and directly flew into the sky. At this time, everyone realized that the secret realm was above them. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm had appeared, and it was relatively stable. They could enter. Let's go in too, Hu Jie said as she led her 10 subordinates into the mystic realm. At this time, only Yi Xian was left outside. Young master, let's go in quickly. I haven't been to the secret realm yet. Luo urged. Yes. Yi Xian also rushed in. There were big and small secret realms. Small secret realms were like the general's tomb, and ordinary supreme being experts could open them up. As for the bigger secret realms, they would need to be very strong. If the bigger secret realms were to become unstable, then the entrance could disappear, and those who entered would have to stay inside for the rest of their lives, unless the secret realm entrance appeared again. Yi Xian stepped into this secret realm and landed on a grassland. Young master, let me out. Luo shouted. At this time, the 2 teams had already left, so Yi Xian released Luo. This aura seems to belong to an elite of my Fox Charm clan. Perhaps it is the inheritance left behind by some senior. After Luo appeared, she stood on her tiptoes and took a deep breath. Nonsense. Could it be from the Giant Elephant clan? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. How annoying. Who said that the secret realm of the Fox Charm dynasty must belong to my Fox Charm clan? The Fox Charm dynasty was only established 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, this was still the territory of the humans. Luo patted Yi Xian lightly. Now, she had already adapted to her identity. Yi Xian didn't use his identity as the master to force her to do anything, other than snatching some heaven and earth treasures. Since it was left behind by an elder of the Fox Charm clan, you should have an advantage over the other clans, right? Yi Xian asked. Not necessarily. The others shouldn't have much of an advantage, but my sensing ability is very strong. I can feel 4 powerful auras in these 4 directions. Luo suddenly pointed with her finger. Yi Xian looked and found that they were in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. 4 auras. Yi Xian murmured. Yi Xian muttered. Luo's senses seemed to be even stronger than his. Then, where do you think we should go first? Yi Xian asked again. At this time, Luo's sensing ability seemed to be more effective than his. The auras here are the weakest. Let's go there first. Luo pointed to the south. Okay, then let's go there. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he led Luo and ran toward the south. However, they didn't run for long before Luo stopped. This time, even Yi Xian sensed it. There are many powerful auras coming toward us. There are at least 100 of them, Luo suddenly said in surprise. I can feel it too. They don't seem to be living creatures. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurriedly put Luo into his storage space. Flying was still not allowed in this secret realm, so he could only temporarily avoid them. However, he found that the 100 auras were following him. Soon, he saw 100 white foxes. These foxes were extremely fast. They were probably comparable to 3rd Tribulation Supremes. Supreme Saint Beasts! Luo exclaimed. No, they're not. Yi Xian activated his eye of revelation and scanned them. He found that these white foxes weren't living creatures like supreme saint beasts, nor were they illusions. They were bodies of energy. With his eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see that they were waves of true energy. These waves of true energy were emitted by a single strand of white hair. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of a legendary figure, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had 72 transformations. He could transform into a monkey with a single strand of hair. These foxes were the same. Since you're just foxes condensed from true energy, why should I be afraid of you? Yi Xian drew his weapon and launched an attack in front of him. A 90% completed annihilation slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful attacks tore through the air and instantly killed the group of white foxes. However, due to their large numbers, Yi Xian was surrounded. "Young master, I want to fight too," Luo Luo shouted in the storage space. "All right." Earlier, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo for convenience. Now that he saw that it was just a group of true energy foxes, he was relieved. Luo Luo's strength was indeed comparable to Hu Wen's, who had comprehended 30% of sword intent. After Luo Luo appeared, her figure flashed rapidly. Like a bolt of lightning, she shuttled through the group of white foxes. Soul-rending claw. Luo Luo's hands were her weapons. Every time she attacked, several white foxes would be torn apart, leaving behind a strand of white hair. 35% of claw intent. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Luo Luo's strength to be so strong. That human youth called Hu Wen had only comprehended 30% of sword intent. However, Luo Luo's level was higher than his. After all, Yi Xian had only comprehended 25% of sword intent. If I don't use my Eye of Heaven, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat this girl. Yi Xian felt helpless. Chapter 851. Luo Luo, stop. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Luo Luo strangely stopped and looked at Yi Xian. "Hey, why aren't they moving?" Luo Luo also noticed this. Yi Xian used his eye of insight to scan the remaining dozens of white foxes and discovered that there was nothing strange about them. However, he discovered something glowing on Luo Luo's tail. "It's that tuft of golden tail fur." Yi Xian frowned. "Golden tail fur?" Luo Luo blinked and moved her white tail around to find the tuft of golden tail fur. Then, she put it into her universe ring. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, there was the sound of wind. The remaining dozens of white foxes that were condensed from true chi suddenly exploded and attacked the two of them. Seeing this, Luo Luo hurriedly took out the tuft of golden tail fur. Immediately, the foxes quietened down again. "It's because of this tuft of golden tail fur." Yi Xian widened his eyes and walked over. "What exactly is this tuft of golden tail fur? Why can it make them quiet down?" Luo Luo asked in confusion. "It must be related to your inherited memories. Perhaps this tuft of golden tail fur belongs to your ancestor." Yi Xian explained. "But I'm a white fox. The offspring of a white fox and a golden fox can only be a golden fox." Luo Luo frowned and hid the golden tail fur on her white tail again. Yi Xian didn't understand either. He could only say, "Let's not worry about this for now. Let's deal with these foxes first." Immediately, there was the sound of wind again. In less than 3 seconds, the remaining foxes were all beaten to a pulp. "Collect those white hairs. They might come in handy," Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. There were a total of 130 foxes in this group, so there were 130 tufts of white hair. A single tuft of white hair can turn into a white fox comparable to a third tribulation supreme. If other people encounter it, it might cause a lot of trouble, right? Luo Luo handed the tuft of white hair to Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. The female fox's team was fine because he was a fourth tribulation supreme. Moreover, his team wasn't weak. It was easy for him to destroy a group of more than 100 foxes. However, there were no requirements for entering the mystic realm. As long as someone discovered it, they could enter. Hence, those people were in trouble. "Young master, let's go. I feel that there's something good over there." Luo Luo grabbed Yi Xian's arm and urged him. This mystic realm was nothing to tea, but it was a treasure trove of foxes' tea. Immediately, they headed south again. Not long after, they encountered another group of white foxes. With that tuft of golden tail fur, Yi Xian and Luo Luo easily packed it up and collected over 100 white hairs. We'll be there soon. I wonder what that aura is. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then, they encountered another group of foxes. This time, there were a few mid-stage Third Tribulation Supreme foxes. However, the mid-stage Third Tribulation Supreme foxes couldn't move because of the tuft. Hence, they were torn to shreds by Luo Luo's claws. By now, Yi Xian had collected nearly 400 white hairs. Young master, the aura is very close, Luo Luo reminded. Yes, I can feel it. Yi Xian nodded. He had the eye of perception, so his perception was very strong. He could sense that the powerful aura was right in front of them. They approached cautiously. In the end, Yi Xian discovered that the aura was coming from a palace. There's a formation on the palace's door. Let's go and take a look. Yi Xian led Luo Luo cautiously toward the palace. The door couldn't be opened. It seemed that something was needed. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly discovered a small hole in the door. It was about the size of a soccer ball. Young master, do we have to put in the white hairs to open the door? Luo Luo asked. Yes. Yi Xian also thought the same. At that moment, he put in all 400 white hairs that he'd collected. Boom. The door suddenly made a sound, but didn't open. It seems that there's not enough white hairs to open it. Yi Xian immediately went out with Luo Luo to continue collecting white hairs. Soon, the number of white hairs reached 500. When Yi Xian placed the 500 strands of white fur into the door opened with a rumble. As expected, those white hairs are the key. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Young master, let's go in and take a look. Luo Luo couldn't wait any longer. She directly pulled Yi Xian in. Luo Luo had a strong intuition. After entering the palace, she was to lead the way for Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian discovered that his eye of revelation couldn't see through the walls. This palace was a huge maze. Fortunately, Luo Luo was here. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to search for a long time by himself. Which senior left behind this mystic realm? Luo Luo pondered as she walked forward. At that moment, a white fox suddenly blocked their path. With the golden tail hair, the white fox couldn't move. It's actually a white fox that's comparable to a level 3 supreme. Yi Xian was shocked. Fortunately, the white fox was stunned by the golden tail hair. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Luo Luo would have to team up. Bang! After defeating the white fox, Luo Luo continued to lead Yi Xian forward. After running for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a spacious area. At that moment, there was a figure in the middle of this spacious area. Be careful. Yi Xian hurriedly pulled Luo Luo back. This figure was actually a level 4 supreme from the Fox clan. However, this Fox clan man didn't have any organs in his body. He was just a human-shaped puppet. He had died long ago. When Luo Luo saw the puppet's attire, she was shocked and exclaimed, "Demon Fox Guard? You know them?" Yi Xian asked in shock. Luo Luo nodded and said, "The Demon Fox Guard was the Fox Queen's bodyguard several hundred years ago. There were 4 of them in total. The Fox Queen was the concubine of the Fox clan's emperor. However, she stole something from the Fox clan and was hunted down. So, this mystic realm belongs to the Fox Queen? What kind of inheritance did she steal?" Yi Xian asked again. "I'm not sure. Anyway, she was hunted down and then disappeared. It seems that she didn't find anything." Luo Luo shook her head. "So, there's a demon fox guard in the north, south, east, and west of the mystic realm?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was suddenly interested because the demon fox guard was a puppet. Perhaps his 10,000 divine thoughts technique could control it. Chapter 852. Peak Fourth Tribulation Supreme Being? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that the fox guard in front of him was only at the beginning of the Fourth Tribulation Supreme Being level. However, this could be due to the passage of hundreds of years. If that's the case, then the difficulty is high. I wonder if your golden tail hair will work, Yi Xian said softly. I'll let the puppet try. Yi Xian suddenly summoned a wolf fang mount and controlled it to enter. Yi Xian controlled the wolf fang mount to approach. It had already run to the foxguard side, but the foxguard did not react. Catcher. The wolf fang mount slashed the foxguard's body, but there was still no reaction. The foxguard was a human when he was alive. After his death, he was refined into a puppet. However, the sovereign golden body was not something the wolf fang mount could break through. It seems to be fine. The golden tail should be able to stop him, right? Luo prepared to step in. Yi Xian followed behind her. If there was a problem, he would immediately put Luo into the artifact space. The two of them walked in. They were different from the wolf fang mount. They were living beings. However, they were being paranoid. 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Yi Xian approached while keeping his guard up. When he was close enough, he used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique on the foxguard. Unexpectedly, he could not control it. Not only that, but even the eye of control was useless. As expected, I can't control that white hair in my body. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. After all, this was the combat power of a fourth tribulation supreme being. Young Master, the yin and yang ring. At this moment, Luo suddenly pointed at the foxguard's hand. There was a yin and yang ring there. In fact, Yi Xian had already discovered it. He guessed that the treasures of the southern palace were in this yin and yang ring. Yi Xian walked over and took off the ring. So many things. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were many things in this yin and yang ring, and most of them were heavenly treasures. Luo, take a look and see what you need. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly threw the yin and yang ring to Luo. Thank you, young master. Luo also smiled happily. She checked the contents of the yin and yang ring. Blood jade elixir. What is it? Yi Xian asked. Jade blood essence pill. It can increase one's cultivation and greatly enhance one's sovereign golden body. There are a total of 10 pills here. Luo took out a jade bottle. Is that so? Then let's split it evenly. What else do you want? Yi Xian said generously. Luo took. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luo directly took 7 of the precious jade blood essence pills and left. The jade blood essence pill is extremely effective for us beasts, but not for humans. Luo giggled and swallowed a jade blood essence pill. She continued, I'm about to break through. Young master, please protect me. Yi Xian paused. He stood beside Luo. At the same time, he devoured the rest of the items in the yin and yang ring. Ding. The host has broken through to the mid-stage of the third tribulation supreme master. The system notified. There were many items in the yin and yang ring. That was why Yi Xian generously gave them to Luo. Among them, the 3 jade blood jade elixir had undergone a special devouring. Although it improved his physique, it didn't improve as much as Luo said. It seemed that it was because he was a human and not a beast. Then, he looked at Luo. At this moment, Luo was refining the jade blood jade elixir. Although the jade blood jade elixir didn't improve Yi Xian, it was very effective for Luo. The strength and cultivation of the sovereign golden body are improving rapidly. But how can Luo refine it so quickly? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had the devouring system. That was why he could refine it quickly. However, other people couldn't be faster than him. In just a few seconds, 1 jade blood jade elixir was completely refined by Luo. Then, it was the second elixir. Yi Xian stood beside her quietly. When Luo refined the 6th elixir, her aura suddenly soared. I broke through. Luo shouted excitedly. Has your refining speed always been this fast? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Luo nodded. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's refine everything before we set off. Okay. Luo responded obediently. She estimated that it wouldn't take more than 2 minutes to refine all the items. Soon, Luo finished refining everything. Her combat strength had increased by at least 5 times compared to before. Her sovereign golden body was probably even stronger than a peak third tribulation supremacy. Okay, let's set off quickly. Don't let others take the items away. Yi Xian said with a smile when he saw that Luoluo had broken through. Okay. Luoluo replied. Ever since he signed the master and servant blood contract with Luoluo's growth speed had increased by 20%. In addition to the 20% increase in strength, Luoluo's strength had increased relatively quickly. If they really had to fight, Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Luoluo. His burning eyes might not have much effect on Luoluo. After all, Luoluo's bloodline was a little strange. After leaving the southern palace, Yi Xian asked Luoluo about it. Every palace had a different aura. It seemed that they were the demon fox guards. However, the items in each palace weren't necessarily the same. This time, they went to the Western Palace again. If they wanted to enter the Western Palace, they would need to gather 500 strands of white fur. Therefore, Yi Xian and Luoluo collected the white fur as they moved forward. When they arrived at the Western Palace, they immediately opened the palace door. Luoluo led the way and they quickly saw another demon fox guard. This tuft of golden tail fur is really powerful. Luoluo couldn't help but comment. If it wasn't for this tuft of golden tail fur, it would have been very difficult for them to obtain these items. There are 10 more jade blood essence pills. Young master, can you give them all to me? Luoluo suddenly revealed a sly smile. Okay, I'll give you all 10. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Thank you, young master. Luoluo giggled. Can you break through again after refining them? Yi Xian asked. No, the ones I refined just now are all piled up in my body. I still need some time to completely refine them. If I want to break through quickly, I'm afraid I'll need 10 more jade blood essence pills, Luoluo said as she swallowed a jade blood essence pill. 10 jade blood essence pills. Then, as long as she swept through a palace, she would be able to break through to peak supremacy level 3. Chapter 853. Soon, Luoluo finished refining all the items. She had already refined a portion of them, but most of them were still in her body. It would take some time. Come, let's go to the next palace. Yi Xian immediately led Luoluo to the northern palace. However, just as they were about to reach the northern palace, Yi Xian suddenly sensed another group of people. Their auras aren't strong. They don't seem to be fourth tribulation supremes. Yi Xian and Luoluo crouched not far away. Then what should we do? Luoluo looked at Yi Xian and asked for his opinion. What do you think? Yi Xian asked in return. Luoluo answered without thinking. My father taught me a sentence when I was young. Survival of the fittest. We can't show mercy to our competitors. Alright, since that's the case, let's attack. Yi Xian took out his weapon. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he and Luoluo worked together. It just so happened that he wanted to see Luoluo's true fighting strength. Kill! Yi Xian shouted. He and Luoluo charged out at the same time. Both of them were already third tribulation supremes. At the same time, they had extraordinary skills. It was easy for them to deal with a team that didn't even have a fourth tribulation supremacy. The team belonged to the Tiger tribe. The leaders were 2 third tribulation supremes at the peak and 6 third tribulation supremes at the same time. Yi Xian and Luoluo charged out at lightning speed. The group was still wandering around the palace entrance when Yi Xian and Luoluo launched a sneak attack. Annihilation / Soul-rending claw. 2 attacks pierced through the air and tore the 2 third-grade supreme being experts into pieces in an instant. By the time these people reacted, another 2 had fallen. 4 people died in the blink of an eye. The team's manpower was reduced by half. Charm. Burning eye. Eye of control. In the next moment, the last 2 third tribulation supremes were controlled. Not good. The remaining 2 third tribulation supremes looked at each other and hurriedly attacked. But at this moment, boom, boom. The 2 supreme beings of the ferocious tiger tribe suddenly attacked and sent one of them flying. However, because their attack power was insufficient, they didn't manage to break the other party's supreme being golden body. Humph. At this moment, Luo, who was beside him, suddenly snorted coldly. She was prepared to deal with a supreme martial artist level 3 peak, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Take these two, Yi Xian said in his mind. Luo immediately stopped and used her charm again. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. Yi Xian had tried and tested these two moves time and time again. Most people who were hit by the Burning Eye would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. It was as if their hearts were being bitten by tens of thousands of ants. Ding. Control successful. The system prompted. As for the other side, because Luo had yet to break through to Supremacy Level 3 peak, she had yet to successfully charm him. You want to seduce me? Impossible. The last Supreme Martial Artist Level 3 had been resisting all this while, but Luo's bewitching ability was also extremely strong. The other party could only resist and was unable to retaliate. A few seconds later. Phew, I finally succeeded. Luo heaved a sigh of relief in satisfaction and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Not bad. Yi Xian encouraged her. Young master, you're clearly not from the Fox Charm clan. How did you manage to control them so quickly? Is it also the ability of your eyes? Luo asked curiously. Yes, I have many abilities of my eyes. Yi Xian nodded. After all, Luo was his now, so there was no harm in knowing his secret. He walked over and collected everyone's yin and yang rings. Then, he poured the items into his devouring space and poured them into an yin and yang ring. Take whatever you need. Yi Xian threw the yin and yang ring to Luo. Some items were more effective for Luo, so he chose to prioritize upgrading Luo. It's too little. This yin and yang ring isn't worth 3 jade blood essence pills. Moreover, it's not good to refine too many miscellaneous items. I still want the jade blood essence pills. Luo threw the yin and yang ring to Yi Xian. Since Luo didn't want them, Yi Xian would devour all of them. The 4 of you, stand guard outside the door. Yi Xian said to the 4 supreme beings of the ferocious tiger tribe. Yes, master. The 4 of them replied respectfully. Among the 4 of them, 2 were level 3 supreme beings while the other 2 were level 3 supreme beings. At the same time, 2 of them were charmed by Luo while the other 2 were controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian used his white hair to open the door of the northern palace and rushed in. Under Luo's lead, Yi Xian quickly found the 3rd Fox Demon Guard. As expected, the 3rd Fox Demon Guard was suppressed and couldn't move. Yi Xian easily obtained the yin and yang ring. Young master, I only want the jade blood essence pills. Luo jumped to Yi Xian's side and stretched out her fair arms in front of Yi Xian, asking for the jade blood essence pills. Here. Yi Xian gave all the jade blood essence pills in the yin and yang ring to Luo. Then, Luo sat down and began to refine the jade blood essence pills. As for Yi Xian, he devoured the rest of the items. Another breakthrough. Luo's aura surged again and she jumped up excitedly. There is still a large amount of medicinal power in your body, right? If you completely refine it, can you reach the level 3 Tribulation Supreme Being? Yi Xian asked. Yes, but I'm afraid it will take 1 or 2 days to completely refine it. Luo nodded obediently. Then you can go through the tribulation in 1 or 2 days. Yi Xian also felt a little excited. He was more and more interested in the bloodline in Luo's body. Now that Luo had broken through to level 3 Supreme Being and had swallowed so many jade blood essence pills, her Supreme Being golden body was comparable to a level 4 Tribulation Supreme Being. It shouldn't be a problem for her to go through the level 4 Tribulation Supreme Being. She just needed time. However, Yi Xian still didn't have enough experience points. The 2 of us have swept through the 3 great palaces, but we haven't gone to the East Palace yet. It seems that the item that the Fox Princess Consort stole is in the East Palace, Yi Xian said. Young master, let's go quickly. The item that the royal family is after must be extraordinary. Luo was very excited. After all, she was also from the Fox Charm clan, so that item might be useful to her. Okay, Yi Xian nodded. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something. Oh no, The 4 people guarding the entrance have all been killed. Yi Xian's expression changed. He sensed that the 2 people under his control had died, so the 2 people under Luo Luo's charms probably couldn't have escaped death either. They're all dead. Ah, could it be that expert from the royal family? Luo Luo said in surprise. If it was that fox girl, Hu Jie, who killed him, then it would be like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. I'm not sure, let's go out and take a look. Chapter 854. This area belonged to the Silver Wing City. Other than the Silver Wing City Master, there were no other 4th Tribulation Supremes in this area. Therefore, he guessed that Hu Jie, the Giant Elephant Clan's Supreme Being, Xiong Yuan, or some other expert who had received news about the secret realm were the ones who had killed those 4 people. If it was before, Yi Xian would have avoided them. However, now that Luo Luo had broken through to the peak of 3rd Tribulation Supreme Being, they were not afraid at all. Besides, Hu Jie had borrowed the City Lord's men, so it was unlikely that she would attack Luo Luo. Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed the original path and left. After walking for a while, Yi Xian sensed 6 people. Human figures. Could they be from the demonic snake clan? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Compared to the giant elephant clan and the tiger clan, the demonic snake clan did not have many advantages other than being able to transform. They were similar to humans. Soon, Yi Xian encountered this group of people. As expected, they were from the demonic snake clan. Human. The leading 4th Tribulation Supreme Being narrowed his eyes. At this time, the 6 of them were in human form, but they could tell that Yi Xian was not from the demonic snake clan. A 4th Tribulation Supreme Being, 3 peak 3rd Tribulation Supreme Beings, and 2 middle 3rd Tribulation Supreme Beings. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He and Luo Luo could handle these people together. Kid, did you 2 just come out? The 4th Tribulation Supreme Being narrowed his eyes and said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. What's inside? The 4th Tribulation Supreme Being asked again. Yi Xian was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Luo Luo. She snorted and said, Young master, why are you talking so much to them? Just kill them. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. This girl made sense. Why was he wasting time talking to them? Go. After Yi Xian shouted, they attacked directly. This passage was only 10 meters wide, which was a huge advantage for them. Charm. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. In an instant, 2 peak 3rd Tribulation Supreme Beings from the demonic snake clan were controlled. Not good, restrain him, go. The 4th Tribulation Supreme Being turned his head to take a look. He discovered that a peak 3rd Tribulation Supreme Being from the demonic snake clan had turned pink. He had been charmed. However, unbeknownst to him, another person was already under Yi Xian's control. Young master, leave this 4th Tribulation Supreme to me. You take care of the rest. Luo Luo rushed forward. This girl, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, Luo Luo was stronger than him. This made him feel a little indignant. However, Yi Xian could easily deal with the remaining few people. Annihilation slash. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, causing the wind to howl. This time, his target was the peak 3rd Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist who had not been charmed or controlled. That Supreme Martial Artist level 3 peak happened to grab hold of the person who was charmed by Luo Luo and was unable to avoid this sword. However, at this moment, boom! Suddenly, someone on the side made a move. It was the one controlled by Yi Xian. He slapped his opponent's back and sent him flying. Tragically, the person who was sent flying directly collided with Yi Xian's attack. Swish! This person's sovereign golden body wasn't very strong, so his head flew off. In this battle, Yi Xian only controlled one person. After all, he couldn't be bothered to waste his eye power to control another person. Then, the remaining 2 peak 3rd Tribulation Supreme Beings quickly turned around and attacked the 2 middle 3rd Tribulation Supreme Beings. In the blink of an eye, they fell one after another. At this time, only the 4th Tribulation Supreme Being was left on the demonic snake clan's side. However, Yi Xian had gained a lot from the sword attack just now. Not only did his sword intent increase to 30%, but his proficiency in the Annihilation Slash also increased to 100%. His attack power had at least increased by several times. This was really a double blessing. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening sounds came from not far away. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that Luoluo was engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth Tribulation Supreme Being. Luoluo's strength is much stronger than mine. Her claw intent at 35% can definitely break my sovereign golden body, Yi Xian shuddered. He had just increased his sword intent to 30%, but Luoluo had already reached 35%. Her strength was much stronger than when he didn't use his Sky Eye. At this time, the fourth Tribulation Supreme Being of the demonic snake clan was already scared out of his wits. When he entered, there were 6 people, but in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Although 2 of them were still alive, they were controlled and didn't attack him. He was lucky. Let's go. The fourth Tribulation Supreme Being didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned to leave. You can't escape. Luoluo suddenly stood still. Then, one shadow after another rushed out of her body and attacked the fourth Tribulation Supremacy. Bitch, they're all fake. The fourth Tribulation Supreme Being snorted. He didn't feel any aura from Luoluo's clones, so they were only used to confuse him. He let the claws of the clones scratch his body. As expected, they didn't have any attack power. Is that so? At this time, a shadow suddenly materialized and swept a claw across his throat. Swish. The 35% claw intent directly cut open the fourth Tribulation Supreme Being's throat, and his head flew up. This fourth Tribulation Supreme would never have thought that he would actually die here. Plop. His head fell to the ground, and his body began to show its original form. Young master, I'm awesome, right? After killing her opponent, Luoluo put her hands behind her back and turned to look at Yi Xian with a smug look. Ahem, you killed him just like that. I still want to control him. Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, Luoluo's move was very sharp. Before the shadow materialized, even his eye of perception didn't notice anything wrong. At that time, Luoluo was still in a strange state, and only the eye of revelation could see Luoluo's real body. Luoluo had probably learned this move from her inherited memories. Okay, I forgot. Luoluo stuck out her tongue. She was too excited just now. After all, her opponent was in the same realm as the Silver Wing City Governor. However, he was killed by her. This meant that her strength was comparable to the Silver Wing City Governor's. Forget it. Yi Xian shrugged and kept the 6 interspatial rings. Then, he gave Luoluo the priority to choose. No, I want the Jade Blood Essence pill. Luoluo threw the interspatial rings to Yi Xian. In fact, there was nothing good in this mystery land. Other than the white foxes outside, there were only white foxes. However, the demonic snake supreme being was a fourth tribulation supreme being, and there were many treasures in the interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. You are now at the peak of the third tribulation supreme being. After being suppressed by Luoluo by 1 level, Yi Xian finally made a breakthrough. Now, he was at the same level as Luoluo, and at the same time, he was at the peak of the third tribulation supreme being. Chapter 855. Oh my, you've broken through again. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Luoluo hurried over and grabbed Yi Xian's arm. Now you know you have a bright future by following me. Come, let's go to the Eastern Palace. Yi Xian chuckled and killed the remaining 2 people. With his strength, he didn't need third tribulation supreme fighters. Now, the 2 of them had swept through the 3 palaces and obtained a large number of treasures. However, Yi Xian was puzzled. They hadn't met Hu Jie and Xiong Yuan before, nor had they met the geniuses of the human dynasty. Could it be that they were killing white foxes outside? Even if they were killing white foxes, they wouldn't be unable to gather 500 white hairs. After all, they had already swept through 3 palaces. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that Hu Jie might have gone straight to the Eastern Palace, where the fox princess consort might have stolen the treasures. Luoluo, be careful. The experts from the imperial family might already know that this is the fox princess consort's secret realm. Yi Xian reminded her. Okay. Luoluo nodded obediently. In fact, She was thinking the same thing. After a while, Yi Xian and Luo Luo arrived at the Eastern Palace. This palace was built in the east and was very grand. It was much bigger than the other 3 palaces. At the same time, the door to this palace was opened. Sure enough, someone opened the door. Let's go. Yi Xian led Luo Luo in directly. The moment they passed through the door, the 2 of them felt a powerful aura. It was completely different from the aura outside. What a powerful aura. This palace seems to have covered up the aura of the Fox Demon Guard by a lot, Yi Xian exclaimed. The Fox Demon Guards in the other 3 palaces were all 4th Tribulation Supremes when they were alive. However, after hundreds of years, they were only 4th Tribulation Supremes. Although they were puppets, they were made of flesh and blood after all. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who felt it. Luo Luo felt it too. Her perception of this secret realm was stronger than Yi Xian's. This aura is at least 4th Tribulation Supremes, Luo Luo said blankly. Luo Luo, put the golden tail fur in your universe ring. Take it out when necessary. Don't let anyone find out, Yi Xian reminded her. Yes. Luo Luo nodded. Then, the 2 of them followed the aura and entered. Their senses were very strong, and this maze was just a decoration to them. However, just as they were about to leave the maze, rumble, a series of loud noises fell into their ears. Looks like they're fighting. Let's hurry over and take a look, Yi Xian said as he led Luo Luo out of the maze. At that moment, in front of them, there were over 20 figures fighting. They all had the same target, the Demon Fox Guard. The Fox Charm Clan, the Mammoth Clan, the Humans, and the Barbarian Bull Clan. Yi Xian scanned the area. There were 4 races. At the same time, these 4 races all had 4th Order sovereigns, as well as more than 10 Third Order sovereigns. As for the remaining Third Order sovereigns, they could only watch from the outside, unable to provide any help. Young Master, look, Luo Luo pointed to a corner. There were several treasure chests in that corner, but they were all trapped by an array. Perhaps, only by killing the Demon Fox Guard could they break the array. Among the 4 4th Tribulation sovereigns, the weakest one has comprehended 35% sword intent, while the other 3 have comprehended 40% sword intent. However, their attacks couldn't injure the Demon Fox Guard. That Demon Fox Guard is indeed a 4th Order sovereign, Yi Xian said in a low voice. 40% sword intent was enough to injure a 4th Order sovereign Golden Body sovereign. Of course, there were a few powerful exceptions. These 4 4th Tribulation sovereigns were quite strong. They were probably the elites of their respective dynasties. It wouldn't be easy for Yi Xian and Luo Luo to snatch the treasure from them. Young Master, what should we do? Luo Luo blinked her big eyes and asked. I can't see through those treasure chests. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, conceal your aura and go over. Observe the situation first, then snatch it. If that expert from the royal family gets it, will we snatch it too? Luo Luo asked again. Don't make a move. I'll do it. Yi Xian replied. If Luo Luo made a move, it would be over if she was targeted by that expert from the royal family. After all, Luo Luo's father was the City Lord of Silver Wing City, a member of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. However, it didn't matter if he, a human, snatched the treasure. At that time, Yi Xian would be able to cut off all ties with him. En. Luo Luo nodded and immediately went over. Among the group of Third Order sovereigns, there was a consecrator from the City Lord Mansion of Silver Wing City, so they naturally recognized Luo Luo. Young City Lord, why are you here? A man from the Fox clan immediately asked. What's the situation now? Luo Luo didn't answer the man's question and asked directly. This secret realm is the secret realm of the Fox Queen Consort from several hundred years ago. Only by defeating the 4th Supreme Level Demon Fox Guard can one open the formation and obtain the treasure, said Hu Wen, who had comprehended 30% of the sword intent. I've heard of the legend of the Fox Princess Consort, but what exactly did she steal from the royal family? Luo Luo asked in astonishment. Hu Wen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said in his mind, let me control 5 people first. Now that he had removed the control of everyone, he had 5 people to control. In addition to the 4 tribulation sovereigns, there were also 8 peak third tribulation sovereigns. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to control 5 of the 8. Burning eye. Yi Xian glanced at one of them, and in an instant, that person felt a sharp pain in his heart and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Now that Yi Xian was a third-order sovereign, his opponent was also a third-order sovereign. No matter how strong the opponent's willpower was, a single burning eye was enough to make him suffer. Eye of Control. After a short pause, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. When the system notification rang out, the effect of burning eye immediately disappeared. What happened to you? Xiong Yuan, a fourth-order sovereign, asked the giant elephant clan expert who cried out in pain. I'm fine. That giant elephant clan expert shook his head. Although he said that he was fine, he had already been successfully controlled by Yi Xian. When this scene fell into the eyes of the others, they felt astonished. Although that fourth-order sovereign demon Foxguard was strong, he was stopped by 4 fourth-order sovereigns, and the 8 people outside were only supporting them. The demon Foxguard didn't attack them, so why was he screaming? Chapter 856. Among the 8 people, I've already controlled one. The other one is a high priest of Silverwing City's City Lord residence. The remaining 6, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was not using the Eye of Control casually. Instead, he was looking for someone who was stronger. The giant elephant clan had already controlled one, so the barbarian bull clan and the humans each controlled one. A barbarian bull clan expert and a human expert cried out in pain one after another. This time, the surrounding people could not help but frown. All 3 of them cried out. There was definitely a problem. However, these 3 people all said that they were fine, so the others did not know what to do. Young master, do you want to try controlling a 4th tribulation supreme? Luoluo's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Now, Yi Xian controlled 3 peak supremes from the giant elephant clan, the humans, and the barbarian bull clan respectively. There were 2 spots left. Therefore, he also wanted to try controlling a 4th tribulation supreme. That Hu Jie is a royal expert and is from the Fox Charm clan. She is resistant to the Eye of Control and is more difficult to control, Yi Xian thought to himself. If Hu Jie was eliminated, then there were only 3 people left. Xiong Yuan, the barbarian bull clan's 4th tribulation supreme, and the humans' 4th tribulation supreme. Immediately, Yi Xian attacked the humans' 4th tribulation supreme. Burning eye. This middle-aged human suddenly felt an irresistible pain in his heart, and he also cried out in shock. However, his realm was higher than the others, so the chances of him immediately using the Eye of Control were not high. What's wrong with you? Xiong Yuan asked loudly from the side. I don't know. My heart is burning. Someone is plotting against me. This human supreme gritted his teeth and shouted. Plotting. When Hu Jie and the other 2 4th tribulation supreme heard this, they also trembled and began to be on guard. Although they were now working together to resist this demon Foxguard, once the demon Foxguard was killed, the formation would be activated. At that time, they might have to fight. Who broke the agreement and plotted against him? The barbarian bull clan's 4th tribulation supreme shouted. It's not me. I'm the furthest away from him. Xiong Yuan shouted as she attacked. Hu Jie was the closest to the middle-aged man, but she did not make a move, so she was secretly observing to see if anyone else was noble. At this time, the effect of the burning eye had already passed. That human supreme martial artist was sweating profusely from the fever, and his vision was blurred. His combat strength had decreased by at least 20%. Once probably won't do. Let's do it again. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated Burning Eye once more. The human supreme being, who had originally been able to breathe a sigh of relief, was struck again and immediately cried out in pain. Hu Jie trio was on guard, but they did not discover who was playing tricks. It's the Fox Princess Consort. It must be the remnant will left behind by the Fox Princess Consort. The supreme being of the barbarian bull clan shouted. After his reminder, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. So many people were watching, but they couldn't see who was the culprit. That meant that it must have been someone they didn't notice that was playing tricks on them. For example, the Fox Queen consort. Outside, when Yi Xian heard this, Yi Xian grinned. This time, he directly used the Eye of Control on that human supreme being. After being burned twice, this human supreme being's willpower was extremely weak, and his combat strength had decreased by at least 30%. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to make his move. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. Now that Yi Xian had one person under control, it was time for the second one. The second target was the Barbarian Bull Clan's fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist. After Yi Xian activated Burning Eye, the Barbarian Bull Clan's fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist let out a few wild cries, trying to find out who was attacking him. He would never have thought that the one who attacked him was Yi Xian, who had mixed in with the crowd. When the Fox Charm clan used their charm, their eyes would turn pink. Moreover, after the charm was successful, the eyes of the person who was charmed would temporarily turn red. However, Yi Xian's Burning Eye was impossible to guard against. Hold on a little longer, the Fox Demon Guard is going to die, Hu Jie shouted. At the same time, she was glad that she wasn't the one who was affected. The same went for Xiong Yuan. Now that the human supreme being and the Barbarian Bull Clan's fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist's combat strength had decreased, if the Fox Demon Guard died, they might be able to obtain another treasure chest. Although the Fox Demon Guard was a peak fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, the four of them were very strong. When they joined forces, the Fox Demon Guard couldn't fight back. After all, it was just a puppet. Everyone estimated that in another 3 seconds, they would be able to kill this demon fox guard. However, Yi Xian had to subdue the Barbarian Bull Clan's fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist before they did. Ding. Control successful. The second system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had 2 fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists and 3 peak third Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists. His and Luo's side was the strongest. Boom. 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 The group was still attacking the Fox Demon Guard crazily. At this moment, the Fox Demon Guard's arm had been chopped off, and its chest was badly mutilated. It was already at the end of its strength. Boom. Finally, with a loud bang, the formation that separated them from the treasure chest disappeared. The array is gone, quick. Xiong Yuan's eyes widened, and she immediately rushed over. There were 5 treasure chests, and they had to obtain at least one of them. Seeing this, Hu Jie quickly turned into a stream of light and rushed to the nearest treasure chest. It's finally open. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The moment the array disappeared, he controlled the 2 fourth Tribulation Supreme Martial Artists to rush to the 2 treasure chests. Crack! The 4 treasure chests opened one after another, and the 4 of them quickly retrieved the interspatial rings inside. As for the last treasure chest, it was between Xiong Yuan and Hu Jie. This is mine. Xiong Yuan kept the interspatial ring and quickly rushed to the next one. At the same time, Hu Jie had also obtained her spoils of war, but she did not have time to check what was inside. She rushed towards Xiong Yuan. As for the other 2, Yi Xian had already controlled them to rush towards him. You 2 go and help, I'll hold them back. Yi Xian shouted and rushed out. At this moment, Luo also knew that the 2 of them were controlled by Yi Xian, so she followed and prepared to put on a show. As for Hu Wen and the others, they went to help Hu Jie. They could not hurt the Fox Demon Guards, but Xiong Yuan was only a 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, so they were still useful. Give me the items, Yi Xian said to the 2 of them in a low voice. However, he still had to act on the surface. Boom. 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 Yi Xian first engaged in close combat with the middle-aged man, then secretly emptied the 2 interspatial rings of the middle-aged man. Chapter 857. Boom. With a muffled sound, Yi Xian was sent flying by the Barbarian Bull Clan's 4th Tribulation Supremacy. Although the scene was witnessed by others, no one knew that the items in the 4 interspatial rings were already in Yi Xian's devouring space. 100 jade blood essence pills and a red crystal. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Those were the items in the 2 treasure chests. 100 jade blood essence pills. If all of them were given to Luo, her strength would soar by several times. As for the red crystal, Yi Xian didn't know what it was. You two, take some people to guard the entrance of the maze. Yi Xian ordered the middle-aged man and the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy. Everyone, stop. Gather. Shouted the middle-aged man and the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy. The group of humans and barbarian bull clan's experts looked at each other and hastily stopped fighting. Then, they gathered together. Let's join forces now. When they're done fighting, we'll attack, said the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy. Both sides nodded silently. However, they didn't understand when their leaders had joined forces. At the same time, Luo Luo had already killed her way into the giant elephant clan's army. Not only that, she had also charmed 2/3 tribulation supremacies to work for her. As for the giant elephant clan's supremacy that Yi Xian had previously controlled, he had already been killed by Luo Luo. Now, Yi Xian had one more quota. Hu Jie, stop fighting. They've joined forces, shouted Xiong Yuan when she saw that her people had suffered heavy casualties. Hand over the interspatial ring and I'll spare your life. Hu Jie snorted coldly. Mph, what a joke. Now that they've joined forces, not only are you not worried, you even want to extort me? At most, I'll give you the treasure chest, shouted Xiong Yuan. As for Hu Jie, she had been paying attention to the last treasure chest. She was a royal expert of the Hu Mei dynasty. Naturally, she knew what the fox princess consort had stolen several hundred years ago. The interspatial ring she had obtained just now only contained some martial arts techniques. There wasn't what she was looking for. All right, let's join forces. Hu Jie suddenly agreed. Now, the four supremes had teamed up in pairs. However, the last treasure chest was still taken away by Hu Jie. Inside, she still couldn't find what she was looking for. There was only a pair of mid-grade supreme divine weapon gloves that the Fox Queen had once used. Seeing this, Luo Luo and Yi Xian looked at each other. He, Luo Luo smiled mischievously. Luo Luo, you deal with the others later. I'll control Hu Jie first. Yi Xian communicated with Luo Luo in his mind. All right. Luo Luo immediately understood. Now, 2 of the 4 supremes of fourth tribulation were his people. As long as he controlled Hu Jie, he wouldn't need to control Xiong Yuan anymore. He would kill her directly. All of you, hand over your interspatial rings. They belong to my Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Hu Jie said coldly. Haha. What a joke. Your Fox Charm Holy Dynasty snatched the territory of the human Holy Dynasty. Moreover, haven't you heard of the phrase those who can obtain treasures? Supremacy Barbarian Bull suddenly laughed. If that's the case, then we have nothing to talk about. Hu Jie said as she quickly calculated in her mind. Of the 10 people she brought, none of them were killed. At the same time, there were 2 more combatants, Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Not only that, but Luo Luo also controlled 2 peak third tribulation supremes of the giant elephant clan. Therefore, their side was still very strong. However, what Hu Jie didn't expect was that 2 of the 4 forces were controlled by Yi Xian. Help me take them down and the Silverwing City Lord will be promoted, Hu Jie said to Luo Luo who was running over. Sure. Luo Luo replied with a smile. At this time, the mastermind, Yi Xian, also controlled 2 supremes of fourth tribulation and launched an attack. The 4 supremes of fourth tribulation were fighting in pairs. The barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy was fighting Hu Jie, while the middle-aged human attacked Xiong Yuan. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they were having a great time. Their division of labor was very clear. Luo Luo dealt with the small fries while Yi Xian helped to clean up. At the same time, he used his eye power to cast Burning Eye in an attempt to control Hu Jie. A great battle was about to begin. In order to prevent the people of the Silverwing City Lord residents from dying, Luo Luo also put in a lot of effort to kill the human and barbarian bull clan experts. Yi Xian controlled the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy to attack Hu Jie while he directly cast Burning Eye on Hu Jie. Hu Jie was hit and couldn't help but cry out in pain. A heart-wrenching pain caused her body to stop moving. Go to hell. The barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy punched Hu Jie in the chest and sent her flying. While Hu Jie's willpower was greatly reduced, Yi Xian cast Eyes of Illusion on Hu Jie again. Go and get her interspatial ring, Yi Xian ordered the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy. Immediately, the barbarian bull clan's fourth tribulation supremacy swept over. Before Hu Jie could react, he had already taken away the 3 interspatial rings on Hu Jie's body. Then, he directly rushed into the maze. Burning Eye. Yi Xian cast Burning Eye on Hu Jie again. Next was the Eye of Control. Although Hu Jie was a 4th tribulation supremacy of the Fox Charm clan and was slightly resistant to spiritual attacks, she still couldn't resist the power of the Eye of Control after 2 uses of Burning Eye. Ding. Control successful. Now, 3 of the 4 tribulation supremacies were under Yi Xian's control. At the same time, Luo Luo also killed all the members of the barbarian bull clan and the human sacred dynasty. Let's go. The giant elephant clan's 4th tribulation supremacy Xiong Yuan's expression changed drastically. He quickly rushed toward the entrance of the maze, but was stopped by the middle-aged human. Shortly after, the barbarian bull clan's supremacy also successfully arrived. Hu Jie, come and help me, Xiong Yuan hurriedly shouted when he saw 2 4 tribulation supremacies staring at him. However, Hu Jie was currently under Yi Xian's control. Coincidentally, Hu Jie could find an opportunity to heal the wound on her chest instead of helping Xiong Yuan. Since I've already controlled 3, why don't I control all 4? Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to kill Xiong Yuan directly, but that wouldn't end well, so he might as well subdue him first. The barbarian bull supremacy and the human supremacy joined forces to attack Xiong Yuan, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, Luo Luo also shouted to the people in the City Lord Manor, "You guys go out first." The peak 3rd supremacy consecrator said, "Young City Lord, I can help, I don't need your help. Don't be a hindrance here." Luo Luo immediately replied. When the consecrator heard this, he thought for a moment, then left with Hu Wen and the other 9 people and rushed into the maze. As they left, Luo Luo suddenly attacked the remaining 2 supremacies of the giant elephant clan. Rip. Rip. Chapter 858. Now, there were only 6 people left, Yi Xian, Luo Luo, and Hu Jie, the 4 Supreme Tribulation Supremes. I don't have much eye power left. I can only use the Burning Eye and the Eye of Control once. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he used the Burning Eye on the elephant garden. Ah, who's playing tricks? Xiong Yuan felt like he was going to fly into the sky. The pain in his heart was tormenting him. He wanted nothing more than to tear his chest apart and pour a bucket of water on it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. "Young master, let me do it." Luo Luo suddenly shouted. Then, she clawed out. This claw was so powerful that it shocked Yi Xian. This girl's claw intent had increased to 40%, which was 10% higher than his. After a whistling sound, Xiong Yuan's chest was torn open. Although Luo Luo was only a peak level 3 supreme, her strength was not inferior to Xiong Yuan's. Eye of Control. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the Eye of Control. Ding. Control failed. Although Xiong Yuan was injured and his willpower was worn down by the Burning Eye, he was still one of the best in the Mammoth Sacred Dynasty. How could he be so easily controlled? Ah, I forgot to let Luo Luo and Hu Jie charm him first. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Now, he did not have much eye power left. He could not even use the Eye of Control once. At this moment, his vision was a little blurry. I wonder if I can overdraw my eye power? This thought suddenly popped up in Yi Xian's mind. At that moment, he used the Burning Eye on the elephant garden again. The remaining eye power was not enough to use the Burning Eye, but Yi Xian actually used it. Xiong Yuan was hit by the Burning Eye again, and he screamed in pain. However, Yi Xian's left eye suddenly dimmed. This was the after effect of overdrawing his eye power. The more he overdrew his eye power, the more he would temporarily lose his sight. I only have half of my vision left. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He could feel the vision in his left eye slowly recovering. This meant that he could recover from overdrafting his eye power. Since that was the case, he would overdraft again. Eye of control. Ding. Control successful. The system prompted. Elephant Yuan was successfully controlled, but Yi Xian had thrown in a large amount of eye power. His eyes could no longer see anything, only a vast expanse of white light. Fortunately, even though he was temporarily blind, his eye of perception was still effective. He could sense Luo and the other 5. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yi Xian waited for a full 5 seconds before his vision returned to normal. If a normal person was blinded for 5 seconds, they would have been killed hundreds of times over. Hurry up and give me your interspatial rings, Yi Xian ordered Hu Jie and the others. Then, he took everyone's interspatial rings. 100 jade blood essence pills, a mysterious red crystal, a huge amount of draconic luck, a mid-grade supreme divine weapon used by the Fox Queen consort, various martial arts, these were the items in the 5 treasure chests. However, when Yi Xian took out the mysterious red crystal, Hu Jie exclaimed, "Charm fusion crystal?" Yi Xian frowned. He turned to Hu Jie and asked, "Is this what you are looking for?" "Yes, master," Hu Jie nodded. Everyone present was Yi Xian's men. Moreover, the people from the Silverwing City's City Lord Mansion had already entered the maze. Yi Xian did not sense anything, so he was not afraid of others knowing. "What is this?" Yi Xian asked again. Yi Xian guessed that the royal family of the Fox Charm dynasty was looking for this red crystal. However, he did not know what it was. This half of the charm fusion crystal is a precious treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Fox Charm dynasty. It was later stolen by the Fox Queen consort. This charm fusion crystal can be fused into the body of the Fox Charm clan. After refining it, it can greatly increase one's charm ability and cultivation speed. Hu Jie explained. After refining it, it can greatly increase one's charm ability and cultivation speed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "You are saying that this is only half of it?" "Yes, the Fox Queen consort only stole half of it. The other half is still with the royal family. If it is fused into a whole crystal, the effect will be greatly improved," Hu Jie nodded and said. Luo, this is for you." Yi Xian directly threw the half of the charm fusion crystal to Luo. After receiving it, Luo smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." For the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty to attach so much importance to it, the effect would definitely be unexpected. Luo could only charm opponents of the same level. It would be difficult for her to charm opponents of a higher level, but if she fused with the charm fusion crystal, it wouldn't be so difficult. Of course, the most important thing was that it could increase one's cultivation speed. Unfortunately, it was only effective for the Fox Charm clan's people to refine. "I have no use for these. You can have them all." Yi Xian also gave the rest to Luo. Luo was already grinning from ear to ear. This secret realm had greatly improved her strength. When she entered, she was only an early stage 3rd Supreme Being. Now, she had broken through to the peak of 3rd Supreme Being and was about to undergo her tribulation. Now that the items had fallen into Yi Xian's hands, there was no need for them to stay here. "Wait, I want you to put on a show." Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He wanted the barbarian bull tribe's 4th tribulation supremacy and the humans' 4th tribulation supremacy to join forces and quickly leave the secret realm. Then, the rest of them would continue to leave. Their purpose was to put on a show for the Silver Wing City's consecrators. When the time came, even if the royal family came, they could say that the items were with the barbarian bull tribe's supreme being and the human supremacy. However, to be safe, Yi Xian still kept the items with Luo, just in case. Let's go." Yi Xian directly controlled the barbarian bull tribe's supreme being and the human supremacy to rush into the maze. He, Luo, and Hu Jie followed closely behind. When they were about to reach the entrance of the palace, they started to attack. Then, the barbarian bull tribe's supreme being and the human supremacy left under the gazes of the 10 consecrators of the Silver Wing City's City Lord Mansion. "Young City Lord, are you all right?" The consecrators of the Silver Wing City's City Lord Mansion surrounded them and asked about their well-being. "Of course I'm fine. It's just that the items were taken away by those two people. Luo Luo pretended to be very depressed and said. The others also believed her. After all, even Hu Jie was seriously injured. It was already good that Luo Luo was still alive. Let's go, let's go. Hu Jie, who was seriously injured, immediately ran toward the secret realm's entrance. The show was over. Just now, Yi Xian put the spoils of war in his devouring space to be safe. He felt that they might bump into other people. His premonition was right. When they left the secret realm, they bumped into a group of Fox tribe experts. Their auras were not weak. One of them was Luo Luo's father, the Silver Wing City Lord. Chapter 859. Luo Luo, you little brat. How dare you come to the secret realm? The Silver Wing City Governor immediately scolded when he saw Luo Luo. However, in the next moment, he sensed that something was wrong with Luo Luo's aura. Peak Level 3 Supremacy. Father, I'm not any weaker than you now. You can't defeat me, Luo Luo said casually. The Silver Wing City Governor was shocked and turned to look at Yi Xian. The latter's aura was also at Peak Level 3 Supremacy. Were there so many fortuitous encounters in the secret realm? However, this wasn't the time to ask about this. Beside the Silverwing City Governor, there were a few men and women from the Fox clan in gorgeous clothes. Hu Jie, did you get that item? A man from the Fox clan asked. Hu Jie was already under Yi Xian's control. She shook her head and said, it was snatched away by the barbarian Bull clan and a human. I got nothing. These men and women from the Fox clan were the experts from the royal family who had just arrived. However, the barbarian Bull clan's 4 Tribulation Supreme Being and the middle-aged human had left before they arrived. Therefore, the blame was naturally pushed to them. Hu Jie, I'm sorry. Hand over all your interspatial rings, the man from the Fox clan said without listening to Hu Jie's words. As expected. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other. Fortunately, Yi Xian had kept the items in his devouring space. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Immediately, everyone handed over their interspatial rings. The man from the Fox clan glanced at them. After confirming that no one was hiding anything, he began to check the interspatial rings one by one. Soon, he was done checking the interspatial rings. As expected, there was nothing related to the Fox Queen. There were only some jade blood essence pills. The royal family had many jade blood essence pills. Therefore, they weren't too precious to the experts from the royal family. Hu Jie, tell us everything that happened. The man from the Fox clan threw the interspatial rings back to everyone and asked. Hu Jie began to narrate her experience. For example, she and the others discovered the secret realm together. Then, they went to Silverwing City to ask for help. She also told them what happened after that. However, she was already under Yi Xian's control. What she said was only half true and half false. So, that means that the 2 interspatial rings you obtained didn't have that item? The man from the Fox clan asked. Yes. Hu Jie nodded. The Fox man paused and said, quickly draw the faces of those 2 people. Put them on the wanted list throughout the country. The Charm Fusion Crystal was the most precious treasure of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. Hundreds of years ago, no one had been able to refine it, so they had opened it up. Unexpectedly, the Fox Queen had stolen half of it. Now, the Fox Queen's secret land had appeared, but the Charm Fusion Crystal had been stolen by someone else. Fortunately, the Charm Fusion Crystal couldn't be refined by people who weren't from the Fox clan. Therefore, it was useless for those 2 people to steal it. However, what no one expected was that the other half of the Charm Fusion Crystal was currently in Yi Xian's devouring space. The matter had come to an end. Immediately, the Silver Wing City Master led Luo Luo and the others away. As for Hu Jie, she followed the Imperial family experts. Huff, huff. Fortunately, young master, you took it away. Otherwise, the matter would have been exposed. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The fox man who took the lead just now had a very strong aura. He was even stronger than the demon fox guard. He was most likely a 5th Tribulation Supreme. Since you are going to undergo the tribulation tomorrow, You should find a quiet place to refine the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Yi Xian said. Okay, Luoluo nodded. Half a day later, they returned to Silver Wing City. Then, Yi Xian and Luoluo went into seclusion. They were the ones who benefited the most from the Fox Queen's secret land. Although they couldn't refine the charm fusion crystal, they still had the huge amount of dragon luck. Yi Xian started to refine the dragon luck with the help of the elixir. As for Luoluo, she was trying to refine the large amount of jade blood essence elixir in her body. As for the remaining 100 jade blood essence elixir, they would wait until they had a breakthrough. After all, there was too much elixir in Luoluo's body. If they were to forcefully refine it, their bodies would explode. A day later. Young master, I have refined half of the elixir. I can undergo the tribulation now. Luoluo's excited voice sounded in his mind. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian opened his eyes and stopped refining the dragon luck. His mission today was to protect Luoluo. However, at the moment when the two of them met, the Silverwing City's city master suddenly appeared. Luoluo, where are you going? The Silver Wing City governor looked at the two of them. Father, I can undergo the tribulation now. We are going to find a quiet place outside the city to undergo the tribulation, Luoluo replied. This sentence made the Silver Wing City governor's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly said, Why do you have to go outside the city to undergo the tribulation? There are so many experts in the city governor's mansion to protect you. No, I just want young master to protect me. Let's go. Luoluo said and flew up. Yi Xian glanced at the Silver Wing City governor and hurriedly followed. Although there were no 4 tribulation supremes in the Silver Wing City, the Silver Wing City governor secretly followed them. However, his tailing was easily discovered by Yi Xian. Your father is following us. Go through the tribulation first and refine the charm fusion crystal. Yi Xian reminded Luoluo. Luoluo nodded to show that she understood. The charm fusion crystal couldn't be known by a third person. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Supremacy Barbarian Bull and the middle-aged human controlled by Yi Xian had already flown far away under Yi Xian's control. When Yi Xian's strength was enough, he would release them. Soon, Luoluo found a remote mountain and began to undergo the tribulation. Luoluo took 30 jade blood essence pills. Even before she finished refining the pills, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. After she landed, she began to undergo the 4 tribulation supremes. Boom! The tribulation lightning struck down. However, Luoluo's golden sovereign body was comparable to a 4 tribulation supremes. The tribulation lightning was as weak as an itch. Boom! 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 The other 3 tribulation lightning bolts were stronger than the previous one. However, they still couldn't pose a threat to Luoluo. When the 4th tribulation lightning struck, Luoluo broke through to the 4 tribulation supremes and began to reconstruct her golden sovereign body. When the Silver Wing City governor saw that Luoluo had easily passed the 4 tribulation supremes, he heaved a sigh of relief and muttered, It seems that this girl doesn't need my protection anymore. Luoluo was now in the same realm as him. However, Luoluo had already comprehended 40% of the claw intent. Her strength was much stronger than his. Moreover, Luoluo had Yi Xian beside her. Even he couldn't see through him. With the two of them together, there wouldn't be any danger in this area. Therefore, the Silver Wing City governor turned around and left. Young master, my golden sovereign body has improved by at least 50%. After Luoluo finished reconstructing her golden sovereign body, she said excitedly. Chapter 860. Yes, these 100 jade blood essence pills are for you. If you refine all of them, you might be able to break through to the middle stage of the 4th stage of the Supreme Martial Saint realm, Yi Xian said as he took out the half of the charm fusion crystal from his devouring space. The royal family even sent a 5th tribulation Supreme Martial Saint. It seems like this half of the charm fusion crystal is quite valuable. However, not everyone from the Fox Charm clan can refine the charm fusion crystal. I wonder if I can. Luoluo took the half of the charm fusion crystal and swallowed it. She started to refine it. Yi Xian stood quietly at the side and watched, helping Luoluo to protect her. It might not be easy to refine the charm fusion crystal. However, Luoluo's physique was extraordinary. She could refine the jade blood essence pills that others would need a few days to refine. What was this charm fusion crystal? Yi Xian looked at Luoluo. He felt that Luoluo's aura seemed to have changed. You can refine the charm fusion crystal? He raised his eyebrows. It was good news that Luoluo could refine the charm fusion crystal. As long as Luoluo refined half of the crystal, he would help Luoluo get the other half. At that time, Luoluo would refine both halves of the charm fusion crystal. Her cultivation speed would be much faster in the future. The process of refining the charm fusion crystal lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, Luoluo finally opened her eyes. Young master, I succeeded. Luoluo was very excited. She gave Yi Xian a big hug. How is the effect? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. The spiritual energy required for the charm fusion crystal has been reduced to a quarter. Moreover, my cultivation speed has increased by at least 40%. Luoluo explained. 40% increase in cultivation speed? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. If she could get the other half of the charm fusion crystal, wouldn't her cultivation speed be doubled? It is indeed a good item. Young master will find a way to get the other half of the charm fusion crystal for you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said. Luoluo widened her eyes and asked, but the other half of the charm fusion crystal is in the hands of the royal family, it's fine. Don't we have a spy? Let Hu Jie help us enter the imperial city to investigate. Let's see who has the other half of the charm fusion crystal, or where it is. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Thank you, young master. Luoluo stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yi Xian on the cheek. All right, things aren't over yet. Let's go. Yi Xian brought Luoluo to a certain place. The barbarian bull supremacy and the middle-aged human were wanted by the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty, so Yi Xian had to get rid of them. Half a day later, Yi Xian arrived at the place where he had ordered the two of them to hide. The two of them were indeed hiding there, but Yi Xian did not attack immediately. Instead, he released them and gave them back their freedom. However, this did not mean that they could survive. Charm. Luoluo, who had refined the other half of the charm fusion crystal, immediately used her charm on the two of them. The charm fusion crystal could increase the charm ability. In an instant, the eyes of the two of them turned pink. So powerful. She succeeded in the blink of an eye. The charm effect has at least doubled. Luoluo was shocked by herself. Charm required the support of spiritual energy. After refining the charm fusion crystal, the charm effect had increased, and the consumption of spiritual energy had decreased. This meant that she could charm many people. Of course, the most important thing was her cultivation speed. This was the key. All right, let's get rid of them. Yi Xian said. Okay. Luoluo nodded slightly and rushed over. Soul-rending claw, 40% claw intent. In two crisp sounds, the barbarian bull supremacy and the middle-aged human fell one after another. After seeing Luoluo's attack power, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. He was only at the peak of the third tribulation supremacy, and he still needed some heavenly treasures to pass the tribulation. Moreover, he only had 30% sword intent, which made him feel pressured. If Luoluo can completely refine the 100 jade blood essence pills, she can at least break through to the middle stage of the fourth tribulation supremacy. I better hurry and break through to the fourth tribulation supremacy, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Luoluo had already passed the fourth tribulation supremacy, and the charm fusion crystal had been refined. The two of them were also killed. The next step was to head to the imperial capital. The Fox Charm dynasty is a mid-grade dynasty, and it's considered one of the stronger ones. That Fox princess is just an ordinary princess, but she's already a fifth tribulation supremacy. It seems like it won't be easy to get the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Yi Xian thought to himself and returned to Silverwing City with Luoluo first. This time, Yi Xian's plan was to sneak into the Fox Charm dynasty's imperial palace to find the other half of the charm fusion crystal. This was one of the reasons why he kept Hu Jie alive. However, when they returned to Silverwing City, they found that two people were already guests in the City Lord mansion. Luoluo, come here quickly. The Silverwing City Lord hurriedly called out when he saw Luo. At this time, there were already 2 figures in the City Lord Mansion's pavilion. One of them was Hu Jie, who was under Yi Xian's control. Not bad, not bad. You're only 14 years old, but you're already a 4th tribulation supremacy. You're not inferior to those princes at all. A woman beside Hu Jie said. Yi Xian and Luo moved closer to her. The Silverwing City Lord hurriedly introduced, this is Lord Hu Xin, the captain of the Imperial Capital's Imperial Guards. Greetings, Lord. Luo greeted obediently. Hu Xin nodded in satisfaction and said, I heard from Hu Jie that Miss Luo's aptitude is not bad, so I'm here to bring Miss Luo into the Imperial Capital to be nurtured by the Imperial family. The Silverwing City Lord already knew about this matter, and he hurriedly said, Luo, why aren't you thanking Captain Hu? Thank you, Captain Hu. Luo called out softly again. This was Yi Xian's plan, but Yi Xian didn't expect Hu Jie to bring along a 5th tribulation supremacy. At this time, Hu Xin suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and said, this little brother is the Yi Xian that Hu Jie mentioned, right? Your aptitude is passable, if little brother is willing, you can follow Hu Jie. Many thanks, Captain Hu. Yi Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. However, the tragedy was that Luo was nurtured by the Imperial family. While he was going to join the Imperial Guards, his status was obviously much lower than Luo's. Alright, since that's the case, both of you will follow me back to the Imperial capital. Hu Xin said. Yes. Yi Xian and Luo said in unison. It seemed like the first step of infiltrating the Imperial capital was successful. Yi Xian and Luo immediately followed Hu Xin and Hu Jie out of Silverwing City. Chapter 861. Silverwing City was a little far from the Imperial capital. Hu Xin was carrying out a mission somewhere else and happened to be nearby. That was why she was able to arrive so quickly. Yi Xian and the other 3 spent a total of 5 days on the road before arriving at the Imperial capital. At the same time, when they arrived at the Imperial capital, Luo was almost done refining the medicinal efficacy of the Jade Blood Essence pill. Luo, suppress it. Don't break through so quickly. Otherwise, you will be suspected, Yi Xian hurriedly said to Luo. Luo was his woman. The stronger Luo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. However, they were now in the imperial capital of the Fox Charm dynasty. If Luo's strength improved too quickly, it would be over if they were exposed. Yes, I know, young master, Luo replied. If she hadn't deliberately suppressed it, she would have broken through to the mid-stage 4th Supreme being long ago. Soon, Hu Xin led the 3 of them into the imperial capital. Hu Jie, make arrangements for him. Luo, come with me. Hu Xin left with Luo. Fortunately, Yi Xian and Luo could communicate across space. It was much more convenient than the Eye of Control. Master, I am the captain of the Imperial Guards. I will arrange for you to be the vice-captain later. Hu Jie said softly. All right, do as you wish. Give me a copy of the information on the Imperial family when the time comes. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Hu Jie nodded. Now, Yi Xian only had Hu Jie as his servant. There were still 4 positions left. However, he had been hesitating whether to use the advancement point to improve the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. There was only one advancement path for the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline. One advancement point could improve the effect of all the Heavenly Eyes. Moreover, the number of people who could control the Eye of Control could be increased to 10. It was very cost-effective. However, the devouring beast was extremely rare. So, he would not use it unless necessary. Master, this is your residence. Hu Jie said respectfully. All right. Yi Xian didn't have any requirements for his residence. He just wanted to give him some space. After settling Yi Xian down, Hu Jie left immediately. Yi Xian stayed in the house to wait for Hu Jie's information on the imperial family. However, just as he was waiting, suddenly, someone stepped into the range of his senses. It was 3 people, and their footsteps were hurried. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. Who is it? Yi Xian opened the door in surprise and found 3 youths from the Fox clan. "Are you our new vice-captain?" the leader of the Fox clan asked. Now, Yi Xian understood who the three of them were. They should be the three from Hu Jie's team. In Hu Jie's team, the previous vice-captain had died during a mission, so the vice-captain's position was vacant. At the same time, he also sized up these three people. The three of them were all third-grade supreme martial artists, and their strength was not bad. "Who's your team member? If you want to be our vice-captain, we'll have to see how strong you are." The young man in the lead shouted coldly. Was. "Is that so?" Yi Xian walked out and said, "If that's the case, then the three of you can come at me together." The moment these words were spoken, the three of them trembled. Yi Xian was at the same level as them, but he dared to challenge three of them at once. He was courting death. "Since you're courting death, then don't blame us. Attack!" The leading young man shouted and clawed out. 30% claw intent. Yi Xian had only comprehended 30% sword intent, but he had the bloodline of the sword god. Why would he be afraid of them? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold light flashed and easily defeated the leading young man's claw intent. Then, it struck his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. The three peak supremes were instantly sent flying by Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have already died. Defeating three opponents at the same level in an instant was enough to intimidate the three of them. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Hu Jie suddenly walked over with quick steps. In fact, Yi Xian had already noticed Hu Jie's arrival. However, he asked her to wait outside. After all, he had to make a move when it was time. If Yi Xian held back, the three of them would definitely not listen to him. "Captain." The three of them were not seriously injured. They hurriedly got up from the ground and shouted. "From now on, he will be your vice-captain. If anyone disobeys, apply for a transfer yourselves," Hu Jie said coldly. "Yes." The three of them nodded and left dejectedly. This was just a small interlude. If the three of them dared to provoke Yi Xian outside, Yi Xian would not mind killing them all. "Master, this is the information you asked for." Hu Jie walked over and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. At the same time, she handed over a yin and yang ring. "Very good." Yi Xian took the yin and yang ring. Then, he asked, "Are there any benefits to becoming an imperial guard?" "Yes." Hu Jie hurriedly explained to Yi Xian. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Those who are vice-captain and above can enter the floating shadow pavilion to watch the battles of experts for 1 day every month. The floating shadow pavilion was a place that was specially used to comprehend sword and saber intents. Sword intent, saber intent, claw intent, and so on all depended on one's aptitude to comprehend them. There were even some who comprehended 50% or 60% sword intent when they were fourth tribulation supremes. Yi Xian's aptitude was not bad. If he went to the floating shadow pavilion to watch for 1 day, he might be able to gain something. "Okay, I understand." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he asked Hu Jie to bring him to the floating shadow pavilion. Hu Jie had already given Yi Xian an identity token. With this identity token, he could enter and leave the floating shadow pavilion. The floating shadow pavilion had a total of 6 floors. The first floor displayed battles of incomplete to 10% sword intent. The second floor displayed battles of 15% to 20% sword intent, and so on. Yi Xian directly entered the floating shadow pavilion. There were dozens of rooms on the first floor, and 10 of them displayed sword intent. However, the first floor displayed incomplete to 10% sword intent. Most of the people in the rooms were probably children. He directly went to the 4th floor. There were many rooms here, and they were all labeled with sword intent, saber intent, and so on. 100 years ago, Great General Wei Wu's scryer recordings. Yi Xian's gaze swept around and landed on the first room on his left. Beside it was a stone tablet that explained Great General Wei Wu. Great General Wei Wu of the Humei Holy Dynasty. At his peak, he was a 5th tribulation supremacy. This is just a scryer recording of his battles when he was young. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly walked in. Chapter 862. Whoosh. Suddenly, an image appeared on the stone wall. It was a man from the Fox clan, but his fur was golden, which was rare. Most of the foxes in the charming Fox clan were white foxes, and there were very few foxes with other types of fur. Therefore, the members of the charming Fox clan were all surnamed by, not Hu or Jin. Yi Xian began to watch the scryer recording. In the scryer recording, two people began to fight. The great General Wei Wu was quite handsome when he was alive, and his opponent was an old man from the giant elephant clan. The two of them were evenly matched. Although this great General Wei Wu is only an early stage 3rd grade supreme being, he has comprehended 35% sword intent. His aptitude is not bad, Yi Xian thought as he began to watch the scryer recording carefully. The scryer recording was carefully selected by the charming Fox clan, and it was very useful for comprehending sword intent. Although Yi Xian didn't see the battle with his own eyes, he felt the same way. In just a short while, he had gained a lot of new knowledge about sword intent. 1 hour, 2 hours. After Yi Xian watched the scryer recording 1,000 times, he finally heard a notification sound. Ding! 30% sword intent has transformed. Currently, it is 35% sword intent. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian was shocked as well. He broke through just by looking at it. His aptitude wasn't as bad as he imagined. Many thanks, Great General Wei Wu. Yi Xian used his identity token to close the scryer recording. He had spent more than 3 hours watching the scryer recording. There are still 20 more hours. I estimate that I can at least reach 40% sword intent. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He entered another scryer recording room, and this time, he was going to fight an expert who had comprehended 40% sword intent. This time, he spent a total of 8 hours to transform his 35% sword intent into 40% sword intent. This floating image pavilion is really a good place. In just half a day, I actually managed to increase my sword intent by 10%. My current strength is at least 5 times stronger than before. Yi Xian became more excited as he thought about it. Right now, his offensive prowess was comparable to that of a mid-4th stage Supreme Being. The golden body of Supreme Being was slightly weaker, probably only at the mid-4th stage. However, he had obtained a large amount of draconic luck from the Fox Queen Consort's secret realm, and he had only refined 1/5 of it. Once he refined all the draconic luck, he would be able to raise his sovereign golden body to the middle stage of the 4th Supreme Stage, or even the pinnacle of the 4th Supreme Stage. 12 hours left. Let's go to the 5th floor and take a look. Yi Xian planned to use up the remaining 12 hours. Perhaps he could raise his sword intent to 45%. A person who had comprehended 40% of the sword intent was already considered an expert in the royal family. Under normal circumstances, they would be at the middle or peak of the 4th stage of the supreme martial artist realm. Yi Xian went straight up to the 5th floor. However, what he didn't expect was that all 6 of the 5th floor's sword intent scryer rooms were actually being used. What a tragedy. Let's wait and see if anyone leaves. Yi Xian waited outside the scryer room. 2 hours later, someone came out as expected. It was a middle-aged man from the Fox clan. His aura was very strong, and he was at least at the pinnacle of the 4th Tribulation Supreme Stage. He glanced at Yi Xian, then went downstairs. Yi Xian wasn't picky. He directly walked into the scryer room and began to observe. 3 hours. 6 hours. 9 hours. Very soon, Yi Xian used up the remaining 12 hours. However, he had no choice but to leave. In these 12 hours, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. His comprehension of the sword intent had increased by quite a bit. If he had a few more hours, he would be able to transform his sword intent to 45%. However, just as he was about to leave the scryer room, "Bastard, you're the one who made me wait for half a day?" Suddenly, a discordant voice drifted over. Yi Xian frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young man from the Fox clan wearing the uniform of a captain of the Imperial Guard walking over. Middle stage 4th Supreme Stage? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The strength of the captains of the Imperial Guard varied. Hu Jie was considered one of the weaker captains. She was only at the early stage of the 4th Supreme Stage, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the 4th Supreme Stage. As for the young man from the Fox clan in front of him, He was at the mid-stage of the fourth supreme stage. His strength wasn't bad. A mere vice-captain dares to come to the fifth floor? Are you courting death? The young man from the Fox clan walked over and pointed at Yi Xian's nose as he spoke. If someone dared to point at Yi Xian's nose like this outside, Yi Xian would definitely beat the crap out of them. However, this wasn't the place to stir up trouble. It's important to pursue strength, but you can't bite off more than you can chew. Scram to the fourth floor and don't let me see you again. As the young man from the Fox clan spoke, he directly walked past Yi Xian. This person's face really made Yi Xian feel disgusted. However, before Yi Xian could say anything, he entered the scryer room and closed the door with a bang. The next time I see you, I'll let you experience what heart-wrenching pain is like. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. If that young man from the Fox clan hadn't run away quickly, he would definitely have pulled him onto the stage and ruthlessly beaten him up. However, the fact that he was able to enter the scryer room meant that he also had 40% sword intent and was working hard towards it. It's awesome to have a good father. I've been watching scryer recordings since I was young. Yi Xian was slightly helpless as he walked out of the floating image pavilion. Although having a good father wasn't bad, using one's twin to increase one's strength was even more impressive. You might have a powerful background, but so did others. If your father wasn't a universe master, there would definitely be others who were more powerful than your father. This was what it meant to say that there was always a mountain taller than the one before it. Yi Xian returned to his residence. He had already copied Hu Jie's information into the swallowing space, but most of it was from the Imperial Guard. After all, Hu Jie was only a captain of a small team. When he returned to his residence, Hu Jie was already waiting for him. Master, this is all of my wealth. Hu Jie handed over a yin and yang ring to Yi Xian. She had grown up in the Imperial City and had made many contributions to the Imperial family after becoming an Imperial Guard, so her wealth was quite considerable. At this moment, Yi Xian was about to reach the shackles of the third stage of the Supreme Stage. These things were enough for him to receive the lightning punishment. All right. Yi Xian took the yin and yang ring and immediately swallowed it. Ding, the host has reached the shackles of the third stage of the Supreme Stage. You can receive the Supreme Tribulation. The current success rate is 100%. Do you wish to undergo the tribulation? The system's notification sounded in his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian immediately chose yes. Ding, beginning the tribulation. Yi Xian was currently undergoing the fourth stage of the Supreme Tribulation. There were a total of 4 Supreme Tribulation lightning bolts, each stronger than the previous one. However, the system's notification said that Yi Xian's success rate was 100%, so he wasn't worried at all. Rumble. Soon, the first Supreme Tribulation lightning bolt struck down, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Chapter 863. Ding. Tribulation successful. Current fourth tribulation supreme being. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had finally broken through to the fourth tribulation supreme being level. His tribulation had attracted many onlookers, but they quickly dispersed. After all, it wasn't a big deal to pass the fourth tribulation supreme being level. There were many vice-captains in the Imperial Guard who were fourth tribulation supreme beings. Congratulations, Master, Hu Jie said softly. You can go now. Yi Xian nodded silently. It was all thanks to Hu Jie's wealth that he was able to pass the tribulation successfully. Therefore, he was still grateful to Hu Jie. He wouldn't kill Hu Jie like he did to the Raging Bull tribe's supreme being and the middle-aged human. In the next few days, Yi Xian stayed in his own room and continued to refine his dragon luck before raising his sovereign golden body. After breaking through, his sovereign golden body was much stronger. He estimated that if his sword intent hadn't reached 40%, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, on his 5th day in the Imperial City, "Young Master, can I break through?" Luoluo's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Yes." Yi Xian replied. Before entering the Imperial City, Luoluo was already at the 4th Tribulation Supreme Being level, so she didn't need to pass the tribulation to break through. After a while, "Young Master, I broke through," Luoluo reported excitedly. Yi Xian replied, then asked, Luo, how many scryer recordings can you watch every month? Scryer recordings? There's no time limit for us Imperial consecrators. We can watch as long as we want. However, I'm an important person to nurture. If young master wants, I can get one, Luo replied. No time limit. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the F*King difference. However, he was 9 years older than Luo, and his realm wasn't as high as hers. Therefore, the imperial family didn't take a fancy to his aptitude. Okay, get me a set. Yi Xian was overjoyed and immediately shouted. Luo was a great help. After all, he could only go to the floating image pavilion for 1 day every month. If he could obtain a set of scryer recordings, the transformation of his sword intent would be much faster. A day later, Luo personally came to find him. She even brought a set of scryer recordings of sword intent. Girl, you've been a great help. Yi Xian hurriedly accepted the set of floating image stones. Young master, this set of scryer recordings only has up to 50% sword intent. I can't get anything higher than that. Luo pouted. It's fine. 50% is enough. Yi Xian touched Luo's hair lovingly. The latter enjoyed it very much. Although the two of them only had a master-servant relationship, Yi Xian had long treated Luo as his younger sister. Luo was the same. Young master, I have also comprehended 45% of the claw will. In a few days, I will be going out to carry out a mission. When the time comes, will I join your team? Luo asked. Mission? Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Luo was a consecrator of the royal family. It was natural for her to lead a few small teams when she went out to carry out missions. I heard that this time, the mission is to search for the barbarian Bull clan and the human fourth tribulation supreme. Luo suddenly smiled knowingly. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Those two people were previously under his control, and their corpses were also kept by him. Now, they were still in the devouring space. It should be because they look alike. So pitiful, they were misunderstood. Young master, I will go back first. Luo giggled and then left. After that, Yi Xian continued to refine the dragon luck in the room, increasing the strength of his sovereign golden body. 3 days later. Young master, I have already chosen your team. Luo's voice sounded in his mind. Good. Yi Xian opened his eyes in the room. As expected, Hu Jie came in a moment later. Master, our team has been chosen. They are going to carry out a mission. Hu Jie said. Okay, let's go. Yi Xian nodded. For this mission, apart from Luo, there were 2 more consecrators. Each consecrator would choose 2 teams, so there were a total of 6 teams. Luo had chosen Hu Jie's team, then randomly chose a team with a mid-stage 4th Tribulation Supreme as its leader. When Yi Xian followed Hu Jie to the gathering point, he found that there were already many people there. Each team had 5 people, so there were a total of 6 teams. Including the 3 consecrators, there was a total of 33 people. Yi Xian quickly swept a glance and found that apart from Luo, the other 2 consecrators were both at the peak of 4th Tribulation Supreme and were quite young. As for the other 2 teams, their leaders were only at the mid-stage 4th Tribulation Supreme level. However, Yi Xian's gaze was fixed on one person. It's him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The one who caught his attention was a young man from the Fox clan. This young man from the Fox clan was the one who had scolded him on the 5th floor of the floating image pavilion. Not only that, he had seen one of the consecrators before. It was the middle-aged man who had given up the floating image pavilion to Yi Xian. What a coincidence. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. At this moment, the young man from the Fox clan had also noticed Yi Xian. His eyes were shining with a sinister light. Brat, I couldn't do anything to you in the floating image pavilion that day. Since you delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. That day, Yi Xian had made him wait for more than 10 hours. He had to take revenge for this. Yi Xian also thought the same. Luo, is that young man with a mole on his neck in front of you from the other team? Yi Xian's voice sounded in Luo's mind. Hearing this, Luo was stunned for a moment. Then, she quietly replied, "That's right. What happened to the young master? This brat scolded me that day," Yi Xian said. When Luo heard this, she angrily said, "Scolded the young master? He's dead for sure. Luo, don't do anything. I'll do it myself." Yi Xian reminded her. That day, there was an expert in the floating image pavilion. If he had caused trouble there, he would have died a horrible death. Now, that young man from the Fox clan had been selected. This was going to be fun. Immediately, Yi Xian asked Hu Jie for that person's name. He was called Hu Dong. However, this Hu Dong seemed to have a strong background. His father was a captain of a 5th Tribulation Supreme. However, even if he provoked Yi Xian would still kill him. Although it's not time yet, everyone is here. Let's go, the middle-aged man from the Fox clan said. Immediately, the 33 of them set off. "Young master, how are you going to deal with him?" Luo followed behind the 2 consecrators and communicated with Yi Xian in her mind. "Kill him," Yi Xian said in his mind. However, in the next moment, he changed his mind. "Forget it, just control him. After all, we still have to investigate the other half of the charm fusion crystal, okay?" Luo also understood. She was thinking that when the time came, she would create an opportunity for Yi Xian. This time, they rushed for 3 days before arriving at Lianshan City. Chapter 864. Yes. The others replied. "Let's gather here. We'll gather here 1 day later," the middle-aged man from the Fox clan said to Luo and the other person. Then, he led the 2 teams and left. The other person also led his team into the city. Finally, it was Luo's turn. "You 2 teams, follow me into the city from the west," Luo said to Hu Jie and the other team leader. "Yes." Hu Jie and the young man from the Fox clan replied. Although the young man from the Fox clan and Luo were both at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm, Luo was a consecrator of the imperial family. She was someone who was heavily nurtured. Hence, the young man from the Fox clan could only obey obediently. Luo led the 2 teams into the city from the west. Along the way, they were treated differently from the others. "Look, it's the Imperial Guards. Wow, that young lady looks to be around 15 years old. She can actually lead a small team of Imperial Guards. Could she be the princess of the Imperial family? She must be," the commoners from the Fox clan secretly exclaimed. No one dared to say anything bad for fear of being overheard. After all, even the city lord of Lianshan City had to be respectful to the Imperial Guards. "You 2 teams, the ordinary members will gather information in the city. The 4 of you will follow me out of the city and search. We'll gather here half a day later," Luo said. "Yes." The 6 ordinary members immediately replied and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Luo suddenly said to an early stage Supreme Being from the Fox clan, "You, the vice team leader, go with them. Go to the City Lord's mansion and gather information." "Yes." The man from the Fox clan nodded and left. Now, only Luo, Yi Xian, Hu Jie and Hu Dong were left. "The 3 of you, follow me out of the city." Luo's beautiful eyes suddenly turned. The moment she turned around, a crafty expression appeared on her face. At this moment, Hu Dong still didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Luo led Yi Xian and the other 2 away. There were many families and towns outside of Lianshan City. Hence, Hu Dong didn't suspect anything. After running for a while, they stopped in a mountain range. "Lady Luo, what should we do now?" Hu Dong walked to Luo's side and said in a low voice. He wasn't someone without a background. His father was a captain, so when he saw a cute girl like Luo, he naturally wanted to get closer to her. If he could marry her, that would be even better. "Oh, I'm a bit bored. Why don't you guys fight around and let me watch?" Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. "Fight?" After hearing this, Hu Dong was startled. Then, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. This was a rare opportunity to show his strength to Luo. However, there was a problem at hand. Hu Jie and Yi Xian were only 4 Tribulation Supreme martial artists at the beginning stage. Their realms were 1 level lower than his. Even if it was 2 against 1, he would still have the upper hand. That's right, you 2 men should fight. Luo Luo smiled and said. This Hu Dong pretended to be gracious and said, but my realm is higher than his. This is a bit unfair. There's nothing unfair about it. There's no fairness in this world. Luo Luo said impatiently. After hearing this, Hu Dong's eyes flashed again. He was just looking for an opportunity to make a move on Yi Xian. He didn't expect that there would be such a good opportunity right in front of him. He looked at Yi Xian. If he wanted to fight, he had to get Yi Xian's permission. I have no objections. Yi Xian smiled, his smile was very wretched. This Hu Dong still didn't know that they had colluded. In fact, the moment they entered the mountain range, Yi Xian could have made a move on Hu Dong. However, he felt that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he wanted to cripple Hu Dong first and then use the Eye of Control to control him. Most importantly, the other party didn't know at all. This feeling was extremely satisfying. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll suppress my realm to the early stage of the 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist and fight you. Hu Dong shouted, appearing very magnanimous. However, his words and actions were so unbearable in front of Yi Xian and the other 2. He was a complete clown. No need. You don't need to suppress your realm. It doesn't matter. Yi Xian grinned. What? Hu Dong raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, you really don't know what's good for you. You want to challenge me? Even if you're at the peak of the 4th Tribulation Supreme Martial Artist, I can still fight you. Yi Xian looked like he didn't care, which made Hu Dong very unhappy. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Luo Luo, who was nearby, and replied, alright, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then come at me. As soon as he finished speaking, the forest suddenly quieted down. Why aren't you making a move? Yi Xian looked at Hu Dong and said strangely, you're courting death. Hu Dong had actually been waiting for Yi Xian to make a move. After all, he was a realm higher than Yi Xian, but now, he couldn't take it anymore. Soaring fist. Hu Dong wore a pair of gloves that were low-grade supreme divine armaments and fiercely threw a punch at Yi Xian. 30% fist intent. Yi Xian was a little surprised, because when Hu Dong competed with him for the sword intent in the floating image room, it meant that Hu Dong's strongest point should be the sword intent. But he didn't expect that Hu Dong had actually comprehended 30% fist intent. This was quite rare. You dare to show off a mere 30% fist intent in front of me? Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly as he directly slashed out with his sword. It was the annihilation slash that was at full power and had fused 40% sword intent. Fart. The fist image was easily cut open like a piece of tofu. What? Hu Dong was shocked. He was a mid-stage supreme divine being with 30% fist intent. In his estimation, it was enough to deal with Yi Xian, but he didn't expect that Yi Xian would easily break through his attack. But what he didn't expect was that the power of this attack was even stronger than his full-strength attack. Boom! The annihilation slash instantly struck Hu Dong's body, and the huge impact instantly sent him flying. This is impossible. Hu Dong shouted as he felt his injuries. He had refined over 100 jade blood essence pills, and his sovereign golden body was extremely powerful, but he was seriously injured by this sword. However, in the next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was so painful that he let out a loud roar. His voice echoed throughout the entire mountain range, startling countless birds and beasts. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Young master, you're really ruthless. What if you accidentally kill him? A clear voice fell into Hu Dong's ears. At this moment, he just happened to land on the ground. But he didn't get up in time. Wasn't this voice Luo Luo's? No, I know what I'm doing. Another voice fell into his ears. Hu Dong was shocked. He hurriedly got up from the intense pain and looked in horror. Oh, the effect of the burning eye has passed. Do it again. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Hiss. Hu Dong instantly lay on the ground again and roared loudly. He couldn't understand what was going on. Chapter 865. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Luo Luo joined the royal family at the age of 14 as an early-stage Supreme Being. She quickly broke through to the mid-stage Supreme Being level. She was no less talented than the princes, so she immediately became popular and was nurtured by the royal family. However, such a talented girl actually called a vice-captain of the Imperial Guard's captain. This really scared him. Forget it, it's a pity to kill you. Eye of control. Yi Xian looked at Hu Dong's pained expression and glared at him. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. Yi Xian immediately removed the effect of the burning eye on Hu Dong. After all, Hu Dong was now under his control and was now his servant. Greetings, Master, Hu Dong said while shivering. Just now, the burning eyes had almost burned his soul away. His combat strength had dropped by at least 60%. Very good, give me the interspatial ring. Yi Xian nodded and said. Hu Dong immediately handed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian directly emptied his interspatial ring. There are still 50 jade blood essence pills. Luo Luo will give them to you. Yi Xian threw a few jade bottles over. Aya, it's amazing to have a background. I only got 30 jade blood essence pills for this mission. Luo Luo wrinkled her little nose and looked very unhappy. However, this expression disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn, I only got 5 jade blood essence pills. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. However, the jade blood essence pills were very precious to the beast men. To him, they were completely useless, so he gave all of them to Luo Luo. There are quite a lot of things, but this isn't all you have, right? Yi Xian turned around and asked. There are still quite a lot. Hu Dong answered truthfully. Good, give them all to me when we go back. Yi Xian nodded silently. He was in a good mood. Hu Dong's father was a 5th Tribulation Supreme Captain. Naturally, Hu Dong wouldn't be poor. All right, Luo Luo, take the 2 of them back. I have a place to go. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo in his mind. Young master, where are you going? Luo Luo asked. I've called my doppelganger over. I'm going to fuse with it, Yi Xian replied. Fusion. When Luo Luo heard this, her eyes couldn't help but widen as she exclaimed, I want to see it too. Yi Xian was defeated. It's just a fusion of the same person, not a fusion of a man and a woman. What are you looking at? We've already killed those 2. Just pretend to search for them. Oh, okay, Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian immediately left. As for Hu Jie and Hu Dong, the 2 servants, they obeyed Luo Luo. Actually, there was no need to worry about the Eastern continent. The mysterious expert, old immortal Tianju, had already covered the entire Eastern continent. Outsiders would not be able to enter. Moreover, there were already quite a few supreme beings in Lianyun City, so there was no need to worry at all. Therefore, Yi Xian called his doppelganger over. This time, he wanted to work on 2 fronts. He wanted his doppelganger to search for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well. Because the devouring space was shared, it was very efficient. Yi Xian spent 3 days before he finally saw his doppelganger. Immediately, he fused with his doppelganger. His doppelganger's realm, sword intent, and martial arts were instantly upgraded to the level of his original body. Early stage Supreme Being, 40% sword intent, and various bloodlines allowed Yi Xian to have a battle prowess comparable to a peak stage Supreme Being. There was a dangerous place nearby. Even a 5th Tribulation Supreme Being might not be able to come out alive if they entered. Therefore, Yi Xian directly let his doppelganger enter to train. In the future, he would fuse with his doppelganger to upgrade his strength. After that, Yi Xian directly returned to the Imperial City. These few days, Luo Luo had been reporting their progress from time to time. Their trip wasn't completely fruitless. They had captured 3 4th Tribulation Supreme Beings and 3 4th Tribulation Supreme Beings from the barbarian Bull tribe. However, these 6 people weren't the ones who entered the Fox Queen's secret realm that day. Under the charm of the middle-aged fox, their words were still credible. Helpless, Luo Luo returned to the Imperial City first. At this time, Yi Xian was rushing to the Imperial City. After a few days, he returned to the imperial city, then returned to the imperial city. Hu Dong, give everything to me. Yi Xian directly controlled Hu Dong and took away all of his assets. After all, he was just a servant. He didn't dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. Hu Dong had a fifth tribulation supreme being as his father, so naturally, he wasn't poor. Hu Dong's assets weren't small, but it wasn't enough for Yi Xian to break through to the mid-stage fourth tribulation supreme being level. Good heavens, there are actually 300 jade blood essence pills. Yi Xian was shocked. However, he didn't give the pills to Luo Luo. In the Fox Queen's secret realm, there's also the pill formula for the jade blood essence pills in the same yin and yang ring as the 100 jade blood essence pills. As long as I gather the materials, I can make unlimited amounts of pills, Yi Xian thought to himself. Since a long time ago, he had to forge and refine weapons and pills by himself. Now that he had the pill formula for the jade blood essence pills, he could make money. Immediately, he called Luo Luo and left the imperial city. He was going to sell these 300 jade blood essence pills and then exchange them for the materials to refine the jade blood essence pills. Originally, he could do this alone, but Luo Luo was a consecrator of the royal family, so maybe she would get a discount. Young master, so you know how to refine pills? Luo Luo asked in her mind as she held onto Yi Xian's arm. Of course, as long as you have the materials, it won't be a problem for you to break through to the sixth tribulation supreme being level, Yi Xian said very proudly. Soon, the two of them arrived at the imperial city's largest auction house. Although the owner of this auction house wasn't from the imperial family, everyone guessed that he must be. Otherwise, how could he become the largest auction house in the imperial city? My lords, what do you need? An auction house attendant immediately came up to them. We want to buy some things, and also some jade blood essence pills, Yi Xian replied calmly. What? Jade blood essence pills? When the attendant heard this, his eyes widened. Jade blood essence pills were specially provided by the imperial family. Only the imperial family could refine them. Usually, those who bought jade blood essence pills were the imperial family's experts. Yi Xian's previous mission reward was 5 jade blood essence pills. Other than that, there was no other reward. Therefore, the imperial family allowed everyone to sell jade blood essence pills. My lords, this way please. The attendant immediately led Yi Xian and Luo Luo into a private room. The jade blood essence pill seller wasn't at the level of an attendant, so he asked for a supervisor. My lords, how many jade blood essence pills do you want? The fourth tribulation supreme being asked respectfully. 300. Yi Xian directly answered, then took out an interspatial ring and handed it over. Chapter 866. 300 pills? The auctioneer swallowed his saliva. Other people would only buy a few jade blood essence pills. He had been in this business for decades and the most he could buy was 100 pills. But this time, there were 300 pills. This was a huge order. Sir, do you want to sell them directly or in the afternoon? The auctioneer asked. Oh, there's another auction in the afternoon. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was too much of a coincidence. Only a fool would directly bid for it. Something as good as the jade blood essence pill would naturally be auctioned off. Go ahead, 5 pills for 1 bottle, 60 bottles. Yi Xian replied. Yes, yes, yes. The auctioneer nodded immediately. Then, he asked, Sir, do you need anything else? Yes, take a look. Yi Xian took out a list. On it were the remaining necessities for the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. The auctioneer took the list and took a look. He smiled and said, Sir, there's 1 void crystal in the afternoon auction. What? When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately exclaimed, Void crystal? Originally, he didn't have much hope. But now, there was one. This was too much of a coincidence. The void crystal was necessary to open the Eye of the Void. The Eye of the Void was a magical heavenly eye. Once it was opened, it could be used to locate a target. If there was a problem in the future, it could break through the void and return to the target in an instant. Simply put, it was teleportation. Teleportation. Of course, the Eye of the Void had a distance limit. There was also a positioning limit. The distance couldn't be too far. At the beginning, it could only locate one target. If it located a second target, the first location would be erased. Sir, it's true. Although the void crystal is rare, it's not expensive. Only a small number of people use it to cultivate martial arts, the auctioneer said. The auction in the afternoon? I know. There are many martial arts here. Take a look. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He was determined to get the void crystal. Even if he had to spend 300 jade blood essence pills, he had to get it. The auction was in the afternoon, so Yi Xian and Luo Luo decided to rest in the private room. The director of the auction gave Yi Xian a token and left. Soon, it was time for the auction. Coincidentally, this auction was going to be very popular. It was said that there would be a decent mid-grade supreme divine weapon up for auction. Speaking of supreme divine weapons, Yi Xian also had one. No, to be more precise, Luo Luo had one. It was the Fox Queen Consort's weapon. However, Luo Luo didn't dare to use the Fox Queen Consort's gloves. Yi Xian reckoned that after this auction ended, he would become a tycoon. Previously, he had used the Eye of Revelation to copy countless martial arts. Their value definitely exceeded those 300 jade blood essence pills. When the shoot was about to start, Yi Xian and Luo Luo entered a VIP room and waited quietly. The public seats were filled with all kinds of people. There were humans, Fox Clan, Barbarian Bull Clan, Ferocious Tiger Clan, Giant Elephant Clan, Demon Snake Clan. The enmity between humans and beasts didn't seem to be popular in the Fox Clan. Perhaps, only low-grade clans like the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would have such hatred. There were a total of 10,000 people in the audience seats. Just the entrance fee alone was an astronomical figure. Hehe, this is the first time I'm participating in an auction. Luo Luo was a little excited. She held Yi Xian's arm and sat beside him. I'm also a little inexperienced, Yi Xian said indifferently. Indeed, he rarely participated in auctions. Most of the time, he would kill people in the wild and snatch treasures. At this time, an old fox walked up to the auction stage. The auction starts now, the old auctioneer shouted. His old voice entered everyone's ears. Everyone sat up straight. There were so many people in the audience. In fact, many of them were here to watch the show and broaden their horizons. Yi Xian, who was in the VIP room, watched quietly. The first item was a martial art. However, he didn't lack martial arts in his current situation. Martial arts didn't require a lot of martial arts. What mattered was its quality. Very soon, this martial art was bought by someone. Then, it was time for the second item. Young master, there seems to be a lot of experts in this auction. Luo Luo suddenly said. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I feel it. There are at least 3 fifth tribulation supremacies. The old auctioneer is one of them. However, a 5th tribulation supremacy wasn't strong for him. After this auction, he would be able to break through to the mid-stage 4th tribulation supremacy. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of a 5th tribulation supremacy. The items were auctioned off one by one. None of them went unsold. Among them were Yi Xian's martial arts, which were equivalent to 50 jade blood essence pills. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn to be auctioned off. Void crystal. Void crystals usually grow at the entrance of secret realms. A small number of martial arts can be used to assist in cultivation. The starting price of this void crystal is 100 high-grade supreme pills. Each increment must not exceed 5 high-grade supreme pills. After the old auctioneer finished speaking, he also smashed his hammer. 100 high-grade supreme pills. Someone immediately shouted. 105 pills. 110 pills. 120 pills. Although the void crystal wasn't very useful, there were so many people present. There was bound to be someone who needed it. At this moment, 300 high-grade supreme pills. Suddenly, someone directly doubled the price. This person wasn't Yi Xian, but someone in the VIP room to Yi Xian's left. The person who shouted this price seems to be that 5th tribulation supremacy. Yi Xian raised his brows. He had the perception eye, so he could sense that every single movement in the entire auction venue was within his senses. However, he needed this void crystal very much. He definitely couldn't give it away. 500 high-grade supreme pills. Yi Xian immediately shouted. The two people in the VIP room paused, then a man's voice sounded. 1,000 high-grade supreme pills. As soon as this was said, the tens of thousands of spectators below were shocked. This void crystal was worth at most 200 high-grade supreme pills, but the bid of 1,000 was too high. This was too rich. However, they also understood that what they were fighting for now was not this void crystal, but face. TSK, Yi Xian looked disdainful and continued to shout, 2,000 pills. Wow. There was another uproar below the stage. The price had risen to 10 times the estimated price. Even the old auctioneer didn't expect this scene. 3,000 high-grade supreme pills. Chapter 867. 3,000 high-grade supreme sovereign pills. One jade blood essence pill was worth at least 10 high-grade supreme sovereign pills. Yi Xian's 300 jade blood essence pills were worth at least 3,000 high-grade supreme sovereign pills. Now, the price had exceeded 300 jade blood essence pills. However, Yi Xian was not afraid. After all, he had a lot of martial arts to back him up. Master, he seems to have a powerful background. Luo frowned and reminded him softly. Yes, I know. Yi Xian nodded. He also understood that the person in the other private room must have a powerful background. However, for this void crystal, he was willing to go all out, even if he had to offend the gods. This price made the person in the other private room pause. 5,000 pills. Yi Xian finally called out the price. The entire auction hall was silent for another 2 seconds. Then, a man's voice came from the other private room. Who are you? Just in case, Yi Xian was too lazy to answer. In an auction, the highest bidder would win, regardless of identity. The entire auction hall was silent for a few seconds. Then, the old 5 Tribulation Supreme auctioneer knocked with the mallet in his hand. Bang, 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills going once. Bang, 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills going twice. After shouting this, the old drummer deliberately paused. However, the person in the other private room didn't move. Bang. 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills going thrice. Deal. The void crystal was bought by Yi Xian at the price of 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills. The price was more than 20 times higher than the estimated price. It was simply unbelievable. Immediately, the auctioneer that received Yi Xian immediately brought the void crystal with him, knocked on the door, and walked in. Master, this is the void crystal you bought. The director of the auction house was shocked. Only a fool would spend so much money to buy a void crystal. However, this was a matter of pride, so it was understandable. Very good. I won't be bidding for the rest of the martial arts. We'll go according to your auction house's price, Yi Xian said as he accepted the void crystal. Ding. The Eye of the Void has been successfully activated. With a system notification, Yi Xian activated his 5th celestial eye. Hearing this, the auctioneer's eyes lit up and he immediately said with a smile, Yes, I will calculate it immediately. At this moment, Yi Xian threw out another list. This is a list. I want to buy these materials. You can exchange the remaining high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills for these. Yi Xian said. All right, I'll do it right away. The head of the auction house nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, he was suddenly stopped by Yi Xian. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. To be safe, Yi Xian still controlled him. As this was the Fox Charm dynasty, it was the holy land of charms. However, the people in the auction house were not charmed. Once someone was charmed, they would immediately be arrested and investigated. However, no one could see through Yi Xian's Eye of Control. After these valuable items were sold, there would be a break. The void crystal was sold for a sky-high price of 5,000 high-grade Supreme Sovereign pills, which allowed the people present to calm down. Soon, the auctioneer brought out all the items. 1,000 sets of jade blood essence pill materials. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and directly put the materials into the devouring system. Ding! The batch of jade blood essence pills has been successfully refined. There are 1,000 of them. Using the devouring system's alchemy function, Yi Xian instantly obtained 1,000 jade blood essence pills. Quickly exchange them for another 1,000 sets of materials, and exchange the rest for heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian ordered the auctioneer again. Yes. The auctioneer left again. After a while, he brought back all the items. However, the amount of jade blood essence pills was not enough. Master, one of the ingredients is almost monopolized by the imperial family, so there are not many in stock. There are only 500 sets. The auctioneer handed the items to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian silently accepted the items and then swallowed the large amount of heaven and earth treasures. In the next moment, he heard a series of system notifications. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a mid-stage 4 Tribulation Supreme. Now, Yi Xian was not afraid of the 5 Tribulation Supreme in the private room. Young master, are we still going to participate in the auction? Luo frowned and asked. No, we have the items. Let's go. Yi Xian shook his head and then directly left. The auctioneer did not stop them. After all, the guests could leave at any time. Besides, he was already under Yi Xian's control. Why would he stop his master? The auction house had a confidentiality policy. No information about the guests in the private room could be leaked. However, the guest in the private room was not received by the auctioneer controlled by Yi Xian, so he did not know who was in the private room. However, Yi Xian had made a big profit this time. One had to know when to be satisfied. It was better to leave first. However, after he left the auction house with Luo, he sensed another expert coming out of the auction house. Young master, someone is following us. It's a Peak 4 Tribulation Supreme, Luo said in his mind. Yes, it should be the subordinate of that 5 Tribulation Supreme. Let's leave the city. Yi Xian nodded. With his current realm, he did not need to fear a Peak 4 Tribulation Supreme. This time, his purpose of leaving the city was to control this person and ask who was in the private room. At that moment, Yi Xian and Luo directly left the imperial capital. Sure enough, the tracker also left. This stalker's identity could not be determined from his clothes. He was a Peak 4 Tribulation Supreme. After Yi Xian and Luo left the city, they went straight into a forest. The two of you, please wait. An old voice sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo stopped in their tracks and turned around. Just now, the two of you were fighting with my master for the void crystal? The old fox narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes, and then? Yi Xian nodded silently. He had already used the void crystal to open the eye of the void. Sorry, you can't take away the item that my master has set his eyes on. Now, I will give you a chance. Hand over the void crystal and kneel in front of my master. My master may spare your lives, the old man said with an arrogant look on his face. It seemed that he did have a powerful background. I'm quite interested in your master as well. However, I'll say this first. If you were to make a move, the one who would kneel would be your master. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lightly curled up. How dare you? Chapter 868. The Fox Elder possessed 45% sword intent, which was enough to break through Yi Xian's golden sovereign body. However, Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with either, so he immediately slashed out with his sword. Annihilation slash. Boom. The 45% sword intent clashed with the 40% sword intent, but what remained was Yi Xian's attack. What? The Fox Elder was shocked. He was a level 4 supreme being with 45% sword intent. How could such an attack be broken by a level 4 supreme being brat? Burning Eye. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly used his secret technique on the Fox Elder. In the next moment, the Fox Elder felt a heart-wrenching pain. The Eye of Illusion was suitable for dealing with a group of enemies. After all, it didn't consume much eye power and could instantly affect several people. However, the Burning Eye was still the best way to deal with a single enemy. It could burn the enemy's mind and reduce their combat strength. A mere level 4 supreme being dares to act arrogantly in front of me? Let me see who your master is. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. This time, he suddenly made a move, and that was to use that precious advancement point to upgrade his Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline. Ding! Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline upgrade successful. All Heavenly Eye abilities have been upgraded. The system notified. The Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline only had one advancement path. Every time it was upgraded, the effects of all Heavenly Eyes would be upgraded. The effects of the Eye of Insight, Eye of Illusion, Burning Eye, Eye of Control, and Eye of the Void had all been upgraded. The positions of the Eye of Control had been upgraded from 5 to 10, while the Eye of the Void's position had also been upgraded from 1 to 2. Burning Eye. Yi Xian's eyes widened again. The Fox Elder was in so much pain that he was curled up on the floor, constantly twitching and screaming. With Yi Xian's current strength, he probably didn't even need to make a move to kill a level 4 supreme being. This was the strength of the bloodline. Eye of Control. After the bloodline upgrade, the power of the Heavenly Eyes had increased significantly. After using the Burning Eye twice, the Fox Elder's combat strength was estimated to be only 30% to 40%. This was the strength of the bloodline. Ding! Control successful. The system notification rang out. In the next moment, Yi Xian removed the effect of Burning Eye. Greetings, Master. The Fox Elder was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. His body was covered in mud, and his hair was a mess. He looked like a crazy person. Who was your previous owner? Yi Xian asked without hesitation. Yes, the current 6th prince. The Fox Clan elder answered without hesitation. Indeed. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard this reply. There weren't many 5th Tribulation Supremes in the imperial capital. Only the imperial family would dare to be so arrogant. All right, I got it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and went straight to the old fox's yin and yang ring. Then, he took away all the good stuff inside. There were 500 jade blood essence pills in the White Fox Elder's interspatial ring. He was indeed worthy of being the prince's servant. Take a break first. After saying that, Yi Xian led Luo Luo and the Fox Elder into the forest. Now, he wanted to do an experiment. The reason why he used the advancement points to upgrade his Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline was because he wanted to use the Eye of the Void. Before the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline evolved, the Eye of the Void could only locate the target once. After the evolution, the distance increased, and the location increased as well. Coincidentally, his clone was in the charming Fox dynasty, so he wanted to see if the Eye of the Void could allow him to fly to his clone's side. Luo Luo, come in. Yi Xian brought Luo Luo into the storage space. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Luo was confused. She only knew that the void crystal was useful to Yi Xian, but she didn't know what effect the Eye of the Void had. You'll find out soon. Yi Xian smiled devilishly and used the void to locate the target. At the same time, his clone, who was training in the dangerous land far away, also located the target. The original body and the clone located the target at the same time. The void door, open. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed, emitting a dark light. Then, the space in front of him suddenly opened up a hole. This was the void door opened by the Eye of the Void. Its effect was the same as a secret land. As long as one passed through it, they would enter another world. At this moment, Yi Xian directly passed through the void door and arrived at the location of his clone. It works. Yi Xian was overjoyed and let Luo Luo out. Luo Luo saw that the surrounding environment had changed greatly, and at the same time, she saw Yi Xian's original body and clone. She was shocked. Young master, where are we? Luo Luo asked with a confused expression. Yi Xian grinned and merged with his clone to upgrade his clone's strength. Then, he said, the Ghost Swamp, one of the 3 dangerous lands in the charming Fox dynasty. What? The Ghost Swamp? Luo Luo was shocked and turned around to look. The environment there was extremely bad. The sky was filled with boundless dark clouds. The heaven and earth essence chi in the air was disgusting. From time to time, there would be some strange cries. This was indeed the Ghost Swamp, one of the 3 danger zones of the Fox Charm Sacred Dynasty. Why are we here? The imperial capital is several days away from the Ghost Swamp. Luo Luo asked in surprise. Haha, this is the young master's newly opened eye of the sky. Yi Xian grinned. In the next moment, he opened another void door and brought Luo Luo back to the forest outside the imperial capital. This time, Luo Luo passed through the void door by herself. However, the eye of the void consumed a lot of eye power, and with the void door, the eye power would be consumed quickly. After using the eye of the void twice, Yi Xian's vision was hazy, and it took him a few seconds to recover. The amount of eye power the void eye consumes is calculated based on the distance between the coordinates. The further the distance, the more eye power it consumes. Using the void eye twice has already depleted my eye power. However, using it once to escape is not a big deal. Yi Xian thought to himself, and then let Luo Luo out. Wow, this secret skill is so powerful. Doesn't this mean we can go anywhere? Luo Luo was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. You're thinking too much. This void positioning must be done personally, and the distance can't be too far. But it's good for escaping. Yi Xian grinned. The Eye of the Sky bloodline's effect would increase as his cultivation level increased. So, the Eye of the Void might be able to return to the Eastern continent directly from the charming Fox dynasty. After the experiment was successful, Yi Xian's confidence increased greatly. If he ran into any trouble in the future, he could just break through the void and leave. Alright, you've rested enough. Change your clothes and call your previous master out. Yi Xian said to the Fox Elder. Chapter 869. Yes, Master. The Fox Elder nodded respectfully. He changed into the same set of clothes and entered the Imperial City. What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to the Imperial City? It was to obtain the other half of the Charm Fusion Crystal. Originally, he wanted to control a prince to gather information. He didn't expect a prince to come to him on his own accord. This was good news. Luo Luo, take 500 Jade Blood Essence pills and refine them. Yi Xian threw 500 Jade Blood Essence pills to Luo Luo. Even with Luo Luo's unique physique, it wasn't easy for her to completely refine 500 Jade Blood Essence pills. It would take at least half a month. Luo Luo would probably reach the peak of the 4th Tribulation Supremacy in half a month. Now that my doppelganger's strength has been upgraded and I have a lot of resources, I should go to the major cities to purchase the Jade Blood Essence pills and refine them without limit, Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he ordered his doppelganger to leave the Ghost Swamp. That day, he sent his doppelganger to train because he wanted to kill a supremacy sacred beast to break through. Secondly, he wanted to search for treasures. Who knows, he might find something necessary to open his sky eye. However, now that he thought about it, it would be more convenient for him to go to the city to purchase the treasures. After all, money makes the world go round. The auction was still going on, and the 6th prince probably wouldn't come out halfway. Hence, Yi Xian and Luo Luo waited outside for a while. About half an hour later, the Fox Elder led a young man in white into the forest. This young man was the 6th prince, Bai Chuan. Mph, so it's you two trash. You want to compete with me? The 6th prince snorted as he approached. Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He directly used the burning eye on the 6th prince. At the same time, the Fox Elder behind the 6th prince also attacked. 45% sword intent. Bang! Although the 6th prince was a 5th Tribulation Supremacy, he didn't expect his most loyal servant to attack him. Fortunately, his sovereign golden body was incomparably strong. After all, he grew up eating the Jade Blood Essence elixir. 45% sword will was actually unable to break through his sovereign golden body. What a powerful sovereign golden body. However, can you withstand a spiritual attack? Yi Xian's eyes widened again, shooting out 2 beams of light. Eye of Illusion. With the Heavenly Eye Clan bloodline, the effects of the Heavenly Eye Clan's Heavenly Eye had been greatly enhanced after its evolution. The combination of the Burning Eye and the Eye of Illusion had caused the 6th prince's mental strength to plummet. His strength had also been reduced by at least 20%. However, Yi Xian knew that this was not enough to control the 6th prince. Do it! Yi Xian bellowed. In an instant, he, Luo Luo, and the Fox Elder all attacked the sixth prince at the same time. In terms of comprehension, Yi Xian was only at 40% sword intent, while the Fox Elder and Luo Luo were at 45%. However, in terms of attack power, Yi Xian's attack power was above Luo Luo's. The sixth prince had to endure the immense pain while also enduring the attacks of Yi Xian and the other two. One was ravaging his mind while the other was ravaging his body. He could not help but howl at the sky. "You're courting death." The sixth prince roared and launched an attack at Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled. The sixth prince's punch was infused with 50% of his fist intent. If it landed on Yi Xian's body, he would probably be smashed into minced meat. Fortunately, the sixth prince was under the effects of the burning eye and the eye of illusion. He was only attacking casually, so Yi Xian easily dodged the punch. Damn, a fifth tribulation supremacy is no ordinary person, Yi Xian thought to himself and attacked again. Burning eye. Eye of illusion. Boom. 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 One attack after another landed on the sixth prince's body. At this moment, the sixth prince's sovereign golden body was broken, and his body was covered in blood. Among the three of them, apart from the Fox Elder, Yi Xian and Luo Luo could barely break the sixth prince's sovereign golden body. Of course, they could only barely break it. Moreover, Yi Xian's intention was not to kill the sixth prince, but to control him. Their attacks were only coordinated with the burning eye to weaken the sixth prince's willpower. Due to the difference of two realms, Yi Xian used the burning eye on the sixth prince 5 times. At this moment, the sixth prince's willpower was almost worn down, and his combat power was less than 50%. The sixth prince, who had finally escaped from the illusion, was shocked. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You dare to attack me? If my father finds out, your entire family will be executed. Your entire family will be executed." Eye of control. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. A wave of energy drilled into the sixth prince's brain. In an instant, the sixth prince's eyes changed. Ding. Control successful. After hearing the notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Under the siege of the three of them, the sixth prince had finally submitted to him. At this moment, the sixth prince was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. He raised his head in a daze, and weakly shouted at Yi Xian, "Greetings, master." Yi Xian did not waste any time. He directly threw a few blood bottles containing his own blood. The sixth prince drank the blood bottles, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, because his sovereign golden body was too strong, he had to drink 3 bottles to recover to his peak. Huff, huff. The sixth prince rested for a while, and his spirit began to recover. At the same time, Yi Xian walked over and took off his interspatial ring. Mother **K, you really bought a lot of things. Fortunately, most of them are heaven and earth treasures. I can swallow them. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He did not argue and swallowed all the things inside. Unfortunately, these things could not help him break through to the peak of 4th stage Supreme Being. Yi Xian was a little disappointed. He said to the sixth prince, "All right, I have something to ask you. Have you heard of the charm fusion crystal?" "Yes." The sixth prince nodded. "Do you know where it is?" Luo Luo suddenly asked. After all, this matter was related to her. The charm fusion crystal was divided into 2 pieces. The first half was stolen by the Fox Queen several hundred years ago. Recently, the Fox Queen's secret realm appeared. It was said that she was taken away by 2 4th Tribulation Supreme Beings from the Barbarian Bull Clan and the Human Clan. Its whereabouts are still unknown. As for the other half, it should still be in the Imperial City, the sixth prince replied. "Tell me more about the other half," Yi Xian said. "I am not sure about the other half, but my mother might know," the sixth prince replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Luo Luo looked at each other. The mother that the sixth prince mentioned was the sixth prince's mother. At the same time, she was also one of the emperor's most beloved concubines. "All right, then go and ask." Yi Xian nodded. Chapter 870. It wasn't easy to refine the charm fusion crystal. Firstly, one had to be a member of the Fox clan. Secondly, even a member of the Fox clan might not be able to refine the charm fusion crystal. Otherwise, the charm fusion crystal would be in the hands of the current emperor of the Fox clan. Yi Xian immediately asked the sixth prince to change his clothes and tidied up his attire. He then brought the three of them back to the imperial city. No one would have thought that the sixth prince, of fifth tribulation supremacy, would be controlled by Yi Xian. With the Eye of Control's ability, even the emperor wouldn't be able to find anything strange about it. Luo, you should go back first. Refine all the jade blood essence pills first. Yi Xian said. Okay. Luo nodded and left. She still had 500 jade blood essence pills. With the charm fusion crystal and the enhancement of the beast god bloodline, it was enough for her to break through to the peak of fourth tribulation supremacy. As for Yi Xian, he also returned to his residence and continued to refine the dragon luck. However, he had already sent his clones to the major cities to sell and refine the jade blood essence pills. As for breaking through, he wasn't worried. After all, the sixth prince was already under his control. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't break through. The sixth prince was very efficient. On the second day after they returned to the imperial city, he found Luo. After all, with his identity, he couldn't find Yi Xian in private. Master, I found out what you wanted me to find out. In Luo's residence, the sixth prince respectfully handed over a document. Some things were better left unsaid. Well done. Luo praised him like a little adult. Then, she checked the document. That half of the charm fusion crystal has been refined by the crown prince. Luo's face turned pale. Then, she hurriedly informed Yi Xian. What? The crown prince? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The crown prince of the Fox clan had been appointed. He was the sixth prince's elder brother. It was said that he was already a fifth tribulation supremacy. However, the charm fusion crystal was in the hands of the crown prince. This was troublesome. After all, he had already refined the charm fusion crystal. If he wanted to take the charm fusion crystal out, he would have to dig it out from his body. This would severely injure the crown prince. If we forcefully remove the charm fusion crystal, the crown prince's realm might fall. At that time, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Fox charm dynasty had a sixth tribulation supremacy, which wasn't something he could deal with now. However, he would definitely help Luo obtain the other half of the charm fusion crystal. Right at this moment. Sixth brother. An unfamiliar voice suddenly came from outside. After hearing it, Luo turned to look at the sixth prince in surprise. It's Big Brother's voice. The sixth prince immediately recognized him. Big Brother. This shocked Luo. Wasn't that the crown prince? At the same time, the crown prince was the owner of the other half of the charm fusion crystal. The crown prince was probably looking for the sixth prince, so he came looking for him. Immediately, the sixth prince opened the door and walked out with Luo. Sixth brother, what are you doing here? A young man from the Fox clan asked outside Luo's residence. He was the crown prince of the Fox charm dynasty. By long big brother, I'm looking for Miss Luo. The sixth prince hurriedly explained. Oh, Luo? Bai Long looked at Luo and said, you're the girl that Hushan brought back, right? You've broken through to the fourth tribulation supremacy realm at the age of 14. You're quite talented. Thank you for your compliment, Crown Prince. Luo quickly replied. Luo's small face was very delicate, and it was considered top-notch in the Fox charm clan. However, Bai Long was the crown prince of the Fox charm dynasty. What kind of beauty had he not seen before? However, for some reason, Bai Long felt that there was a strange feeling between him and Luo, but he couldn't explain it. Sixth brother, I have something to talk to you about. Bai Long didn't think much about it and said to the sixth prince. All right. The sixth prince knew that he couldn't let Luo interact with Bai Long, so he left with Bai Long few. After Bai Long left, Luo heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, she revealed a sly smile. Young master, I can confirm that half of the charm fusion crystal is in Crown Prince Bai Long's body. Luo quickly told Yi Xian about it. You sensed it. Yes, I sensed it in his body, but the Crown Prince is very strong, much stronger than the Sixth Prince. He's at the Fifth Tribulation Supremacy Realm at the very least, and he might even be at the Fifth Tribulation Supremacy Realm. Luo replied. Alright, I understand. Try not to interact with him as much as possible to prevent the charm fusion crystal from resonating and exposing the secret. Yi Xian reminded her. I understand. After the Crown Prince of the Fox Charm dynasty finished talking with the Sixth Prince, Bai Long returned to his palace. However, at this time, there was already a beautiful woman waiting for him in his bedroom. Mother, why are you here? Bai Long said in surprise. The beautiful woman was the Empress of the Fox Charm dynasty, and she was Bai Long's mother. I'm just here to take a look. How's the refinement of the charm fusion crystal going? The Empress asked. It took me a month to refine it, Bai Long replied honestly. Very good. Although it's only half of the charm fusion crystal, with your talent, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the Seventh Tribulation Supremacy Realm. At that time, the Fox Charm dynasty will be able to enter the ranks of the high-grade holy dynasties. However, there's no news about the other half of the charm fusion crystal, and we don't know where it went. Your imperial father sent many people to investigate, and he even sent people to the barbarian Ox Holy Dynasty and Tsungkong Holy Dynasty. The Empress said slowly. The Tsungkong Holy Dynasty she mentioned was a human holy dynasty neighboring the Fox Charm dynasty. The Tsungkong Holy Dynasty was also a mid-grade holy dynasty, and it wasn't weak. At this time, Bai Long suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh right, Mother, I saw that consecrated Luo by chance, and I feel that there's a strange, what? The Empress asked curiously. I suspect that there's a charm fusion crystal in Luo's body, Bai Long said solemnly. As soon as the words came out, the Empress's body trembled violently, and she exclaimed, What did you say? A charm fusion crystal? Mother, didn't you say that the charm fusion crystal is the most precious treasure of our clan? In fact, every clan member has the opportunity to condense a charm fusion crystal. Our ancestors' charm fusion crystal was obtained after a super genius of our clan died. Therefore, I suspect that Luo has a charm fusion crystal in her body, Bai Long guessed. Chapter 871. It can't be wrong, Bai Long said solemnly. The Empress was silent. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a problem and said, Wait, that lady called Luo seemed to be brought back by Hu Xin. It is said that she was also in Fox Princess Consort's secret realm. Mother, are you saying that the charm fusion crystal in Luo's body is the half that Fox Princess Consort stole back then? Bai Long's eyes suddenly lit up. No, their Qian Kuan ring was checked and there was nothing in it. Even if it was refined in the secret realm, it wouldn't be so fast. After all, even you spent more than a month to completely refine that half of the charm fusion crystal. The Empress suddenly denied her own idea. After her reminder, Bai Long also felt that something was wrong. Even he took more than a month to refine it, how could Luo only need a day? So you're saying that the charm fusion crystal in her body is complete? White Dragon's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of cold light, mixed with a trace of killing intent. It was better to keep the charm fusion crystal a secret. Therefore, he decided to kill Luo and take out the complete charm fusion crystal. Although it was possible to forcefully remove the charm fusion crystal, Luo had to die in order to keep it a secret. Wait, we don't have to kill Luo. The Empress felt Bai Long's killing intent and quickly said, Mother, do you have any other way to take out the charm fusion crystal? Bai Long asked. If there is a complete charm fusion crystal in Luo's body, as long as you marry her, you will be able to condense half of the charm fusion crystal. The Empress said. Bai Long's eyes lit up again when he heard that. The half of the charm fusion crystal in his body was condensed by a super genius of the Fox clan. It was not condensed by him. This charm fusion crystal was naturally better than the one condensed by him. If he married Luo and the two of them got together, the charm fusion crystal in his body would be affected by the one in Luo's body. He might be able to condense the remaining half of the charm fusion crystal. This was a good idea. Luo is a consecrator of the imperial family. As long as you tell your father about this, your father will definitely support. The Empress said. All right. Bai Long immediately agreed. If that's the case, I'll go look for your father. The Empress did not delay and directly stood up. Soon, the Emperor of the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty heard about it. Naturally, he agreed. For the sake of the White Dragon, the Empress personally made a move and directly sent someone to call Luo Luo. However, at this time, Luo Luo was with Yi Xian, handing over the sixth prince's wealth to Yi Xian. The sixth prince isn't doing very well, but these things are enough for me to break through to the fourth level of the supreme martial artist realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and devoured everything in the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the fourth tribulation supreme stage. The system prompted. However, the sixth prince's wealth was not enough for him to reach the shackles and pass the tribulation. Yi Xian was also helpless. If the sixth prince had not spent a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures to improve his sovereign golden body, Yi Xian would have been able to directly undergo the fifth tribulation of the Supreme Being. Later, I'll get the sixth prince to call his brothers out. I'll control them one by one, Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had advanced to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, the number of people he could control increased to 10. Hu Jie, Hu Dong, the old fox, the sixth prince, and the director of the auction house. There were only 5 people here, so he still had 5 more people. However, at this time, an expert suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's range of detection. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The area he lived in should not have a fifth tribulation supreme martial artist. At the same time, he also felt that this expert seemed to be Hu Xin from that day. Miss Luo Luo. A voice sounded. Yi Xian and Luo Luo heard it. It was indeed Hu Xin. Yi Xian and Luo Luo immediately opened the door and walked out. Hu Xin ignored Yi Xian and said to Luo Luo, Miss Luo Luo, the Empress invites you in. What? Yi Xian and Luo Luo were shocked. The Empress invited Luo Luo over? Wait, the Empress seemed to be the Crown Prince's mother. Yi Xian suddenly widened his eyes and said in his mind, the Empress? Isn't that the Crown Prince's mother? She called you over, could it be that she found the charm fusion crystal? I'm not sure either. At that time, I felt it, so the Crown Prince might have felt it too. Luo Luo said with a worried expression. Let's ask first. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Sister Hu, I wonder why the Empress is looking for me. Luo Luo asked. I'm not very sure either. Hu Xin shook her head. At this time. Burning Eye. Yi Xian directly used his Heaven's Eye on Hu Xin. Hu Xin's strength was weaker than the sixth prince, so Yi Xian dared to make a move here. Hu Xin suddenly grabbed her chest, looking like she was in pain. Her face was filled with shock, not knowing what had happened. Aya, Sister Hu, what's wrong? Luo Luo hurriedly pretended not to know anything and moved closer. I don't know, my heart hurts so much, as if it's burning. Hu Xin gritted her teeth. She would never have thought that it was Yi Xian who did this to her. What's going on, Sister Hu? Did you make a mistake in your cultivation? Luo Luo asked again. I'm not sure. Hu Xin hurriedly sat down cross-legged, but at this time, Yi Xian used the burning eye again, weakening her willpower again. Hu Xin didn't understand what was wrong with her. After all, with her realm, even if a peak fifth tribulation supreme expert sneak attacked her, she would know. However, the pain just now came out of nowhere without any warning. Burning Eye. Yi Xian used the Burning Eye one last time, and then used the Eye of Control. When he fought with the sixth prince that day, he was only a fourth stage supreme expert. Now that he had broken through to the fourth stage supreme expert, it shouldn't be a problem for him to control Hu Xin. Ding, control successful. The system's voice sounded. Then, Yi Xian let Hu Xin rest for a while, and then asked, why is the Empress looking for Luo Luo? Master, I'm not sure either. Hu Xin shook her head, her face still as pale as snow. Yi Xian walked over and took away Hu Xin's wealth, and then said, okay, then you lead the way. Although he didn't know why the Empress was looking for Luo Luo, he still wanted to be safe.